Chapter 1. Were you the one who hit me just now? Flower City. Royal Bar. Ping ah. There was a sound of a wine bottle breaking in the dance floor, and the crowd around was frightened and screamed and scattered. Su Lei, don't be shameless. If you dare to pester Shui Yunyun again, I will beat you to death. A man in designer casual clothes in the hollow at the edge of the dance floor pointed at the man on the ground and said, "Isn't this a Diplodocus? Liang Long? The Liang Long from South China University? Who pissed him off? Don't know him? But you'd better stay away from him, or you'll get splashed with blood." Listening to the whispers all around, Su Lei opened his eyes in a trance and looked at the dazzling lights and the unfamiliar crowd around him. What is this place? I was drinking with some friends, why are I here all of a sudden? A wave of strange memories came over me. Huadu, South China University, Shui Yunyun, Liang Long? Have I traveled through time? And traveled through time to a person with the same name and surname? It turns out that Su Lei and Shui Yunyun have been lovers since high school, and it was Shui Yunyun who approached him first. As an orphan who has never had any family affection, do you know what it feels like to be approached by a school belle who was recognized by the school? It was like the world had been rainy for 16 years, and suddenly one day it cleared up. Su Lei naturally cherishes this hard-earned relationship very much, and regards Shui Yunyun as the only light in his life. Not only did he respond to her requests, but he also bought her gifts and food, distributed flyers on holidays, ran errands, and worked 3 odd jobs without getting tired. He would often spend 10 days or half a month to fulfill a small request of Shui Yunyun. If she wanted a lucky star, Su Lei would use class time and spare time to fold 999 of them and give them to her. If I want to eat tofu pudding from a store in the south of the city, I often get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and ride for more than an hour from the north of the city to buy it. When he handed the tofu pudding to Shui Yunyun, and looked at Shui Yunyun's proud smile when she took photos and posted them on WeChat Moments to show off, at that moment Su Lei felt that all the hard work and fatigue was worth it. But what he didn't know was that Shui Yunyun was just using him from the beginning to the end. When she found out that Su Lei had been working part-time to save money since his freshman year in high school and was usually very frugal and had saved nearly 10,000 yuan, she deliberately approached him. Originally she just wanted to get a free meal ticket, but she didn't expect Su Lei to be serious. Not only did he spend all his savings, he also worked several jobs to earn money for him. With such a support machine, Shui Yunyun was happy to acknowledge Su Lei's identity in front of his friends. However, after going to college, as her horizons broadened, Su Lei's salary could no longer satisfy her. Shui Yunyun decided to find a new target, and Liang Long beside her was her new boyfriend. In fact, someone had told Su Lei a long time ago that Shui Yunyun was unreliable. Su Lei had even seen Shui Yunyun going out with other boys at night several times, but he was unwilling to believe it. He did not want to lose this relationship, the only light in his life. Of course, he also pretended to ask Shui Yunyun casually, and Shui Yunyun replied that he was just a senior who helped her learn and grow. If Su Lei asked more questions, Shui Yunyun would get angry, so he didn't dare to ask anymore. Until today, when I saw with my own eyes Shui Yunyun dancing affectionately with Liang Long on the dance floor in the bar where I worked. At that time, Su Lei felt like the sky was falling. He went up to ask Shui Yunyun what was going on. However, before he could finish his words, Liang Long hit him on the head with a wine bottle. Then he was beaten up by several of Liang Long's followers. Looking at Shui Yunyun, who was watching coldly and indifferently, at that moment, Su Lei's heart died along with his life. Seeing that Su Lei didn't get up for a long time, Shui Yunyun said coldly, "Su Lei, don't lie on the ground pretending to be dead. Do you want to blackmail Mr. Liang for money? Let me tell you, pretending to be dead is useless. Mr. Liang and I are already together. I want to break up with you. You can't even afford the latest phone with your monthly salary. What qualifications do you have to be my boyfriend? It was fine when we were in high school, but now you're in college and you still haven't improved at all." Since she was caught, Shui Yunyun wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Su Lei and show her loyalty to Liang Long. She picked up the latest model of Apple phone and showed off, "Mr. Liang is different. See? This is the latest model of Apple phone. Tell me, which woman would choose a loser like you? I'm not afraid to tell you that not only did Mr. Liang buy me a cell phone, he also promised to accompany me to buy that LV bag that you can't even afford for my birthday tomorrow. You're just a bartender, don't be so greedy. I'm not afraid to tell you that you work here, but I'm afraid that your friends will find out. I don't even dare to say I know you outside." Hearing Shui Yunyun's words, Liang Long smiled with satisfaction. He had heard that Shui Yunyun had a boyfriend in high school. In order to make Shui Yunyun give up, he deliberately chose this place for the date tonight, just to embarrass Su Lei. Seeing Shui Yunyun being so understanding, Liang Long put his hand on Shui Yunyun's waist and said, "Ha, well said. He's just a clown. Why should he be your boyfriend? If you follow me, a cell phone and a bag are nothing. If you make me happy, I can even buy you a car someday." Really, Mr. Liang? Shui Yunyun's eyes lit up instantly. Of course it's true, but you have to work harder tonight. Liang Long pinched Shui Yunyun's body and laughed strangely. "Oh, I get it, Mr. Liang, you're annoying," Shui Yunyun said deliberately shyly. Seeing that Su Lei didn't say anything for a long time, he thought that he was just like those people before, and was scared by being hit by a wine bottle. He felt that it was meaningless. Looking at Shui Yunyun's curvy figure, he couldn't help but said, "Forget it, let's go. There's nothing to say to this loser. I can't wait." After saying that, he hugged Shui Yunyun and walked out of the bar. Liang Long's subordinate Zhao Gang stepped forward and pointed at Su Lei on the ground. "Kid, remember, don't look for Shui Yunyun again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." Su Lei on this side had just digested the memories in his mind and touched the blood on his head. He had never suffered such humiliation before, so he cursed waste. Just as I was about to get up and get my place back, a reminder sound suddenly came to my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for awakening the Supreme Godly Rich System. By spending money on the system, you can gain admiration points, which can be exchanged for mall items and attribute points. In view of the host's current weak strength, a novice gift package is specially awarded. Do you want to receive it? I don't have time. What's the point of receiving it? I'm already being beaten by others. Why should I receive the gift package? Now Su Lei just wants to catch this couple and drown them in the toilet. Looking at the backs of Liang Long and Shui Yunyun, Su Lei got up from the ground and said, "Wait a minute, don't leave." Liang Long and Shui Yunyun turned around, thinking that their provocation had worked. Shui Yunyun smiled smugly and said, "Why, you finally got up. I tell you, it doesn't matter what you say. We are done today." Su Lei glared and said, "Get lost, I don't have time to deal with you now." Su Lei, who had always obeyed her and begged her like a dog just a moment ago, actually dared to tell her to get out? Shui Yunyun was stunned. She wanted to curse him, but when she saw Su Lei's face covered in blood, she was so scared that she dared not speak. Su Lei looked at Liang Long standing beside him and asked, "You were the one who hit me just now, right? So what? What's wrong? Haven't you had enough?" Liang Long found it ridiculous to see Su Lei in such a miserable state with blood all over his face. He was so scared that he didn't dare to move just now, but now he dared to shout at him. Was he beaten stupid? However, as a rich second generation who was used to being domineering in the South China campus, he relies not only on money, but also on his strong hands-on ability. The number of people who have been beaten by him is not just a row, but at least a class. Over time, many people naturally dare not to mess with him. For Liang Long, prestige is built on his fists. After saying this, he picked up the wine bottle and was about to turn back, but was stopped by his follower Zhao Gang. "Brother Liang, he's just a fool. You don't need to do anything. You and your sister-in-law go first, and leave this to us." "Yes, Brother Liang, you guys go first, we will take care of him." Wang Ji next to him also rolled up his sleeves. Liang Long glanced at the brothers around him and said, "Okay, I'll lead him to you tonight. If you don't beat him so hard that he can't go back to school for a week, don't come back to see me." "I understand, Brother Liang, don't worry." Zhao Gang and others nodded. "Little guy, you're lucky today." Liang Long threw away the wine bottle, hugged Shui Yunyun and walked out the door. "Wait a minute, don't go, UTM." Su Lei wanted to chase him, but was stopped by Zhao Gang and his men. "Su Lei, Brother Liang doesn't care about the severity of his attacks. We are helping you. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Don't ask for another beating." Zhao Gang and his men stopped Liang Long out of some selfish motives. Su Lei had already been beaten to a bloody pulp, and they were worried about being beaten again. If something happened, Liang Long's family was rich and powerful and could handle it, but they couldn't resist. Unfortunately, they met Su Lei, who in his previous life had no posters of beauties or celebrities on his bedside table, but only a poster of melee mage Lu Haizhu. He was not interested in talking to them. He picked up the wine bottle on the ground and smashed it on Zhao Gang's head. "Fuck you, you hit me too." Chapter 2 is sloppy. Newbie gift pack. Su Lei, who had just been attacked by a group of people and didn't dare to fight back, actually dared to shoot him in the head with a wine bottle. This sudden change not only stunned Zhao Gang, but also scared Wang Ji and others around him. Zhao Gang covered his head and looked at Su Lei in disbelief. "How dare you hit me? I'm going to hit you," Su Lei said as he kicked Zhao Gang again, directly to the ground. Seeing the blood flowing from his head, Zhao Gang was furious. So many people were watching and some were recording the video. If this matter got back to the school, he would no longer be able to follow Lian Long. He looked at Wang Ji and others behind him and said, "Go, beat him up." Wang Ji and others rushed up shouting. Since he was going to take action, Su Lei was naturally prepared. He picked up 2 wine bottles and smashed them at Wang Ji, who was rushing towards him. Wang Ji was not prepared and was knocked to the ground instantly, but the person behind him was prepared and raised his hand to block the bottle. The remaining 3 people seized the opportunity, rushed forward, surrounded Su Lei and started beating him up. Soon Su Lei could only defend himself and had no strength to fight back. He was certainly not a reckless man who would rush forward on impulse. Before he traveled through time, he was 1.9 meters tall and weighed 200 pounds. He was so heavy that 3 people could not hold him down. For him, beating up these youngsters was like picking up little chickens. He could knock down 2 of them with just one arm. But Su Lei's physique is too weak now. Not only is he only 1.73 meters tall, but his weight is estimated to be less than 100 pounds. Let alone fighting 3 people, if it weren't for his ruthlessness, he would have a hard time defeating even one. Damn, that was so careless. If I had known earlier, I would have been more prepared. I saw Zhao Gang and Wang Ji also stand up. If he was attacked by 5 people, he would definitely have no chance at all. Su Lei quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Stop, wait a minute." After all, they were young and didn't know the principle of taking advantage of your illness to kill you. They thought Su Lei was a coward. Zhao Gang took out a few napkins, covered his bleeding head and asked fiercely, "Why, are you scared?" "It's too late. Let me tell you, if you don't kneel down and apologize to us today, and pay 20,000 yuan for medical expenses, don't even think about leaving this bar intact." Su Lei was not afraid, of course. He knew that a wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him. While Zhao Gang was talking, he quickly opened the system and received the novice gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift package, which gives you 10 attribute points and 5 billion starting capital. In order to show the host's inhumanity, if you spend all 5 billion, you will be rewarded with 50 billion. If you spend all 50 billion, you will be rewarded with 500 billion. And so on. There is no upper limit. When you are so passionate, money and other things don't matter anymore. Open the property panel immediately. Host, Su Lei. Constitution, 8. Strength, 10. Agility, 6. Spirit, 16. Intelligence, 9. Skills, none. Admiration, 0. Balance, 5 billion. After seeing his own attributes, Su Lei could only say fuck, he is simply a worthless loser. Not only is his physique and strength weak, but his IQ is only 10. No wonder he was deceived by Xue Lanlan. His only mental strength of 16 is probably the result of being tortured by Xue Lanlan's abnormal demands in recent years. Wanting to eat barbecue at 3 in the morning and wanting to drink tofu pudding before dawn are all child's play. She also asked Su Lei to go out and buy her ice cream during class and asked Su Lei to steal papers for her after school. Without strong mental strength, any normal person would not be able to endure this. But now Su Lei has no time to complain. Just add all 10 attribute points to strength and agility. The strength on the panel became 16 and the agility became 10. His muscles swelled suddenly, and the consumed physical strength was instantly restored. Su Lei felt that his whole body was full of strength. Don't just stand there, have you thought it through? I'll count to 3. If you don't kneel down and apologize, I'll break your legs. Zhao Gang said as he took a wine bottle in his hand. I miss you. Su Lei pounced on him directly. Zhao Gang had never expected to be surrounded by 5 people, and Su Lei still dared to come forward. He was caught off guard and kicked down again. I'm CNM, you bastard, you just hit me when I say so, do you know the rules of Underworld? Wang Ji roared when he saw his good friend being kicked over. I don't know the rules, and you guys are fighting 6 against 1 and you still want to tell me the rules of the Underworld? Do you really think I'm stupid? Su Lei cursed without stopping his hands. He turned around and punched Wang Ji in the face. The 10 points of strength became 16 points, and the strength in his hand was almost twice as great as before, and Wang Ju was knocked down with one punch. Brothers, come together, don't hold back this time, beat him to death. Zhao Gang roared. Fuck you. Su Lei would not give the enemy a chance to breathe. He turned around and kicked a football, sending Zhao Gang directly to see Zhou Gong. In an instant, there were only 3 people left on the field. It is said that in a fight, the stupid ones are afraid of the strong ones, and the strong ones are afraid of the ones who are not afraid of death. Seeing Su Lei's quick and fierce attacks, they thought Su Lei was going to fight to the death, and the 3 of them began to feel scared. Su Lei dragged the 3 people, spinning around while taking the opportunity to attack. With his agility and the fighting experience accumulated in his previous life, he quickly knocked the 3 people down. After knocking down several people, Su Lei ignored them, picked up a wine bottle and chased after them. But when he got outside, Liang Long and Shui Lanlan had already driven away, and he cursed. He was about to go back to the bar to find Zhao Gang and ask about Liang Long's whereabouts, but as soon as he arrived at the door he was stopped by the bar manager Li Chang and security personnel. What for? Su Lei asked. Li Chang came out and said, Su Lei, you've been fired. Fired? Why? Su Lei asked puzzledly. As a bar waiter, why did you cause trouble in the bar? Li Chang sneered. Where's my salary? Su Lei asked through gritting his teeth. Although the job and a few $1,000s didn't matter to him now, he couldn't let this bastard get away with it. Especially Li Chang, who usually made him work overtime and deducted his performance bonus, but also added insult to injury at the critical moment. You still have the nerve to ask for salary? Do you know how much damage the riot you caused tonight has caused to the bar, and how many things have been broken? Who will compensate for these things? Who will compensate for the bar's lost reputation? Can you afford it with your salary? You still want a salary? Get out. Li Chang waved his hand in disgust. This bastard, he was afraid of offending people when Liang Long was around and didn't dare to speak, but now that he's gone he actually blames everything on himself. Su Lei almost took action again, but when he saw the dozen or so security guards watching over the scene behind Li Chang, he had to hold back. I had a bruise on my head and had fought 2 more battles, which consumed a lot of my energy. Besides, I was outnumbered now, so this was not the time to act impulsively. Su Lei wiped the blood off his face, nodded, turned around and said, okay, wait for me. Li Chang didn't take the threat from the usually weak Su Lei seriously. He just thought that Su Lei's girlfriend was robbed tonight, and he lost his mind and dared to fight with Liang Long. Seeing him leave in disgrace, he deliberately reminded him with gloating, let me wait? Okay, you heard Liang Xiao's people, and you think you can still survive in South China? Wait for death. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lei, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around and slammed a bottle of wine on Li Chang's head. Fuck you. It is said that a good man never suffers a loss in front of him, and a strong dragon never oppresses a local snake. Li Chang now has more people than him, so Su Lei naturally would not give him a chance. After the fight, he threw away the wine bottle and turned around and ran away. Ping pong ah. When Li Chang came to his senses, his eyes were already red. Fuck, you dared to hit me? Catch him. Catch him now. Li Chang covered his forehead and shouted. However, not only Li Chang did not expect Su Lei to suddenly turn around and attack, but even the security guard behind him did not expect it. By the time they came to their senses, Su Lei had already run far away. Chapter 3. Go to the most luxurious hotel. After running 2 blocks in one breath, Su Lei stopped panting when he saw that Li Chang and others had not caught up with him. It was fine as long as I kept going, but as soon as I relaxed, I just felt dizzy. Liang Long's grandson was quite ruthless and his head was still bleeding. Su Lei covered his wound and went to a nearby hospital. The main purpose is to disinfect. Liang Long's grandson often plays with women. Who knows if he has been infected with syphilis, genital warts, or something like that? If he is infected, it will be a waste of time and effort. The one who got stitches accidentally was a pretty nurse, and her chest was very tight. Su Lei lowered his head, and the nurse kept rubbing the stitches on her head in front of his nose, which made Su Lei feel itchy. Don't move. Seeing Su Lei kept dodging, the nurse who was about to give him an injection pressed Su Lei's head in dissatisfaction. There was no other way, Su Lei could only let it go. God is my witness, this was not Su Lei's intention, he was forced. Thinking that Su Lei was afraid of pain, the nurse inserted the needle while diverting his attention and asked, how did you get this injury? I bumped into it accidentally while walking. Su Lei replied with his eyes wide open, but in his heart he was wondering if it was C or D, or maybe E or F. The clothes were a bit too loose to tell. Really? The injury is quite serious. There are broken glass pieces on your head. The young nurse said as she used pliers to pick off a piece of glass the size of a grain of rice from Sulei's head and exposed the matter. Maybe I just happened to hit the wine bottle. Sule lied and glanced at the broken glass and the plate. No wonder it hurt so much and was bleeding. Don't move. The nurse naturally didn't believe it, rolled her eyes, and turned Sulei's head back. Sule could only stare at the thing in front of him and guess the letters. After the stitches were done, the nurse brought over a tetanus needle and asked, "Are you allergic to anything?" "No." Sule shook his head. "Bear with it, this medicine is a little painful." The female nurse drew out the needle and motioned Sule to pull up his sleeve. Sule raised his arm, looked at the nurse's chest, and couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Sister nurse, do you have a boyfriend?" "What? You still want to pursue me?" The nurse glanced at Sule speechlessly. "No, you've been giving me stitches and injections. You've worked so hard. I have to thank you so much." Sule said with a smile. "No need." The nurse wiped Sulei's arm with disinfectant iodine. "Why?" Sule asked puzzledly. "I give injections and medicine to dozens or even hundreds of patients every day. Do I have to accept their thanks?" the young nurse said with a roll of her eyes. "Are they as handsome as me?" Sule asked, sitting up straight. The young nurse looked at Sule and smiled, "Then handsome guy, you have to hold on." Then she gave him a fierce injection. Completely unprepared, even Sule, who thought he had great endurance, was almost jumped out of his chair by the needle. "Ouch, be gentle, be gentle." But the young nurse didn't let go at all, and injected the whole tube of medicine into the patient at once. The injection for tetanus is similar to a skin test. The sour and refreshing feeling is so irritating. Seeing Sulei's grinning face, the nurse smiled and said, "Do you still want to thank me now?" Sule covered his arm and said, "How cruel." The young nurse snorted, "I don't know who gave you the confidence. You're as skinny as a monkey, and you're still handsome." Sule looked at himself now, and a feeling of sadness welled up in his heart. He used to be 1.9 meters tall, but in the blink of an eye, he had shrunk 20 centimeters. Not only did the young nurse look down on him, he himself also looked down on himself now. "I must find a way to change my image. I don't know if the system will work." Sule was just daydreaming when the nurse came over with a few packets of medicine. "Go home and take the medicine on time. You may feel nauseous and dizzy in the next few days. This is normal. You have a concussion. Just don't do any strenuous exercise." The nurse left after she finished speaking. Sule stood up and asked, "What's your phone number? What's the matter? You still don't give up?" The nurse turned around and asked in surprise, "I've been hit by flying needles, and I can't get some benefits?" Sule said confidently. The young nurse rolled her eyes, turned around and left. "Then you can always tell me your name, right?" Sule asked from behind. The nurse still didn't reply. Just when Sule thought there was no hope, he turned a corner and heard a voice, "Just call me the Angel in White." Angel in White? It was the same as not saying anything. Watching the young nurse disappear, Sule could only take the medicine and leave the hospital. "After losing so much blood in fighting, I felt a little hungry when I came out." He opened his cell phone and saw that 260 yuan had been spent on medical expenses. Looking at the remaining balance of 7.45 yuan, he realized that all the money had been drained by Xue Lanlan. Thinking of Liang Long and Xue Lanlan, this couple, Sule's head started to hurt again. Just when I felt I was at my wit's end, I suddenly remembered the system gift package I had just received. It seemed like it gave away 5 billion or something? I was so hot-blooded at the time that I only focused on beating Zhao Gang harder and forgot everything. Sule immediately opened the system and saw that there was a balance of 5 billion on the panel bar. He was instantly excited. Although he was brave and strong in his previous life, he was still just lingering around the poverty line and was far from becoming rich. He didn't expect that God would finally open his eyes in this life. I counted it again excitedly, and it was really 5 billion. Seeing that there was a withdrawal button at the bottom of the system and that the accounts had been bound to each other, Sule first tried to withdraw 100 million. Beep. The phone vibrates several times. 100 million yuan has arrived in the Zafubo account. Ha 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 ha. Heaven, earth, you really are not unkind to me. Looking at the long string of zeros above, Sule was so excited that he almost knelt on the ground and kowtowed to God. People passing by saw Sule crying and laughing on the side of the road with a bandage on his head. They thought he was a big fool and they all moved away from him out of fear. Sule ignored this group of vulgar people. I am a rich man now and I won't bother with you. After taking out all 5 billion, he stopped a taxi on the roadside. Brother, where are you going? Which is the most luxurious hotel here? Sule asked as he got in the car. Of course it's the Oriental International Holiday Hotel. What's the matter? Asked the driver. Then let's go to the Oriental International Hotel, Sule said. The driver looked at Sule in surprise. Not only was he dressed in ordinary clothes, but the blood on his clothes hadn't even dried yet. He reminded him, brother, Nankai International is not cheap. The cheapest one night is more than 1,000. It's okay, it's not that big of a deal. Sule sat up straight and said, okay. The driver started the car and couldn't help but ask curiously, brother, what did you do? I knocked it accidentally, Sule replied, saying how embarrassing it was to be beaten. Besides, if he hadn't been beaten, he wouldn't have been able to travel through time, let alone the 5 billion. It was worth it. Although the driver didn't believe it, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, less trouble is worse than more. As long as Sule gave him the money, he would just take him to the destination. More than 10 minutes later, the taxi first passed through a gate, then made a big circle, and finally stopped in front of a 6-meter-high gate. $16.50, said the driver, looking at his watch. Looking at the 7 or 8 meter wide gate in front of him, Sule scanned the code to pay. On the way, I was worried that Sule might have been beaten stupidly, and it would be troublesome if he had no money to pay for the taxi. After all, the way he was dressed didn't look like someone who could afford to spend money in this place. When the driver heard the payment was received, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Sir, take care. Chapter 4, Stay for 10 days and see how it goes. Sule ignored him and got out of the car. Wow, marble door pillars, luxury cars coming in and out, and golden lights making the entire hotel look magnificent like a palace. Yes, this is where I should live. Sule nodded with satisfaction. As soon as I arrived at the door, a doorman wearing white gloves and a receptionist wearing a black silk professional skirt came to greet me. Hello, sir, welcome to the Oriental International Holiday Hotel. How can I help you? How much is the most expensive suite here per night? Sule asked as they walked. The most expensive is 38,868,800 a night, the receptionist said with a smile. Only 68,000 a night? It's not that expensive, Sule said with some regret. Hearing Sule's words, the receptionist in high heels missed the spot. 68,800 a night, isn't that expensive? She worked hard for a month, but it's not even enough for a fraction of 8,800. Besides, 68,800 a night means 2,064,000 a month, and 24,768,000 a year. 25 million is enough to buy a 3-story villa in the city center, right? Before the receptionist could calm down, Sule hesitated and said, I remember that the state guesthouse costs 330,000 yuan a night. Yours is so much cheaper, how is the service? State guesthouse? Is that a place that ordinary people can stay in? Only high-ranking officials of a country can stay there when they visit, right? Although she suspected that Sule's clothes cost less than 100 yuan, his head was wrapped in a bandage, and the blood on his clothes had not yet dried, she still smiled politely and said, Sir, don't worry. Although our prices are not as expensive as the state guesthouse, our service is definitely not inferior to theirs. You will definitely be satisfied. Okay, then let's stay here for a few days. Sule nodded. Stay for a few days and see? The receptionist now suspected that Sule was a competitor who had come to cause trouble, but he still took him to the front desk. Seeing Sule coming over, the 2 receptionists in their 20s, wearing business suits and with their hair tied up, bowed and said, Hello, sir. Welcome to Oriental Holiday Hotel. Would you like to check in? This gentleman would like to stay in room 38A, the receptionist gestured. 38A? The receptionist on the left was stunned, thinking that he had heard wrong, and looked at Sule for confirmation. After all, the occupancy rate of this kind of super luxurious suite is actually not very high, and it is only rarely opened up a few times a year. And those who come here are basically either wealthy people or celebrities, followed by a large group of people carrying bags, suitcases, and luggage. Not only is Sule not a decent person, he is also obviously a wounded soldier. This is the first time I have seen such a thing. After all, who would dare to hit someone who can afford to stay in a hotel for 68,000 yuan a night? Seeing the two people looking over, Sule nodded and said, "Open the most expensive room you have." "Oh, okay, please wait a moment." Although they had doubts in their hearts, the two receptionists did not show any professionalism, and one of them operated the computer quickly. Another person picked up the intercom. Floor, prepare suite 38-8. Guests are arriving soon." 38-8? A question quickly came out from the intercom. "Yes, 38-8. As the receptionist put down the intercom, "Sir, please show me your ID card." ID card? Sule just remembered that his stuff was still in the locker room of the bar. He felt in his pocket and asked, "Can I have a student ID?" The three hotel service staff almost couldn't breathe, covered their mouths and coughed a few times, and asked to hide their embarrassment, "Excuse me, are you still a student?" "Yes, it's South China University." Sule nodded and handed over his student ID. Although Sule's identity is still unknown, South China is a prestigious institution of higher learning and is also well known in the vicinity. There are many second-generation rich people and officials there. A receptionist nodded and took over. "In principle, you can check in with a student ID. I'll help you with it right away." The other person did not dare to neglect it and took out the POS machine. "Sir, would you like to pay by card or transfer?" There was no card, so Sule said, "Transfer money." "Okay, please scan this business code." The receptionist pointed to the QR code nearby. After Sule scanned the code, he entered the number and transferred it. The payment code has arrived, 688,000. When they heard the payment code had been received, the two receptionists were stunned. The girl in charge of collecting the payment looked at Sule blankly. "Sir, the price for one night stay is 68,800, not 688,000. You transferred too much." The receptionist beside him felt dizzy after hearing the number. Was it because he transferred too much? Was the balance in the card enough? At first, he suspected that Sule was a rival who came to make trouble, so he wanted to follow and see. Now he instantly gave up the idea. If there is really such a rival who comes to make trouble, he can bring more. Before the three of them could come to their senses, Sule smiled and said, "Not much, stay here for 10 days first. If the service is good, you can stay here for a year or two." Poof! Fortunately, no one drank the water, otherwise it might have sprayed on Sule. Stay for a year or so? Is that something you can just say casually? Even those wealthy people and celebrities don't have such a big tone, okay? After all, who in the world would hate money? This money is enough to buy a big house, okay? The receptionist's legs went weak and he almost fell down. He quickly grabbed the marble table at the front desk to steady himself. "I feel ashamed for having doubted Sule before. What the hell is this? This is simply a rich second generation from somewhere, and he is a rich second generation with excellent grades, knowledge, good character, and an extremely wealthy family background." The money was right in front of them. Seeing the 688,000 in the account, no one dared to doubt Sule's words. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I will process it for you right away." As time went by, the way they looked at Sule changed. Hundreds of thousands or tens of millions are easy to come by, so how rich is the family fortune? Several billion, tens of billions? Or hundreds of billions? Now Sule doesn't seem that thin anymore, and his height seems to have suddenly increased by 10 centimeters. No, it's 15 centimeters. He looks exactly like the Prince Charming in my heart, and even more handsome, more knowledgeable. If I could find a boyfriend like this. Few people dared to think about it anymore. I don't know what they are thinking, because Sule is now attracted by the system prompt sound in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 3 points of admiration. What, admiration value? Sule, who had no time to look at the system carefully, was completely confused at the moment. Quickly opened the system panel. Host, Sule. Constitution, 8. Strength, 16. Agility, 10. Spirit, 16. Intelligence, 9. Skills, none. Admiration, 3. Balance, 499,931,2000. The admiration value has been increased by 3 points. Chapter 5, 2 million? That's enough to buy a house, okay? Sule was just wondering what the admiration was for, when the front desk had already checked him in. He glanced at the student ID card, handed it back to Su Lei and said, "Mr. Su, right? Your room has been booked, you can check in." Then he returned the student ID to Su Lei. "Please keep your ID." Then he took out a card and an electronic bracelet from the drawer and handed them to Su Lei. "This is your room card, and the smart control bracelet for the whole house." Room card. Su Lei understood what this whole house smart bracelet was. Seeing Su Lei's confusion, the receptionist beside him picked up the bracelet and introduced, "Mr. Su, this bracelet can connect to control 38's whole house smart devices. You just need to talk to it. It is also connected to our hotel's internal channel. You can order food and call people at any time. There will be someone at your service 24 hours a day." After saying that, he helped put it on Su Lei's wrist. Looking at the black and red bracelet that looked like the latest model of smartwatch, Su Lei nodded. It was worthwhile to spend the money for the room, which cost 68,000 yuan a night. But it was too early for him to sigh, because when he saw the room, there were more surprises waiting for him. "Mr. Su, please come this way. I'll take you to see your room now," the receptionist asked with a smile. "Yeah." Su Lei nodded while fiddling with the bracelet on his hand. The two came to the elevator, and the receptionist introduced, "There are 3 elevators in our hotel, one for freight, one for staff, and one for guests. The last one is a VIP elevator, which is only for guests staying in suites. You need the wristband you wear to open it." Hearing the receptionist's words, Su Lei tried to move the bracelet close to the electronic lock next to the elevator. As the electronic lock flashed red, the elevator door opened immediately. This is good. After all, there are far fewer guests in the suite, so it is considered to be exclusive and I don't have to wait for the elevator anymore. "Please come in, Mr. Su," the receptionist bowed. Su Lei entered the elevator. The receptionist followed in and pressed the button for the 38th floor directly. The elevator door closed. The two quickly arrived at the 38th floor. Su Lei originally thought that the so-called suite was one of those suites with several large rooms that cost 666, 888 in other hotels, but he found out when the elevator door opened. It turns out that the entire 38th floor is a suite. The elevator reaches the last floor and goes directly into the home. In addition to the magnificent decoration and floor tiles, there are 2 rows of 4 service staff wearing red miniskirts, high heels, with their hair tied up and a white towel in their hands. As soon as the door opened, 5 service staff bowed and shouted, "Hello, sir, welcome to the Oriental International Holiday Hotel." This sudden scene scared Su Lei. The receptionist smiled and introduced, "These are the full-time service staff assigned to you by the hotel. From now on, your life in the hotel will be taken care of by them." Looking at the waiters, who were all good-looking and over 1.6 meters tall, Su Lei nodded with satisfaction. "Well, this service is really good." Next, the receptionist took Su Lei to visit the room. There is a large bathtub with hot water near the window, a wine rack that costs at least 20,000 yuan per bottle, a fitness area, an office area, a reception area, a rest area, and a tea area. The area of nearly 1,000 square meters is divided into more than a dozen areas, and there are even independent rooms for singing, dancing, and watching movies. After touring the room, the receptionist Jingling asked, "How is it, Mr. Zhao, are you satisfied?" "Satisfied, very satisfied." Su Lei nodded. It was a house of over 1,000 square meters with all the facilities and 4 full-time waiters. Where else could he find such a good place? He immediately said, "I've decided. I'll rent it for a month." "Ah?" Jingling was completely stunned, thinking she had heard wrongly. How could she decide to stay for a month after just looking at the room? Su Lei didn't explain much, he just scanned the code on the bracelet and transferred the money. Soon, Jingling's intercom beeped, "Jingling, Jingling, what's going on with the guest at 38-8? He transferred another 1,376,000. Is he going to renew the lease?" "Oh, yes, the customer said he wants to renew the contract for 20 days. Jingling hurriedly picked up the intercom and replied. "Oh, okay, then I'll check you in," asked the front desk clerk. Jingling looked at Su Lei. "Go ahead and do it. I'm very satisfied with the scenery and facilities here. If I feel good, I'll renew it when the time comes." Su Lei nodded. After getting the confirmation, Jingling picked up the intercom and said, "Guest, please confirm the process." Soon Su Lei received a message on his bracelet. "Dudu, thank you, our valued guest. Your stay will be extended by 20 days, leaving 29 days. Su Lei clicked confirm. Jingling was still in a dream. 2 million? You can buy a house, right? But she spent all that money to stay in a hotel for a month without blinking an eye? How luxurious is that? What she didn't know was that Su Lei now had 5 billion yuan in his card, and even if he spent it all, he still had some left. He didn't care about that at all. He was just afraid that even the best place would get boring after living there for a long time. So in order to be able to change it at any time and keep it fresh, he never rented a place for too long at a time. The two front desk staff and all the hotel staff were equally shocked. Because the hotel has a rule that if the daily turnover exceeds 2 million, there will be a commission of 0.03%, which will be given as a bonus to all the waiters. Today, Su Lei's guest alone exceeded the turnover, which was equivalent to giving each of the 200 service staff a 300 yuan salary increase. Adding the rest of the guests who checked in today, almost everyone got 500 yuan more. Don't underestimate 500 yuan. For them who earn an average of 6,000 yuan a month, it is already a considerable income. The front desk staff immediately posted screenshots of the turnover in the employee group. Wow, what the hell is going on? Why is the turnover so high today? Did that rich guy move in today? Is it that big boss, or those foreign company bosses who come to visit our city? Is the star here again? The group immediately became lively with a lot of chatter. Neither, there's a rich second generation who has moved into our 38-8, and he's been staying there for a month. Shuang replied in the group. 1 month? Which rich second generation is so awesome? Is it young Master Zhao? But young Master Zhao only booked 3 days for birthday parties. Could it be young Master Gao? It could be Master Gao. Last time I heard him say he was coming to stay for a few days. Listening to the discussion in the group, Shuang replied, neither, it's a rich second generation guy named Su. A rich second generation guy named Su? Still studying in South China? I haven't heard of him? Have you heard of him? No. And you're also studying in South China? He's also studying in South China? He must be a young master, right? I've never heard of him before. Can you send me your full name and photo so I can ask around? That's about it. Do your job well. Don't you know that the customer information is kept confidential? Do you want to be fined? At this moment, the manager on duty appeared in the group and reminded. The group instantly became quiet, but there were still some curious people who chatted privately with Shuang. Leaking customer information is a serious violation and the offender may be fined or fired. Shuang didn't dare to say anything and just let them go and see for themselves. Chapter 6, Spring Orchid, Summer Bamboo, Autumn Chrysanthemum, and Winter Plum. Compared to the chaos in the staff group, Jingling, who was at the scene, was even more shocked. This was definitely a super rich second generation, and there was no way he could escape. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Su, for your trust in our hotel. We will do our best to serve you." Su Lei nodded. He booked this apartment for a month, not only because of its complete facilities, but also because standing in front of the semicircular floor-to-ceiling windows, he could overlook half of the city. "Mr. Su, do you have any other instructions?" Jingling asked expectantly. "Not for now." Su Lei shook his head. "Okay, Mr. Su, I won't disturb your rest. My work number is 0756. If you have any needs in the future, you can call me at any time." Jingling nodded and said when she returned to the elevator. "Okay." Su Lei nodded. He already knew it through the introduction on the way. The bracelet on your hand can not only control various electrical appliances in the room, but also can be used to order food and call people at any time in the hotel, and you can even directly select the work number of the service staff you want. After all, some guests feel more familiar with certain service staff, or particularly like certain services provided by certain people. Don't get the wrong idea, it's not that service. Of course, if the customer is not interested or does not like the service, the staff will generally not tell the customer their work number at will. Seeing that Su Lei did not try to keep her, Jingling walked into the elevator with some disappointment, but did not show it on her face. She put on a professional smile and wished Su Lei a happy life here, then pressed the elevator door. Compared to Jingling, Su Lei's mind is more on the system at the moment. Because ever since he paid another 1.2 million just now, reminder sounds kept ringing in his head. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 point of admiration. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 point of admiration. A total of 247 points were added. Su Lei was completely confused and had no idea where these points came from. Jingling left, and just when Su Lei was confused, several beautiful waitresses came up from behind and said, "Hello, Mr. Su, what service do you need now?" It doesn't matter if you don't understand. One of Su Lei's life mottos is, don't think too much about things you don't understand. There will always be a way out when you reach the mountain, and there will be a way out when you reach the bridge. He picked up a bottle of French red wine worth 38,000 yuan from the wine rack and asked, "What do you know?" One of the waiters immediately went to the wine rack and took out a bottle opener and a wineglass, took the red wine from Su Lei and said, "I am Chunlan, your life assistant. I can help you order food, make tea, mix cocktails, and plan your diet and health for the day." Watching Chunlan open the red wine neatly, then pour it into the glass for him, shaking it slowly and rhythmically to sober him up, Su Lei nodded and looked at the one behind him. "Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Xie Ju, your work assistant. I can help you with some simple tasks, such as taking and entering unimportant meeting minutes, and arranging your schedule reasonably." Xie Ju, who was wearing black-framed glasses and a ponytail, stepped forward and said, "Hello, Mr. Su, my name is Joju, and I'm your sports assistant. I can guide, help, and assist you in exercising and managing your body and health." Joju, who was tall and round with amazing body proportions, stepped forward and bowed. "Hello, Mr. Su, my name is Dongmei, and I'm your entertainment assistant. I can sing and chat with you, provide travel guide, and also help you with massage to relax and relieve a day's fatigue." Dongmei, who had a teardrop mole at the end of her eyebrow, stepped forward and introduced herself. "Excuse me, Mr. Su, do you want to rest, work, or relax now?" He is a student, not the boss of a company. What kind of job does he have? Looking at Dongmei at the end, Su Lei gestured, "Relax first." "Okay, Mr. Su. Don't call me Mr. Su from now on. It sounds strange. Just call me Su Lei." Su Lei said to them. "Okay, boss." Several people changed their tone, but still did not call Su Lei's name directly. It was probably the hotel rule. Su Lei didn't care. As long as he didn't call him Mr. Su, it was fine. "Boss, do you want a massage, physical therapy, or a bath first?" Dongmei asked. "Well, let's take a bath." Su Lei wanted to say. He had been beaten, had a fight, and had several stitches on his head. Now he just wanted to take a comfortable bath and then have a good sleep. "Okay, boss. I'll prepare it for you right away." Dongmei nodded. The other three service staff bowed and said, "Boss, please have a good rest. We are in the workshop next to you. If you need anything, you can call us at any time through the wristband." "Yeah." Su Lei nodded. "Although I want to keep them all here, my current physical condition doesn't allow it. Otherwise, if they get overexcited accidentally and die, it would be a big loss. I just came here and I have billions of dollars in my pocket, but I haven't started to enjoy it yet." Soon Dongmei had scattered flower petals in the bathtub, changed into cool clothes, and came over with bath supplies, saying, "Boss, the water is ready." Su Lei nodded and put down his glass. With Dongmei's help, I changed into a bathrobe and walked into the bathtub. Su Lei didn't need to move at all in the water. Dongmei took a bath cloth and rubbed him all over to make him clean. He is a professional indeed. No matter the strength or technique, Su Lei was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. After the bath, Dongmei motioned Su Lei to lie on the massage bed beside her and asked, "What kind of massage technique does the boss like? What other massage techniques are there? Aren't there only those two?" Su Lei asked, "What techniques do you know?" "Well, I know Chinese, Hong Kong, Thai, Korean, Japanese, European, and some special massages like hot stone massage, touch life massage, etc." Listening to Dongmei's introduction, Su Lei was confused. He remembered that there were only two types of massage, Chinese and Thai. How could there be Hong Kong, Korean, and Japanese styles? He asked, "What are the differences between these techniques?" Chinese medicine focuses on healthcare and treatment, and is an important part of our country's traditional medicine. Hua Tuo, a legendary doctor in the Warring States period, was its inventor. Hong Kong-style massage is a new massage method created by doctors in the South based on the coastal massage techniques and absorbing the Western oil massage techniques. It mainly includes thumb pressure, backstepping, and oil massage. Thai massage is the most intense type of massage technique, which originated from the massage techniques of ancient Western India and some massage techniques of local immigrants. This technique is also engraved on the wall of the corridor of Wat Pho, which is known as the birthplace of Thai massage. Korean massage is a modified Korean family massage. It is a moderately priced beauty massage method that includes oil push, hot compress, shampoo, manicure, etc. Japanese massage originated in our country, but after their development, it has formed unique techniques, such as using elbows to increase strength, kneeling on the back and massaging with knees, etc. After listening to Dongmei's introduction, Sule really wanted to experience them all, but he still had to take it slow. I've tried the Chinese style before, but the Thai style is too violent. Now that I'm injured, I'm afraid my body can't handle it, so Sule gestured, then let's try the Hong Kong style first. Okay, boss, please lie down first. Dongmei laid Sule's head flat on the massage bed and brought the Hong Kong style massage essential oil next to her. Chapter 7 4.9 billion balance? They are indeed professionals. From the neck to the shoulders, and from the shoulders to the back, both the technique and the strength are incomparable to those technicians in ordinary massage parlors. Moreover, Dongmei's hands were so soft that they seemed to have no bones, but they were very strong when she pinched. Sule was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. Taking advantage of this time, Sule opened the system panel and wanted to study the system carefully. Host, Sule. Constitution, 8. Strength, 16. Agility, 10. Spirit, 16. Intelligence, 9. Skills, none. Admiration, 250. Balance, 499,793,6000. I understand the attributes, but this admiration value. Only then did Sule have time to open the instructions at the back. It turned out that he only needed to spend money and arouse the admiration of others in order to gain admiration points. This admiration value can not only be exchanged for attribute points, but there is also a system mall at the back, which contains not only martial arts, opera, traditional Chinese medicine, calligraphy and other national quintessence, but also an auxiliary item, which contains various auxiliary skills such as equipment, driving skills, musical instruments, vocal music, etc. All of them require between 100 and several thousand admiration points, and even attribute points can be exchanged, 10 points of admiration for one attribute. Thinking about his poor height, Sule immediately exchanged 10 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully exchanged 100 admiration points for 10 attribute points. The admiration value of the interface becomes 150 points, and there are 10 more attribute points on the attribute point bar. Without thinking twice, Sule added all 10 attribute points to Constitution. He didn't know if it would be of any use, but he decided to give it a try. After clicking OK, the physical fitness becomes 18. Sule only felt a crackling sound in his bones, and then he grew 3 centimeters taller, from 173 to 176. Fortunately, I was lying on the massage bed, so Dongmei behind me didn't notice it. Otherwise, if someone suddenly grew taller in front of her, she might be mistaken for a monster. And I don't know if it was an illusion, but I felt a little crowded under my body. I moved left and right a few times and created a little space. Sule was so happy about the changes in his body that he almost jumped out of bed. If I wasn't worried that too high a value would arouse suspicion, I would convert all the admiration points into attribute points and add them all to Constitution. I don't know if it's because growth requires energy, or if Dongmei's technique is too good, or maybe the burning incense smells too good and makes people drowsy. Under Dongmei's kneading, Sule fell asleep in a daze. When I woke up the next day, I found myself covered with a blanket. Fortunately, there was air conditioning in the room, so it wasn't too cold. I opened the bracelet and took a look. It was already 9:30 in the morning. I got off the massage bed wrapped in a bath towel. I felt a little hungry and was about to order breakfast. Chunlan walked in from outside. Good morning, boss. Did you have a good rest last night? How do you know I'm awake? Sule asked puzzledly. Your bracelet is connected to ours. We will know it as soon as you turn it on. Chunlan said, showing the bracelet on her wrist that was the same as the one on Sule's hand, but in a different color. Oh. Sule nodded. He had to admire the current technology. It has been fully integrated into our lives. Boss, what would you like to eat for breakfast today? Chunlan asked while helping Sule prepare toothpaste and face towel. What's here? Sule was still a little confused because he didn't see anything. We have Chinese, Western, Japanese, Korean, and Southeast Asian cuisines. If you don't like a single flavor, you can choose freely on your bracelet. Chunlan introduced. Sule opened the bracelet and took a look. There were really all kinds of dishes on it, including fried rice, fried noodles, porridge, milk, bacon, steak, kimchi, sushi, and so on. Not used to drinking milk, Sule ordered a cup of soy milk, millet porridge, and some Hong Kong-style steamed buns. A few minutes later, the elevator bell rang outside. When Su Lei came out after washing up, breakfast was already on the table. He was really a little hungry. When Su Lei was concentrating on eating, Xia Zhu came out of the room with Su Lei's clothes from yesterday and asked, "Boss, your clothes have been washed and ironed. Do you have any work arrangements today?" Su Lei glanced at the white shirt that he wore when working at the bar and indicated, "There is no work arrangement, but those clothes are all thrown away." Although a little confused, Xia Zhu didn't ask any more questions and threw all the clothes into the trash can. While eating the eggs peeled by Chunlan, Su Lei opened his mobile phone and ordered several sets of casual suits ranging from 60,000 to over 100,000 yuan from the Armani official brand store. Then I placed an order for an A8 Founders Edition. It's not that I can't afford the sports car, but the A8 is more cost-effective. No, it's because A8 has always been Su Lei's dream, but he never had the chance to realize it. Now that he has money, he has to realize his dream first, regardless of the price. After buying the car, Su Lei looked at the balance. He spent more than 2.4 million on clothes and the car, and there was still 4,995,468,000 left. Chunlan, who was holding milk nearby, was shocked when she saw Su Lei placed an order for more than 2 million yuan in one go. However, when she scanned the balance on Su Lei's phone, 490 million? 4.9 billion? Thinking she had seen it wrong, Chunlan took another look. When he confirmed that it was 4.9 billion, he was so shocked that he almost dropped the milk in his hand. Chunlan came to her senses and hurriedly apologized, "Sorry, boss, I'll clean it up right away." "It's okay, you all go down and have a rest. I will call you if there is anything." Su Lei waved his hand. "Okay, boss." "Thank you, boss." Chunlan quickly packed up and went back to the restroom with Xia Zhu. "What are you doing? You've made such a big mess. Do you want to quit your job?" "Fortunately, the boss is generous," Xia Zhu said speechlessly on the way. "The luxury suites are occupied by VIP guests, and if you receive a complaint, you will basically have to change your job." Although she was startled just now, Chunlan was more shocked than making a mistake. She looked at Xia Zhu and asked, "Do you know what I saw just now?" "What? What the hell?" Xia Zhu rolled her eyes. She was also scared when the cup fell to the ground. "You're the one seeing a ghost, in broad daylight." Chunlan rolled her eyes. "It's the balance on his card. Do you know how much it is?" "How much? 100 million? Xia Zhu was also curious. Working in this place, she had seen many rich people. Although many of them had assets worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, there were not many people who could easily take out 100 million. There were only one or two among hundreds of guests. Xia Zhu made this guess because Su Lei booked a room for a month without blushing or breathing heavily. If it were someone else, the maximum amount would probably be tens of millions. Of course, there are rich people like this, but they are rare. Would I be surprised by that? Chunlan rolled her eyes. "How much is that? 500 million? Realizing that he had guessed too little, Xia Zhu spoke bolder. Chunlan still signaled Xia Zhu to continue guessing. 10 billion? Xia Zhu asked with wide eyes. 50 billion. Chunlan stretched out a hand. 5 billion? Xia Zhu stared and shook his head randomly. Did you see it wrong? After all, the market value of many listed companies is less than 5 billion. Even if it is the richest man with a net worth of tens of billions or hundreds of billions, although he has so many assets, if you ask him to take out 5 billion from his personal account, it will probably be difficult for a large number of people. Su Lei is so young, still a college student, how could he have so much money? Besides, he is not the boss of any company. If he really has 5 billion in his card, how much money does he have at home? Could this be one of those hidden families that have been passed down for hundreds of years? Chapter 8, Get a set of each color. Faced with this idea, Xia Zhu still had some doubts. After all, those hidden families had only been heard of in books and no one had ever seen them. Xia Zhu was suspicious. Watching the two people walk back to the room, Xiao Zhu, who was playing with her phone, asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" He said that he just saw 5 billion in the boss's card. Xia Zhu gestured to Chunlan. Hearing 5 billion, Xiao Zhu put down her phone and said, 5 billion? Is that true? Are you dazzled? I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me at first, but then I looked at it again and it was 5 billion, there is no way I'm wrong. Chunlan said affirmatively. Dongmei, who was lying on the sofa nearby, also came over and asked, "Is it possible that it is 50 million and you have included the last two zeros?" This almost made Chunlan laugh. "You think I'm on my first day in society, and I can't even count how much money is in my card. Don't you even know the last two digits mean dimes? So, it's really 5 billion? Xiaoju still had some disbelief. "Nonsense, 4.995.468.000.00. What do you think it is?" Shulan rolled her eyes and took out her cell phone to enter the number for everyone to see. Xiaoju, Xiaoju and Dongmei looked at each other, and they all saw the light of discovering prey in each other's eyes. "Hey, you say, the boss is so young, where does he get so much money?" Xiaoju asked curiously. "Why do you care where other people's money comes from? Why don't you go and ask him, boss, where your money comes from?" Chunlan said jokingly. "I'm just curious," said Xiaoju. While the two were still arguing, Xiaoju and Dongmei had already been connected to the power supply. Wow, young, handsome, rich, and a top student in South China. This is simply amazing. Isn't this the Prince Charming of your destiny? What prince? This is obviously the king, okay? Dongmei corrected. Stop being so infatuated. Don't you know what it means to be well matched? The bigger the family, the more rules there are. Just the two of you? Chunlan rolled her eyes at the two of them. So what? I can't even think about it? Xiaoju snorted. You can't even think about it. It's a sin to think about it. Xiaoju slapped Xiaoju on the forehead. You hit me? I'll strangle you to death. Xiaoju, who was hit on the head, immediately pounced on him and entangled with Xiaoju. The two women were having a great time playing around, and Dongmei suddenly said, "Why not think about it? Yesterday when I was giving my boss a massage." Before Dongmei could finish her words, Xiaoju and Xiaoju stopped fighting instantly, and the three women turned around together. Facing the gazes of several people, Dongmei was like a mouse being stared at by three cats. She turned her head cautiously and slowly slipped to the side. But how could the mice escape from the cat's pursuit, especially there were three of them? They had not taken 2 steps before they were pressed down on the sofa by Xiaoju and the other two girls. "Tell me, what did you do during the massage?" "I won't tell you." "Hurry up and tell me, or we will enforce the family law." "I won't tell you, you'll be so jealous." "You little bitch, you're rebelling, aren't you? Go and punish me." "Ah, ha, let me go, ha, I'm going to die, let me go." "Say it or not." "I won't tell you." "You don't want to say it, right? Sisters, step up your efforts." 6 hands were grabbing Dongmei's buttocks, waist, and soles of her feet. "Aha, I can't take it anymore, stop now, I'm telling you, please let me go." Fortunately, the luxury suite has good sound insulation, otherwise, not to mention Su Lei outside, even the people downstairs would have heard it. I don't know what the women were doing, but after Su Lei ordered the car, he saw dozens of unread messages and several missed calls on his mobile phone. I opened WeChat and found that they were all sent by several brothers in the dormitory. "Old 4, where are you? Old 4, are you okay? Brother, please reply to the message, or we will call the police." Su Lei replied speechlessly. According to his memory, although he had a good relationship with his roommates, it was not to the point where they felt like they missed each other for a long time when they didn't see each other for a day. It's only been one night since he returned to the dormitory, and yet several of them are so anxious? Feeling that something was wrong, Su Lei typed back, "What's going on? 4th brother, are you still alive?" Lu Zhilong, who was also called the 3rd brother, replied quickly. "I'm not alive, is brother ghost chatting with you?" Su Lei was speechless. "How are you? Are you okay?" asked the 5th brother Sun Qian. "What can happen to me? What's wrong?" Su Lei replied. "What else? Just look for yourself." Boss Chen Feng sent a video and asked, "Are you the one being beaten here?" Su Lei opened the video, which turned out to be a video of himself being beaten up by Liang Long, Zhao Gang and a group of people in a bar. "Where are you from?" Su Lei said speechlessly after turning off the video. "It spread all over the campus network, and someone even posted you online. The fate of a dog who licks the title, you are used as a negative example, and now many people are checking which dormitory you are in." Sun Qian sent a few more links. Su Lei opened it and took a look. There were thousands of comments, saying all kinds of things. Some people were angry and sympathized with Su Lei for his misfortune of meeting the wrong person and that it was not worth it for him to give so much. Some people hated him for not fighting for it and complained that this was the fate of a dog licker, and he deserved it and did not deserve sympathy. Some people defended him by saying that everyone has the right to choose their own lover, and Su Lei did all this voluntarily, no one forced him, and he should not blame the woman, etc. Many people also started arguing in the comments section. Some people who stood up for Su Lei scolded those who tried to whitewash him, and some people from both sides even wanted to have an offline fight. Su Lei was speechless after seeing this, thinking to himself that I don't know how to solve my problem, and you guys need to worry about me. I left a message, let me know where you are when you call, I'll come to see it too. Seeing that Su Lei didn't say anything for a long time, Chen Feng sent a message, Old Third, your reputation is ruined and posted online. Aren't you worried? Why are you in such a hurry? It's just posted online, not on the beams. Su Lei responded with an indifferent expression. Brother, this is no small matter. Chen Feng said anxiously. What do you mean? Su Lei asked. It's hard to explain over the phone. You should go back to the dormitory quickly. This is a matter of life and death for us in room 703. I have already issued a call to arms. Third and fifth brothers should also go back to the dormitory quickly to gather. Chen Feng said. The Jianghu calling order is the holy fire order in the dormitory. No matter what you are doing, you must put down what you are doing and go to help. It will not be used unless it is extremely urgent. Okay, I'll be back after this class. Lu Zhilong replied. I need to wait here for a while. I probably won't be back until noon. Sun Qian replied. Where is the third brother? Chen Feng asked. In his previous life, several people took good care of Su Lei. Sometimes Su Lei gave all his money to Shui Lanlan. When he had no money to eat, several people often helped him. Chen Feng also advised him many times that Shui Lanlan was unreliable and it was Su Lei himself who was not smart enough. In this life, Su Lei valued brotherhood, and since he had nothing else to do, he replied, I'll be there soon. Okay, hurry up, said Chen Feng. Su Lei finished his breakfast in a few bites and drank 2 glasses of milk. There is no way, my body is too weak now, I have to eat more. If I have a body shape, like Tyson, with broad shoulders, a round waist and a thick neck, I will look impressive when I go out. When encountering trouble, he doesn't need to take any action. He can just walk out and scare a few people away. After finishing the food on the table, he wiped his face. I have to say that the service of the brand store is really good. In less than half an hour, someone delivered the clothes downstairs. Su Lei didn't know what color clothes looked best on him, so he bought a set of clothes in various colors, including gray, brown, black, and white. With the help of Chunlan and Xiazhu, I finally picked a brown suit. Chapter 9, You were the one who hurt my brother? Su Lei originally wanted to choose black, but Xiazhu and Dongmei thought white looked better. Although white suits are more eye-catching, they are very picky about a person's temperament and skin color. Su Lei, who was still a little thin, felt that he couldn't handle such a color yet. However, after Qiu Ju helped him with a facial treatment and fixed his hair, although the gauze was still a little noticeable, his temperament was indeed instantly improved. Plus, after Su Lei grew 3 centimeters taller last night, it really does seem like that. It is said that clothes make the man. She is 176 centimeters tall and wears cardan leather shoes and Armani suit. Her originally flat hair has been blown up to show her personality. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was a completely different person from yesterday, and Su Lei couldn't recognize himself. I have to say, although this guy is not as tall and strong as Su Lei in his previous life, he has delicate skin and tender flesh, and his facial features are not bad. He has the potential to be a pretty boy. If it weren't for the system, Su Lei might really make good use of this handsome face to become a star and get a name like a little fresh meat. Not to mention Su Lei himself, the girls next to him, Chunlan, Xiezhu, Juju, and Dongmei, were almost staring at him with their eyes wide open. If Su Lei, who was covered in blood and dirt yesterday, didn't look like a rich second generation, then now he is definitely the heir to the family. How is it? It was the first time for Su Lei to wear such expensive clothes, so he pulled his collar and asked. So cool. So cool. So handsome. Boss, if you go out like this, I wonder how many women will be fascinated by you. The girls in the school are in trouble. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a gentleman. Su Lei didn't even believe what he said and coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. As he was speaking, the phone rang and A8 arrived. Seeing that it was almost time, Sule tidied his clothes and got into the elevator. Several women surrounded Sule and sent him to the hotel entrance. For an assistant in a premium suite, professional service is just the basic requirement. She must also be pretty and have an impeccable temperament. Sule, who was already much more handsome, was accompanied by 4 beautiful women in high heels, attracting countless people's attention along the way. Many men envied Sule for being the prodigal son of a wealthy man, while women looked at Sule and his assistants with admiration and jealousy. Seeing a few assistants, they knew Sule was the guest of the luxury suite. All the hotel waiters, managers, and receptionists who met along the way stopped and bowed to greet Sule and his companions when they saw them coming. "Welcome, boss, to the Oriental International Holiday Hotel." That style, that emotional value, instantly reached its maximum. If he wasn't in a hurry to get the car, Sule really wanted to increase the rent by another half year immediately. When I arrived at the door, the A8 salesperson was already waiting there. The money has been paid, and after signing, the salesperson handed the key to Sule. The flirty sports cars are played by the second generation of rich people, while the steady A8 is the preference and standard configuration of successful men. Seeing Sule getting into the A8, not to mention the many female waitresses in the hall, even Xiaozhu and others around him couldn't help but want to sit in the passenger seat and let Sule take them out for a ride. Before getting in the car, Shulan even helped Sule straighten his collar and cuffs. She looked like a cute wife sending her husband off to war. Sule sat in the driver's seat of the Audi, feeling the comfort of the seat and the stability of the steering wheel. He had worked hard all his life but had never had the chance to touch the edge, but now he finally had the chance. If it wasn't he in public, I would really want to hug the steering wheel and kiss it. As for a driver's license or something, I don't have one. Who cares? As long as there is no accident and no one comes to check, Sule is still very confident in his driving skills. He has never touched an A8, but he is still very good at driving his Wuling Hongguang at home. Step on the brake, start the ignition with one button, release the handbrake in D gear. Oh, there is no handbrake, press the electronic handbrake, step on the gas, and release the brake. The car finally drove out slowly. As Sule's car started, several women waved and bowed and shouted, "Boss, drive slowly." Watching Sule's car drive away, Xiaozhu held her towering chest and breathed, "What should I do? I'm in love. I'm in love. My heart melts. Such a young and handsome boss. Even if he doesn't pay me, I'm willing to be his assistant for life." Donmei said as she looked at A8 with reluctance. "Okay, stop being silly. So many people are watching you. Go back quickly," Chunlan said speechlessly. In fact, her heart was also beating fast. After all, she was already 23 or 24 years old. Sule, who was still getting familiar with the new car, naturally didn't know that he had been remembered by someone. It is said that people don't know the value of things, but money does. It seems to be true. Not to mention the service, even the car itself is worth the money you pay for. Whether it's seats, acceleration, stability, or comfort, Wuling simply can't compare, except for hill climbing and off-roading, of course. But this is a city, and those functions are not needed. If Sule was not familiar with the car and had not obtained a driver's license, he would have wanted to drive on the road. 10 minutes later, Sule parked his car in the underground parking lot of a shopping mall near the school. The main problem is that without a pass, the car cannot enter the school. After locking the car, Sule walked back to school. Unexpectedly, as soon as I reached the corner of the school gate, I was stopped by a group of men wearing short-sleeved shirts and bare chests. Sule took a look and didn't recognize them. He was about to go around them, but was blocked by a yellow-haired man next to him. "Are you Sule?" asked the yellow-haired man. "Who are you?" Sule took a closer look at the yellow-haired man and made sure he had never seen him before. "It was you who beat up my brother last night?" Before Sule could figure out what was going on, a flat-headed man who was half a head taller than the others and had a big tattoo on his arm walked out from behind. Seeing him come out, the people in front made way. "Brother, he hit me on the head last night." Sule was wondering when he had provoked them, and Wang Ji followed the man with tattoos and walked out from behind. "What do you want?" Sule looked at Wang Ji and asked. "We've been waiting for you here for a whole night. What do you want? Look for yourself how badly my brother was beaten. He needed 6 stitches and was still receiving in 4 this morning. He had a headache and his brains almost came out, do you understand?" The man with tattoos pulled Wang Ji's head and pointed it at Sule. If it was the Sule of the past, he might have been scared by the words of the man with tattoos, but now, Sule just wanted to laugh, knowing that this was the trick of these gangsters. They would find a large group of people and then make the injuries sound serious to scare people. A beer bottle could even smash someone's brains out. I don't know how many people would die. Tell me, what are you going to do about this? The man with tattoos let go of Wang Ji and asked. Get lost. Do whatever the hell you want. It's none of my business. He was the one who did it. Didn't he see that I was also injured? Who should I go to? Sule was angrily asked when he went out early in the morning and encountered this group of guys, especially Wang Ji, who actually had the nerve to come back to seek revenge. Don't use those useless words. I have made it clear. The wound on your head was not caused by my brother. You can go find whoever did it. But the wound on my brother's head was caused by you, so I will find you. Now that he is injured, he needs to rest at home for at least 10 days to half a month. Tell me, what should we do? The man with tattoos said in an unreasonable manner. Chapter 10 Brother, I know I was wrong. Cold dish, what to do? Sule said with a smile with his eyes rolled. Your mother. The yellow-haired man who stopped Sule was about to rush forward, but was stopped by the man with tattoos. Boy, don't say that my brother Hao didn't give you a chance. Go to South China and ask around. Who doesn't give my brother Hao some face? You beat up my brother, you don't want to save him and let it go, right? Sule also saw that these guys came prepared, and asked, so what do you want? According to the rules of the underworld, I have to pay for the medicine. What else can I do? Said the man with tattoos. How much do you want? As expected, Sule asked with a smile. Not much, just this number. The man with tattoos stretched out a hand. 50? Sule asked deliberately. The tattooed man was so angry that he laughed. You look down on me. Do you think I am just teasing you, How? I am telling you, 5,000, not a cent less. Just 5,000? I thought it was much more. Sule rolled his eyes. This time it was Hao Guo and the others turned to be confused. They looked at each other and then looked at Wang Ji and said, didn't you say that this kid doesn't have much money? He has no money. He's just a part-time worker in a bar and he gave all his money to his girlfriend. He's just showing off here, said Wang Ji. Hao Ji's face turned ugly. Boy, I warn you again. If you don't behave yourself, I won't talk to you nicely. What's wrong with not speaking nicely? Sule asked with a smile. Let you bloom a few more flowers on your head. Brother Hao said and gestured. 5 or 6 younger brothers surrounded Sule. Sule glanced at the people around him and said indifferently, I have money, plenty of it, but I won't give it to you. Brother Hao was stunned for a moment, and was slapped in the face in front of so many younger brothers. His face was twisted with anger. He pointed at Sule and said with a smile, okay, you kid must challenge me, right? Then don't blame me, Brother Hao, for being cruel and ruthless. After saying that, he winked at several younger brothers. The yellow-haired man took the lead and kicked Sule. I'll let you be stubborn. Facing the yellow-haired man's kick, Sule took a step back, then caught the yellow-haired man's leg and pulled it back. With a click sound, the yellow-haired man did a straight split. Woo, ah, oh. The yellow-haired man hugged his crotch and looked at Sule. His face looked like he couldn't cry, laugh, or scream. Seeing Huang Mao's face turn pale with pain, several people behind him immediately ran over and pulled Huang Mao up from the ground. Brother, what's wrong with you? The yellow-haired warrior couldn't stand steadily and pointed at Sule, unable to speak out the words of pain. Did you slip? Asked a man with earrings who was standing behind and couldn't see clearly. The yellow-haired man looked back at the man with the earrings, wanting to swallow him up. He stumbled and couldn't stand steadily, saying, let me go, put me aside, my hip, it seems to be broken. Sule laughed and said, don't try to imitate me if you haven't practiced before. Look, I'm kidding, right? These heartbreaking words made Huang Mao burst into tears instantly. He really cried, mainly because it hurt so much that he couldn't hold it back. You C&M guy, how dare you hit my brother? The man with earrings finally realized that it was Sule who did it. He rushed forward yelling and punched Sule in the face. Sule stepped forward, grabbed the earring man's hand, twisted the earring man's elbow, and lifted it up. Crack, ah! Before everyone could figure out what was going on, the man with earrings covered his arm and fell to the ground in pain. Brother, what's wrong with you? The two young men at the back were completely confused. They took one side and tried to help the guy with the earrings up. "Don't move, it's broken, said the man with earrings, looking at the young man on his right. Broken? The young man was completely confused, and then he saw that the man with earrings had his right hand hanging by his side. Seeing that Sule seemed difficult to deal with, the young men turned around and looked at Brother Hao. "Brother, this guy seems to be a martial artist?" "A martial artist? Bullshit. With his physique, the woman I slept with last night was stronger than him. You bastards, I always told you to have fewer girls, but now you're so weak that you can't even handle a college student." Brother Hao cursed at the few people for not living up to their expectations. After that, he pushed them away, walked up to Sule, pointed at Sule's nose and cursed, "Boy, Brother Hao, I'll give you another chance." Before he could finish his words, Sule pinched his fingers and then pressed back. "Ouch, be gentle, brother, it's breaking. Crack." The shouting stopped abruptly, and everyone looked at Hao Ji's bent fingers in confusion. "Sorry, it's my first time using it and I didn't control the strength well," Sule said with an apologetic smile. But it didn't look like an accident at all. Haugu came to his senses and stood up and shouted, "Come on, come with me, beat him to death." Bang ah! The bridge of the nose is very fragile. Once hit, nosebleed and tears will flow out uncontrollably, instantly making the person lose the ability to resist. Before Hao could finish his words, Sule, whose wine glass suddenly flew up, punched him in the face, and then he rolled on the ground, covering his face. Seeing their eldest brother being beaten, the remaining brothers also became angry and swarmed over. Sule was naturally prepared. He stepped back, used his hands, twisted, pressed, hammered, hooked his legs, pressed, stepped on, and kicked. Clean and quick, in less than 10 seconds, all 6 people fell to the ground. Sule naturally didn't have such good skills originally, but after seeing Wang Ji he knew that there was no way to resolve the situation peacefully, so he kept delaying time with Brother Hao. While they were bickering, I used 150 admiration points to exchange for a book on the 36 moves of splitting bones and crushing bones in the martial arts system. This bone breaking and tendon splitting technique is not something from martial arts novels, but a real martial art that has been popular among the people. Many grappling techniques and traditional Chinese medicine bone setting techniques have borrowed a lot from it. It mainly uses clever strength and transforming strength to manipulate the person's acupoints, tendons and bones to defeat the enemy. That's why he was able to break the yellow-haired guy's hips and cut off the earring guy's arms in one move at the very beginning. The same thing happened to the others afterwards, either with broken arms or broken fingers and legs. Although there are many kinds of kung fu and systematic martial arts, such as Xingyi, Baji, Bagua, Tai Chi, etc. However, these skills require one's own body, physique, and strength to exert the greatest advantage. However, physical fitness is still Sule's weakness, so he chose this kind of kung fu that uses clever strength to defeat the enemy. Seeing that so many people including Brother Hao were knocked down by Sule in the blink of an eye, Wang Ji was so horrified that he turned around and wanted to run without thinking. Sule picked up a brick from the roadside, and the brick flew out, knocking Wang Ji down after he had just run a few meters. Seeing that Wang Ji was motionless, Sule shook his head and said, "Young man, you sleep soundly." After dealing with Wang Ji, Sule turned around and went back to Brother Hao. Everything happened so fast that Brother Hao, who was bleeding from his nose and crying, didn't know what was going on. When he looked up, he saw that all his men had fallen to the ground, and Sule, the god of death, was squatting in front of him, looking at him and smiling. After being in the business for so long, Haugu also knew that a good man would not suffer a loss in front of him. Knowing that he was no match for his opponent, he immediately begged for mercy. Brother, I know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and spare me this time." Chapter 11. This scene is so eye-catching. He was also very satisfied with Hao Ji's reaction. At least he was not the kind of fool who only knew how to act recklessly. Sule smiled and patted Hao Ji's face. "Let you go? Do you think it's possible? Brother, please have mercy on me, Brother Hao clasped his fists and begged for mercy. "Brother Hao from Erlanghu, right? I've heard of him." Sule gestured around and said, "You're in charge of all of South China, right?" I dare not. Brother Hao smiled awkwardly and shook his head. "There are quite a few small shops, vendors and stalls around here, right?" Sule asked. "What do you mean?" Haugu was a little confused, not knowing what Sule wanted to say. "From now on, I want half of the stall fees you collect," Sule said to Brother Hao. "Ah?" Brother Hao's face changed instantly. What? Are you unhappy? Sule pinched his fingers into claws and grabbed Brother Hao's shoulder blade. As he exerted force on his hands, Hao Gu instantly screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah. Gently, gently, I agree. Very good. Sule loosened his hand and took out the mobile phone from Hao Ji's pocket. There were actually several thousand yuan in it, which he confiscated. Brother Hao felt distressed when he saw this, but facing Sule's eyes, he didn't dare to say anything. Sule entered the number and said, "This is my number. From now on, no matter what happens, as long as you receive my call, come over immediately. Do you understand?" Ming, I understand. Although Brother Hao was not happy in his heart, his life was now in Sule's hands, so he did not dare to resist. You'd better not play tricks on me, or I'll break your legs next time. Sule glanced at Brother Hao and said, I dare not. Brother Hao kept shaking his head. Go away. Sule waved his hand. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Brother Hao got up from the ground as if he had been granted amnesty. He pulled up a few of his younger brothers, and they ran away with the support of a group of people. The conversation between Sule and Hao Gu was naturally heard by the other brothers. When they fled to the alley behind, the man with the earrings said dissatisfiedly, Brother, this is too much bullying. Look at how we got beaten. Are we just going to let this go? How can we just let it go? We miscalculated this time. Next time we'll bring our weapons and kill him. Brother Hao said as he saw Wang Ji still unconscious on the ground. He instantly became furious, it's all because of this bastard. As he said this, he picked up an unfinished bottle of mineral water next to him and poured it over Wang Ji to wake him up. Don't hit me, it's none of my business. Thinking it was Sule, Wang Ji shouted while covering his face. Stop yelling. Brother Hao kicked Wang Ji. Seeing that it was Brother Hao, Wang Ji relaxed, but instantly felt that the atmosphere was not right. Hao squatted in front of Wang Ji and said, Didn't you say that Sule was a weakling and could be beaten up by just 2 people? Look at us, we've been beaten to a pulp. Are you setting a trap for us? No, Brother Hao, I wouldn't dare to lie to anyone but you. I really don't know how he. Wang Ji raised his hand and was about to swear, but before he could finish his words, Brother Hao kicked him hard a few times. I don't know, you don't know, I'll teach you not to know. Brother Hao became more and more angry as he beat Wang Ji, and he wanted to pull Wang Ji up and beat him up again, but that involved his broken finger, and he felt another excruciating pain. Worried that the connection had been severed for too long and he couldn't reconnect it, he pointed at Wang Ji lying on the ground and said, You bastard, just wait. I'll settle the score with you in a few days. After that, he and a group of brothers supported each other and went to the hospital. Watching Brother Hao and his group limping away, Sule glanced at the several $1,000s he had plundered from Brother Hao and smiled. He naturally didn't care about this little bit of money, but he could still use Brother Hao's reputation in this area to avoid a lot of trouble, and who knows, it might be useful someday. After putting the money in his pocket, Sule also returned to school. He didn't know if it was because the video of him getting beaten was really famous and everyone recognized him, or because of the bandage on his head, but Sule felt like someone was pointing fingers at him in the dark the whole way. If it were the Sule of the past, he would definitely hide everywhere, but now Sule doesn't care about these looks at all. I picked up a box of Red Bull from a nearby store, hid a pack of Chinese cigarettes in it, and swaggered back to the dormitory. Chen Feng called so urgently in the morning, and he originally thought that everyone was waiting for him in the dormitory, but when he opened the door, there was no one inside. Sule put Red Bull and Huazi on the table and looked around for the person. Where's the person? Old Four, are you back? Here. Chen Feng's voice came from the toilet. Sule walked to the balcony and saw Chen Feng squatting on the toilet playing with his cell phone. Seeing that big white butt, Sule rolled his eyes and said, Can you please close the door when you go to the bathroom? The smell is coming out. Don't close it. I'm pushing the tower here. The signal will be bad if the door is closed. Chen Feng shouted, almost jumping off the toilet in a hurry. Worried about seeing the little bug that would affect his vision and hearing, Sule could only roll his eyes, close the balcony door, and go back into the house. Bored Sule looked around the dormitory. It was just like what he remembered, a doghouse. After waiting for a few minutes, Sule, who was bored, opened a can of Red Bull and asked while drinking, When will Lao San and Lao Wu come back? I just urged them. The third one said he was still teaching a female student on the horizontal bar and would be here soon. The fourth one hasn't come back yet. Chen Feng replied in the toilet. After a long time, no one came back. It was rare for me to run so fast, but they were all unreliable. Su Lei suddenly felt that the Red Bull in his hand was no longer fragrant. Did you poop clean? How long do you have to stay in there? Right away, very soon. I'll come out after we finish this game. Chen Feng replied. Okay, stop talking. The smell is coming here with your voice. Su Lei put down the Red Bull, lit a cigarette to dispel the smell and said. Damn it, are you talking like a human being? I've been so worried about you, and you actually despise me? Chen Feng ran out of the bathroom with his cell phone and pants up. When our eyes meet, it's so painful to look at each other. Fuck, can't you wipe your butt first? Su Lei picked up the tissue on the table and threw it at him. Chen Feng said with a sad face, Old four, you make me so sad. Get out. Not wanting to look at this scene for even a second longer, Su Lei directly picked up the water cup on the table. This scared Chen Feng so much that he hid back in the toilet. Su Lei cleared the smoke and asked, By the way, why did you bring us all back? Wait until they all come back? I'm helping you. Chen Feng said. Help me? Help me with what? Play games? Su Lei rolled his eyes. By the way, we are short of a mid laner in the next game, how about you take over? Chen Feng asked. Su Lei almost squeezed the cup out of shape, took out his phone, and asked in the dormitory group, What are you two doing? How long do we have to wait? Right away, I'll be back as soon as she gets on the bar. The third brother, Lu Zhilong, replied with a photo of a girl wearing a sports tights and learning to do the horizontal bar. Chapter 12 There is a rich woman whose husband is on a business trip, so you have to wait a while. The girl had a big ponytail, was tall and slender, and had a pair of long legs that were longer than some people's lives, and most importantly, they were white. Even from the perspective of Su Lei, who has seen countless women, he would get at least 8 points. As expected, Chen Feng, who was squatting in the toilet a moment ago, jumped out and said, Fuck, Lao San, who is this? The quality is pretty good. Third brother, you are so unkind. You didn't introduce such good stuff to us. Are you thinking of enjoying it all by yourself? The fifth brother, Sun Qian, who had been silent all the time, also jumped out. Go away, give up on this idea as soon as possible. This is my cousin who went to the same school as me. Lu Zhilong replied. Is she a junior or a cousin? Chen Feng asked. She is a junior and also my cousin, said Lu Zhilong. Third brother, good things should be kept within the family. I won't need to talk about the relationship between us brothers, you know it. Sun Qian flattered him. Seeing this group of people talking nonsense, Su Lei couldn't stand it any longer. A bunch of people who forget their loyalty for the sake of beauty, are you going to come back or not? If not, I'm leaving. Right away, wait for me for 15 minutes. The get out of class will be over in 15 minutes. Lu Zhilong said. Fourth brother, I have to wait for a while here, something went wrong, said Sun Qian. What's going on? Don't you know our rules? Chen Feng asked. There's nothing I can do. The rich husband has prepared the dishes. I have to go over there now. To express my apology, I'll pay for the dinner tonight. Sun Qian disappeared again after he finished speaking. Fuck. Chen Feng cursed in the toilet. Su Lei felt a headache after seeing this. He wondered if that guy was bored staying in the toilet for so long. 5 minutes later, the crystal was blown up, and Chen Feng finally came out cursing. Seeing the Red Bull and Huazi on the table, he immediately rushed over, opened a bottle of Red Bull to replenish energy, and opened a pack of Huazi. Fuck, brother, what's going on? Did you win the lottery? I wanted to smoke, so I bought it on the way. Su Lei rolled his eyes. Chen Feng laughed. See, it turns out that men who don't have girlfriends are all rich. Usually, they are stingy when you buy them a bottle of water, but today they are so generous. You can't spend it all, right? You can't spend it all. Are you okay? If not, I'll leave first. Su Lei said boredly. Of course there is something. We are short of a mid laner in this game, so you play bottom lane. Chen Feng said. Get lost. Su Lei rolled his eyes. 10 minutes later, both of them were holding their phones. CTM, how did they fight in the middle lane? The tower was pushed down so quickly? Where's the jungler? Where did the jungler go? The dragon was taken away. Fuck, do you know how to play? 20 minutes later, the dormitory door was pushed open and Lu Zhilong walked in. Can you keep your voice down? I can hear you guys swearing at the other end of the corridor. Su Lei and Chen Feng glanced at Lu Zhilong together. After waiting for you for so long, you still have the nerve to do it? Old four, what's wrong with you? Lu Zhilong asked angrily. Why are you so interested in me? Su Lei rolled his eyes. I care about you. Lu Zhilong said with a smile. Su Lei was not moved at all. You should pay more attention to your junior schoolmate. My junior just joined the club, and I was told to take good care of her. There's nothing I can do about it, said Lu Zhilong. I think you are greedy for the body of your junior schoolmate. Chen Feng exposed. Don't talk nonsense, she's really my cousin. Lu Zhilong laughed, and seeing the Red Bull and cigarettes on the table, he opened a can and changed the subject. Fuck, who bought this? You're asking after you've drunk it? Su Lei rolled his eyes. Chen Feng is the boss of the dormitory. His family runs a big supermarket. He is the one who usually replenishes the water and cigarettes in the dormitory. Lu Zhilong originally thought that Chen Feng bought them, but when he learned that Su Lei bought them, he was so surprised that his jaw dropped. Great, old four. You just got dumped yesterday, but you're standing up straight today. I told you that you can't keep that woman. If you had listened to me and broken up with her earlier, your fourth brother would not be the fourth brother, but the third brother. Chen Feng said with a sniff. Lu Zhilong nodded in agreement. Although these words sounded like comfort, Su Lei didn't like them at all and ignored them. Where is Lao Wu? When will he come back? Lu Zhilong asked. I don't know. They said that a rich woman's husband is on a business trip and we have to wait a while. After being scolded again, Chen Feng was so angry that he took a big gulp of Red Bull. Then I'll go out for a walk for a while? Lu Zhilong said as he took a pack of cigarettes. You want to go find that woman, right? Su Lei glanced. Of course not, old four, don't talk nonsense. Have you forgotten our dormitory motto? Chen Feng asked. Women are like clothes, and brothers are like limbs. It's good to know. If you dare to go, don't come back. Then you guys are all playing together. What am I doing here? Look at us playing together. We are short of a mid laner in the next game. You play top lane. 30 minutes later, the three smokers sat in a row, holding their phones. WCNM, do you know how to play? The jungler doesn't play well. Why are you running to my bottom lane to steal the kills? GAN, are all the people in Yunnan idiots? I told you to follow me and push the tower, but you went to someone else's top lane to give up. What are you going to do? I'm an idiot? Say one more word? I'll kill you with a stick, do you believe it? The various classic Chinese curses in the dormitory have also become louder. I don't know how much I lost. Damn, what stupid teammates these are. It's boring. I don't want to play anymore. Chen Feng was the first to be broken in defense. Then Lu Zhilong said, what the hell, it's almost dark, I'm starving, let's go eat. What is that idiot Lao Wu doing? Why isn't he coming back yet? Su Lei couldn't help but curse. Hurry, ask him in the group. Chen Feng and Lu Zhilong, who were in a hurry to pee, rushed to the toilet. Su Lei could only open the WeChat group and asked, Old 5, it's been hours, are you fucking that rich woman? There is still an hour left, you guys go eat first, I'll pay the bill later. Sun Qian replied. Give him half an hour. If he doesn't come back, tell him not to go back to room 703. Chen Feng said as he poked his head into the toilet. Can you please go to the toilet properly and don't bring the smell here? Su Lei rolled his eyes. Let's go. We don't need to wait for him. We're starving. Lu Zhilong opened another can of Red Bull and drank it. Seeing that the Red Bull was gone, Su Lei also stood up and said, let's go and eat first. What to eat? Lu Zhilong asked on the way. Little fat cow. Chen Feng wanted to say. Isn't it a bit too extravagant? Lu Zhilong was shocked. Usually when a few people get together, they eat some barbecue, fried skewers, etc., and the consumption is only about 100 yuan. After all, the business in the store is expensive, and this pot of small fat beef is at least more than 300 yuan. Didn't Lao Wu say that he would pay the bill? I've been waiting for him for a whole day. What's wrong with being a little extravagant? Besides, he hasn't been back for a day, so the rich woman must have a tip today. There's no need to be frugal with him? Chen Feng said. Lu Zhilong agreed, that's right. He has waited for so long, he should be compensated. Su Lei didn't care and followed him down the dormitory. I don't know if it's because it's too dark to see, or if the hype has passed, but now when he walks in the school, there aren't so many people pointing fingers at Su Lei. Chapter 13 I'll reward you with thousands if I'm happy. There is a snack street outside the school, selling barbecue, pancakes, noodles, braised dishes, chicken feet, and everything else. Usually Su Lei and his friends eat at small stalls outside, but today they walked to the middle of the street and saw a hot pot restaurant with wooden decoration, which looked somewhat antique and had small fat cows and fresh beef hanging on the wall. Welcome, sir. How many people are you? A receptionist shouted at the door. 4. Chen Feng said as he entered the room. Okay, please come in. Would you like to sit downstairs or upstairs? Asked the receptionist. After a few people looked at each other, Su Lei said, let's go downstairs, otherwise it will be difficult to find Sun Qian when he comes. Led by the waiter, the few of them found a seat by the window. After a few people sat down and ordered the dishes, the pot was served quickly. Looking at the steaming hot pot with red oil, Lu Zhilong couldn't wait any longer. He took out his phone, took a photo, and sent it to the group, asking, Lao Wu, how long do you have left? Let's eat now. After saying that, he started serving the dishes without waiting for Sun Qian to reply. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Sun Qian replied, you guys eat first, I'll be there soon. Fuck. Lu Zhilong seemed to have guessed it long ago and gestured, eat, don't wait for him. Chen Feng naturally didn't care and had already started eating. Su Lei felt unsatisfied and ordered a few more bottles of beer. Seeing the waiter bring the wine up, Chen Feng opened the bottle and asked in confusion, can you drink? You can drink as long as you're not dead. Su Lei rolled his eyes. After eating for more than 10 minutes and drinking a bottle of wine, Sun Shenkai finally arrived, wearing a small suit and carrying a business bag. Seeing Chen Feng and the others, he immediately ran up with a smile, took out a bag of golden leaves and said, there was a traffic jam on the road just now. Faced with Sun Qian's old excuse, Lu Zhilong winked, took out the cigarettes from his pocket and put them on the table. Oh, sure. What day is it today? Who bought it? Sun Qian put the cigarette back, took out a cigarette and lit it. The others ignored him, so Sun Qian could only sit down and unpack his bowl. He looked at Su Lei and said, fourth brother, what's wrong with you? You guys have nothing to do, right? Why are you so interested in me? Su Lei rolled his eyes and said, drink a bottle first. Don't worry, I'll never take advantage of this kind of thing. Sun Qian said as he blew a bottle. The expressions of Su Lei and others looked a little better. Sun Qian changed the subject and asked, brother, why did you call us back so urgently? What's the matter? Need I say more? Chen Feng glanced at Su Lei and said, now the whole school knows that there is a supreme bootlicker in our 703. Not only did he end up with nothing, but he was also beaten up in public. It's just a trivial matter, what do you think? It's not that serious. I can handle it myself, you don't have to worry about it. Su Lei said speechlessly. Fourth brother, you can't say that. She's just a woman, it's not necessary. But we can't let the reputation of our dormitory 703 be lost like this. Sun Qian disagreed. That's right. This is not a slap on you. This is a slap on the face of us, class 703. Now the whole school knows about us, class 703. If we don't get back at this, how can we have the face to stay in school in the future? Chen Feng also nodded. What do you want to do? Su Lei asked puzzledly. Of course I want to take revenge on him, said Lu Zhilong. That's Liang Long, not an ordinary rich second generation. How are you going to take revenge? Su Lei asked with a smile. Liang Long is famous in South China not only because his family is rich, but also because this guy is more fierce than many gangsters in a fight. As expected, everyone fell silent when they heard Liang Long's name. Although Chen Feng's family has some money, it is still less than that of Liang Long, whose family runs a company. Su Lei naturally didn't care, and he didn't want them to get involved. He was already very touched by their kindness. But in the end, Chen Feng still said, we can't just let it go like this. If we can't fight openly, let's fight secretly. Yes, find an opportunity to hit him with a club, and put a sack on him when he is alone. Lu Zhilong nodded. What are you thinking about? Zhao Gang's lackeys follow him around every day. Why are you putting a sack on someone? Su Lei rolled his eyes. What should we do? We can't just let it go like this. Sun Qian said. I told you, don't worry about this matter, I will take care of him. Su Lei rolled his eyes. Thinking Su Lei was showing off, Chen Feng waved his hand and said, No, you know there are many people around. If you go alone, you have no chance. That's right, fourth brother, do you treat us as outsiders? Don't forget, didn't we agree on the first day we moved into the dormitory that we would share the joys and sorrows for the next 4 years? Sun Qian nodded. Go to hell, you're looking for rich women every day, but you never take us with you. Su Lei rolled his eyes. That's because you are unwilling to do so. If you really want to, I have a friend who owns more than a dozen chain restaurants and has a net worth of tens of millions. If you are willing, I will let her introduce her to you tomorrow. Sun Qian said with a smile. Roll. Several people were discussing how to deal with Lian Long, but a teasing voice came from the stairs. Hey, who is this? Isn't this our supreme liquor? Hearing the voice, Su Lei frowned and smiled. Chen Feng and his companions turned around and saw that it was Lian Long who had brought a group of people to eat upstairs, and Shui Lanlan, who had drunk a lot, was beside them. What a coincidence, you are here too. Lian Long hugged Shui Lanlan and walked to the table. He glanced at her and said with a frown, What kind of rubbish are these? If you don't have money, tell me. If I'm interested, I'll give you a few thousand. After all, I slept with your girlfriend, huh? As soon as Lian Long finished speaking, the younger brothers behind him also started laughing. Lian Long, don't go too far. Chen Feng threw down his chopsticks and stood up. Lu Zhilong and Sun Qian also stood up, but were immediately blocked by Zhao Gang and others. Lian Long pushed Zhao Gang aside, looked at Chen Feng and the others and asked, Who is this? Is there any place for you to talk here? Zhao Gang leaned over to Lian Long's ear and said a few words. Oh, you are Chen Feng, but I'm sorry, I haven't heard of you. This is none of your business. If you don't want to get into trouble, you'd better stay away. Lian Long said with disdain. Chen Feng is also a person who cares about face. When he was in high school, he was surrounded and praised by many people. However, after entering university, his abilities were not so outstanding, so he became less ostentatious. Being insulted in front of so many people, Chen Feng slammed the table and cursed, Lian Long, what the hell are you talking about? Lian Long didn't say anything. Zhao Gang and his men had already stopped Chen Feng. What are you doing? What do you want to do? What are you doing? What do you want to do? Lu Zhilong and Sun Qian also confronted him. Several people pushed each other and instantly knocked over a lot of bowls, chopsticks, and wine bottles on the table. Even the table was pushed around, and a lot of soup in the pot spilled out. Su Lei, who was putting tripe into the pot, had his bowl knocked over and could not get the tripe out. He put down his chopsticks helplessly and picked up the wine bottle beside him. I found it was empty, so I replaced it with an unopened bottle. Chapter 14. With such limited ability, you still want to be the boss? Zhao Gang was hit with 2 wine bottles yesterday and now he wants to find an opportunity for revenge. When he saw Su Lei approaching, he pushed Lu Zhilong away and kicked Sun Qian in the abdomen. Maybe it was because he had exerted too much energy today or because he was too weak, but Sun Qian was kicked back. Zhao Gang took the opportunity to pounce on Su Lei, but before he could make a move, he saw a wine bottle hitting him on the head again. There was a crisp bang sound. The glass shattered and the wine splashed. Zhao Gang fell to the ground, holding his forehead. Seeing the blood flowing out from between his fingers, people on both sides were shocked. Lian Long was the first to come to his senses. Su Lei, if you dare to touch my people, I will kill you. As he said this, he picked up a wine bottle and tried to rush forward, but before he got close, he was stopped by 7 or 8 waiters who came over after hearing the noise. Don't fight. If you break something, you have to pay for it. If you want to fight, go out and fight. Get out of here, it's none of your business. If you try to stop me, I'll beat you too. Lian Long shouted, feeling humiliated. Everyone calm down and don't make trouble. I have called the police and they will be here soon. One of the hotel managers shouted. Lian Long was not afraid when he heard about calling the police, but he could not do anything because 7 or 8 waiters were blocking him. He pointed at Su Lei and shouted, You little jerk, you were lucky that I didn't beat you to death yesterday. You can't escape today. Su Lei smiled and picked up another wine bottle. Lian Long, did you eat shit upstairs? Your mouth stinks. What the hell did you say? You stinky loser, do you dare to go outside? Liang Long said angrily. I'm afraid of you? If you hadn't run fast yesterday, I would have cut your head in. Su Lei said with a sneer. Seeing Su Lei speak, Xuelanlan also jumped out and said, Su Lei, how did you talk to Mr. Liang? Don't take your anger about me dumping you out on Mr. Liang. My breaking up with you has nothing to do with him. It's all because you're too unmotivated. Shut up and don't talk to me. You don't deserve it. After I deal with him, I will deal with you. Su Lei glanced at Xuelanlan and said. You? Xuelanlan didn't expect Su Lei to dare to talk to her like that. She was so angry that her face turned pale. Stop talking nonsense. In short, do you dare to go out? If you don't dare, kneel down here and kowtow to me 3 times, and I will let you go today. Liang Long deliberately provoked. Su Lei smiled and said, let's go. I also think there are too many tables here. They are in the way. Walk. Liang Long, who felt that he had the advantage in numbers, gave an order and the remaining 7 or 8 people each picked up a bottle of wine and walked towards the door of the restaurant. Su Lei was about to follow him out, but was stopped by Chen Feng. They have more people now. We will suffer if we go out like this. Yes, why don't we wait a moment and call someone? Lu Zhilong also said. They are just a bunch of losers who have been drained of their wealth by alcohol and sex. What are you afraid of? Even Brother Hao was dealt with. Su Lei didn't take Liang Long seriously at all. He dared to be so arrogant in school only because his family was rich and there were a group of people following him. After saying this, Su Lei walked out. Although Chen Feng felt it was risky, after exchanging a glance with Lu Zhilong and Sun Qian, he still followed. Seeing Su Lei coming out of the restaurant, the younger brothers behind Liang Long immediately surrounded the few of them. Liang Long glanced at Chen Feng and the other 2 and said, I'm telling you, Chen Feng, this is none of your business. Don't get into trouble and leave now. I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless later. Su Lei is my brother. How come it's none of my business if you want to beat my brother? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Okay, you want to be the first to come forward, right? Then don't blame me for not recognizing you. Liang Long said, looking at the younger brother beside him, let's go together and kill them. The 7 or 8 younger brothers surrounding Su Lei and his companions rushed forward instantly. However, Su Lei was faster than them. When Liang Long shouted to take action, he had already taken action. The 2 younger brothers in front hadn't figured out what was going on yet. When they saw a flash before their eyes, one of them was knocked down by a bottle from Su Lei. At the same time, he stepped forward and hit the other man in the chest with his elbow. The 2 men groaned and fell to the ground. The 2 men were knocked down in one encounter. This scene not only scared Liang Long and his younger brothers who were about to take action, but also Chen Feng, Lu Zhilong, and the other 2. However, Su Lei did not give them time to be surprised. While they were hesitating, he turned around and swung his arms, then with a big backhand swing, he knocked down another person. In the blink of an eye, 8-4 became 5-4. The situation reversed instantly. Although they didn't know that Su Lei was so good at fighting, Chen Feng and his companions were also infected and rushed forward to fight with the nearest person. The remaining few brothers were frightened by Su Lei's ferocious attack. They completely lost the morale they usually had to bully those honest classmates who didn't dare to fight back. They were beaten back in an instant and had no strength to fight back. After knocking down 2 more people, Su Lei walked towards Liang Long who was already stunned. Liang Long came to his senses. Although he was also shocked by Su Lei's skills, he was used to being domineering after all. He roared, raised the bottle and smashed it at Su Lei. Su Lei dodged the wine bottle, and at the same time, he held Liang Long's hand and pressed it back. Liang Long was hit on the head by the wine bottle in his own hand. Liang Long, who had never been beaten before, covered his forehead and watched the blood flow from his head. He screamed in pain, "Ah, you dare to hit me." Su Lei didn't waste any words. He walked forward, hugged Liang Long's head, and hit him with a knee. The screaming Liang Long fell straight to the ground and fell asleep. Su Lei spat on Liang Long's face. With just this much talent, you still want to learn how to get along in society? Seeing Liang Long being knocked down, the remaining 2 brothers gave up resistance, threw away the wine bottles and ran away. Su Lei looked at Xuelanlan who was frightened beside him and walked over. Xuelanlan stepped back. Su Lei, what do you want to do? Don't mess around, the police are coming soon. I'm telling you, hitting someone is against the law. Fuck you, if you dare to talk nonsense in front of me again, I'm going to beat you to death. Su Lei raised his hand as if to hit her. Xuelanlan retreated to the side of the road and was so frightened that she fell into the flower bed. Just then, 2 sirens were heard on the street. There were already patrolmen outside the snack street, and soon several policemen and patrolmen rushed over. Looking at the horrific scene of people lying on the ground, one of the police asked, "What happened? Who called the police? Who started the fight?" "Comrade police, I called the police because they were fighting and broke a lot of things in our store." The hotel manager pointed at Su Lei and others and said, "What's going on? Why are you fighting?" A policeman came up and asked. "We were having a meal here, and he brought his men here to cause trouble. The wound on my head was also caused by them yesterday," Su Lei said, pointing at Liang Long, who was unconscious on the ground. "They started it first? And they were all lying on the ground," the police said in disbelief. "They were the first to take action. If you don't believe me, you can go to the store and check the surveillance." Su Lei gestured. Seeing more and more people gathered around, not only blocking the road but also hindering business stalls, a policeman shouted, "We will investigate what you said, send those who need to be sent to the hospital, and take the rest back for investigation." Chapter 15 is on the trending search list. It's no big deal to watch the fun. Comrade police, it's not us who caused the trouble. They started it first. Why are you taking us back? After all, being taken in is not a good thing, Chen Feng said dissatisfiedly. We will investigate who caused the trouble and who started it first, but look at the scene for yourself. They are all lying on the ground. Who else should we take back if not you? The policeman asked, pointing to Liang Long and others lying on the ground. We can't just arrest people randomly. Some of them have escaped, and we don't know how to catch them. Lu Zhilong said dissatisfiedly. Of course we will catch the people, no one can escape. Now we are just summoning you to assist in the investigation. As for the outcome of the handling, it will be determined according to the results of the investigation. The policeman said impatiently. I don't accept it, I want to. Chen Feng wanted to say more, but was stopped by Su Lei. It's okay, just go there, what are you afraid of? Comrade police, they beat people. I can testify that they were the ones who beat people. They beat everyone here. At this moment, Xuelanlan also crawled out from the green belt. Are you the person involved? Asked a policeman. Yes, I came here to have dinner with them, said Xuelanlan. That's great, you get in the car too, and let's go back and give our statements together. The police pointed to the police lane. Ah? Xuelanlan was a little confused. No, police comrade, they beat us and we are the victims. Why should I be taken away too? Since they are both parties involved, of course they must be taken back to testify, so that we can investigate the matter thoroughly. Seeing that more and more people gathered and the traffic was blocked, a policeman who seemed to be the captain shouted, Okay, don't just stand there, get in the car, and go back to the police station to talk. Xuelanlan was also taken into the police car. Su Lei cursed, idiot. There were 2 other people who pushed and shoved Chen Feng and the others, and whose injuries were not serious were also taken away. There were too many people, so the police called in a 9-seater escort vehicle for support and locked up the entire group in the back. Facing Su Lei's stupid look, Xuelanlan was still a little dissatisfied. What are you looking at? It's all your fault. After that, he said proudly, I'm telling you, young Master Liang won't let you go this time. Young Master Liang's family is rich and powerful, we will be fine soon, just wait to go to jail. If you're still kidding, I'll kick you in the face. Su Lei said with a smile. You dare. Xuelanlan glared. Try it? Su Lei raised his foot and said. Comrade police, look at this, it's too lawless. They dared to beat people in front of you. Xuelanlan called the policeman in front. Stop making noise and be quiet, a policeman turned around and said. Just as Su Lei and others were taken into the police car, the video of the fight was immediately uploaded to the campus group. The Supreme Liquor strikes back and beats up the rich second generation who stole his wife. The campus group exploded instantly. Oh shit, big news, Liang Long got beaten up. Ah? The Diplodocus was beaten? That Diplodocus? How many Diplodocuses do you think there are? That rich second generation who was always surrounded by a few people? Who else besides him? Fuck, who hit me? I don't know. It seems that she beat up her ex-boyfriend last night because of a fight over a woman. The ex-boyfriend was not convinced and brought people from the dormitory to fight her today. Is it the licker who was beaten up in the Royal Bar yesterday? It seems to be him. Damn, this is so exciting. I was there. For against 9, the bootlicker brother was so powerful that he even sent Liang Long to the hospital. Is this true or false? Of course it's true. I have the video here. You can watch it for yourself. Fuck, this ruthless guy, one for each wine bottle. From now on, you can't be called a bootlicker anymore, you have to change your name to Ruthless Brother. I'm venting my anger, but now I've been taken to the police station. I think I'm doomed. It's such a big fuss that the police station has sent police? Don't you think about it? Sending 4 people to the hospital doesn't alert the police station. That might be the end of us. After all, Liang Long's family runs a company. If he uses his connections casually, Brother Henrun will be in big trouble. Was he detained or expelled from school? I guess he will be detained and the school will keep the punishment. How could it be possible that he would only be punished? I heard that when Liang Long was in high school, he broke a man's hand at school, and that man was expelled. With Liang Long's personality, he will not only be detained, but he will definitely use his connections to get the ruthless brother fired when he is released, and it is even possible that this matter is not over yet. It's really possible. It's getting lively now, everyone is sacrificing themselves for pure love again. What a pity. After 3 years, someone finally came out who dared to treat Liang Long. I don't think this matter is that simple. Since the ruthless brother dared to take action, he must have thought about the consequences. What do you mean? You said he was prepared. Of course, otherwise who would dare to do it? Don't brag. If he had that kind of ability, he wouldn't have had his girlfriend taken away by someone else. I think he was so angry because Liang Long took his girlfriend away that he did something stupid. That's right. I heard that he used to work in a bar to support his girlfriend. What kind of ability does he have? Who knows, what if others keep a low profile? You don't want a low-key girlfriend anymore? Anyway, I have a feeling that this time it won't be that simple, maybe Brother Ruthless will be fine. What are you bragging about? You know Liang Long's strength. That's right, if he's really okay, I'll run around the playground naked. Whether it's true or not, I'd really like to see it. Ha, if you say so, I will also support the ruthless brother. I support you too. Just to see you run around naked, huh? What if you lose? I lose, so I have to clean your dorm for a week. I'll cook for you for a week. What can I do in a week? I'm running around the playground with my bare bottom. Are you scared? Then let's take a month. Do you dare? I've had a month too. Is it settled? Okay, let's wait and see. Take a screenshot and save it. Don't deny your loss. If you don't run, you're a coward. As the video went viral in campus groups, it soon spread to the internet. The second-generation rich man stole someone's girlfriend and got beaten up. The licker strikes back, beating up the rich second generation who stole his wife. A rich second-generation man was beaten for stealing his wife, and the police station sent police. Various explosive headlines such as these went viral on the internet. As the video went viral, many people recognized that the person beating people in the video seemed to be the bootlicker who was beaten in the bar yesterday. Someone found the video, and after a frame-by-frame analysis by many bloggers, it was indeed the same person. This stunned the group of people online who felt sorry for Sule and were angry at his lack of fighting spirit, and they instantly turned into Sule's fans. What kind of dog licker? This is clearly a pure love ruthless warrior brother. When I love you, I can give you everything. When you don't love me anymore, I can take it all back. I dare to love and hate, without any hesitation. I am definitely a model of pure love in the new era. Of course, there were also many people who said yesterday that Sule made his sacrifice voluntarily and that the woman was not to blame for the breakup. They also jumped out and accused Sule of being narrow-minded, petty, irresponsible, and taking revenge after being dumped. They said that hitting people is illegal and he will definitely be severely punished. The two sides soon started arguing again. This even pushed Sule's videos to the top of the trending searches these days. He really enjoys watching the fun. Chapter 16: Beating someone in front of the police. Public security incidents are basically assigned to local community police stations for handling. A few minutes later, Sule and others were taken to the door of the police station. Get out of the car. A policeman opened the door. Su Lei, Chen Feng, and others got out of the car. Although they had all been to the police station, it was mostly just to get work done. It was the first time for Chen Feng, Lu Jiwen, and Sun Qian to be in police station for fighting. The three of them were a little nervous. Su Lei took a look and said, "What are you afraid of? We have evidence and witnesses. We are always right." "That's what you say, but now 4 of them have been sent to the hospital because of you, and one of them is a rich second generation whose family runs a company." Chen Feng said worriedly. "What are you afraid of? If you follow the rules, everyone will be fine. The worst that can happen is you will have to pay some money. If you don't follow the rules, I will hold up the sky even if it falls." Su Lei said indifferently. Thinking that Su Lei meant that he would take the responsibility, Chen Feng said unhappily, "What are you talking about? We fought together, so of course we should shoulder the responsibility together. Yes, the worst that can happen is that it's excessive self-defense and you'll be locked up for 10 days or half a month." Lu Jiwen followed. "Once we're in the detention center, it will be convenient for us to have someone to take care of us." Sun Qian also nodded. Su Lei rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't you afraid of being punished at school after being sent to the detention center?" Upon hearing this, several people's faces darkened. After all, being beaten was okay, but if they were punished, it would be a lifelong thing and would be recorded in their files. It would be basically impossible for them to find a good job after graduation, and if their families knew about it, they would definitely be sad. "Go in quickly and don't whisper," a policeman urged. Su Lei and several others followed him into the police station, and one of them was assigned to a confession room. It seemed that Su Lei was one of the main culprits. He was assigned to a 40-year-old police officer. "Tell me, what's going on?" Su Lei told the story about how Lian Long and his group caused trouble when they were having dinner in the restaurant. "You mean, there were 9 of them, plus a woman, a total of 10 people, and they couldn't beat the 4 of you?" the old policeman asked after lighting a cigarette. "Shouldn't the point be that they were the first to take action?" Su Lei said. "Of course I have to find out whether you are lying or not before I can judge whether what you said is true or not." The old police officer laughed. "Have you ever learned Sanda? Or practiced martial arts? Of course, this matter cannot be admitted. After all, if a person who has practiced martial arts fights outside, he will be guilty of a more serious crime in legal terms." Su Lei shook his head and said, "I like to watch some kung fu movies when I have nothing to do." "It seems that you have a strong learning ability." The old policeman smiled. He stood up and turned on the monitor beside him, saying, "We got the hotel surveillance. It was indeed them who came here to look for us. They were the ones who started the shove, but..." The old police officer pointed to the scene where Su Lei smashed a bottle at Zhao Gang and said, "Look here. It was your bottle that escalated the situation. What kind of upgrade is this? They beat me with a bottle yesterday." Su Lei pointed at the bandage on his head. "I was just defending myself. They were outnumbered. If they had attacked first, I would have been powerless to fight back. I was just trying to avoid danger." The old police officer was stunned for a moment and then laughed. "You know emergency avoidance, then why didn't you call the police yesterday?" "I was injured at that time and forgot to go to the hospital," said Su Lei. The old police officer smiled and was about to speak when a young police officer pushed the door open and said, "Captain Wang, someone's looking for you." Wang Jikai put out his cigarette and walked out. After going out, the young policeman said a few words in Wang Jikai's ear, and Wang Jikai frowned. A few minutes later, Wang Jikai came back from outside. "Have you investigated it clearly?" Su Lei asked. While Wang Jikai was collecting the transcripts, he glanced at Su Lei and asked, "Do you know who was beaten?" "I know, it's Diplodocus, what's wrong?" Su Lei asked with a smile. "Since you know, there's no need for me to say more. I can only tell you that someone from the municipal bureau called just now to ask about the situation," said Wang Jikai. Although he knew it a long time ago, Su Lei still smiled. Seeing Su Lei's indifferent expression, Wang Jikai asked in confusion, "Aren't you worried about your situation?" "What am I worried about?" "I want to see your director," said Su Lei. "Huh?" Wang Jikai stopped, thinking he had misheard. "Do you want to be promoted?" Su Lei asked with a smile. "What? You can still give me a promotion?" Wang Jikai laughed. "That's hard to say." Su Lei also laughed. Wang Jikai stared at Su Lei for a few seconds, thinking that Su Lei was bragging, and continued to pack up his things, saying, "You are a college student, what important information can you have?" Besides, our director has gone off work, and he doesn't have time to work overtime for your little thing. Su Lei stood up, stared into Wang Jikai's eyes and said, "Tell him that I can get him into the municipal bureau." Hearing Su Lei's words, Wang Jikai was stunned. After all, not just anyone could say such words. He looked into Su Lei's eyes. Boasting, arrogance, conceit, or bragging? Although he was only the captain of a local police station, Wang Jikai had been a police officer for 20 years and had seen a lot of big shots and small hooligans. But today, for some reason, he could not see anything in Su Lei's eyes. Facing Wang Jikai's scrutiny, Su Lei smiled and said, "Tell him I'll only wait for half an hour. If you miss this village, you'll miss this store." After that, he sat back, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. Wang Jikai's face changed several times. Although he was a little angry that Su Lei, a college student, dared to be so presumptuous in front of him, he finally endured it. After all, he is not a big leader. There are many people more powerful than him. Who knows where he might run into one? Anyone who dares to ask for help will be sent to the municipal bureau. He must not be an ordinary person. And Su Lei's eyes didn't look like he was lying. Before the matter was settled, Wang Jikai decided to wait and see. If Su Lei dared to lie to him, he would naturally have a way to make Su Lei suffer more afterwards to let him know that the society is dangerous and not everyone can be cheated. After leaving the recording room, Su Lei was taken out by a young police officer and then locked up in a detention room with Chen Gang and others. When passing the hall, I also saw Shui Lanlan and Liang Long as two younger brothers who had been released. Seeing Su Lei and others being locked in the detention room, Shui Lanlan smiled smugly. "Well, I said we'll be out soon. If you offend young Master Liang, you'll just have to wait to go to jail." Fuck. Su Lei couldn't bear it anymore and gave a flying kick. Although she only used 40% of her strength, Shui Lanlan was still kicked 2 meters away and couldn't get up for a long time. Su Lei's actions not only shocked Chen Feng, Lu Zhilong and others, but also stunned the policeman in the room and Shui Lanlan who was being beaten. Who could have thought that Su Lei would dare to beat people in the police station in front of the police? Chapter 17, Locked in the Detention Room. Police, did you see that? He beat people in front of the police. It's lawless. Lock him up. Liang Long's two younger brothers shouted. What are you doing? The policeman next to him also came to his senses and immediately stopped Su Lei. What do you think this place is? If you don't behave, we will handcuff you. Su Lei did not resist. He looked at Shui Lanlan and said, "You stinky bitch, I told you to mind your mouth. If you keep talking nonsense next time, I will smash your mouth." She had never been beaten by anyone before, and she never expected to be beaten by Su Lei, a bootlicker. Shui Lanlan felt so aggrieved and in so much pain that she cried. Su Lei ignored them and was pushed into the detention room with Chen Feng and others. As soon as the door closed, Sun Qian came up to him with an admiring look on his face. "Fourth brother, you are amazing. You even dared to do it in the police station. Old Four, I didn't realize before that you have such a dirty hand." Lu Zhilong was also shocked. Is this what they said about the lone wolf's bloodline awakening after the white moonlight disappeared? Chen Feng also asked in surprise. Su Lei rolled his eyes and ignored these idiots. After asking around, I found out that several people were suddenly interrupted while taking their statements and then were locked up. It seems that the guess was correct. After knowing that Liang Long was beaten, the people behind him who were protecting him started to take action. Su Lei shared his idea with a few people. Hearing that Liang Long's family might have used some connections, Lu Zhilong asked anxiously, "What should we do? We are all locked up here now, who will save us?" "It's okay, I'll find a way." Su Lei gestured. "You are also locked up here, how are you going to find a solution?" Chen Feng felt that Su Lei was comforting a few people, and said worriedly. "Although his family is rich, he is not from Huadu, so he can't do much here. How about calling my girlfriends and asking them to think of a solution?" Sun Qian came out and said. "Can they do it? Besides, why should they come to save you?" Lu Zhilong asked puzzledly. "I don't know if it will work, but they are all locals after all, so they should be able to say a few words to them," said Sun Qian. "Never mind, let's use all the methods we can now, and give it a try." Chen Feng made the decision. After that, several people started banging on the iron gate. "Police, where's the phone? I need to make a call." A policeman outside stuck his head out to take a look, then retracted and ignored it. Police, we need to call." "Stop making noise, be quiet." What are you making noise for? If you continue making noise, I'll turn on the air conditioner for you. A policeman who was close to the detention room and became impatient with the noise came over to warn. The so-called air conditioning means setting the temperature to more than 10 degrees so that you can calm down. I want to call home. Chen Feng still said. The case is still under investigation. Why are you calling? Are you trying to tip off someone? The police officer said and closed the door. Be quiet and stop arguing. Without the phone and the letter, Chen Feng was a little anxious. What should I do? Why are you in such a hurry? Take a nap first and get some rest. Don't worry, I will get you out. Sule leaned against the wall, lay on a chair beside him, and said while yawning. Hey, you. Chen Feng became even more anxious, but was stopped by Lu Zhilong. Forget it, just like Lao Si said, things will work out when the time comes. There's no point in being anxious now. Once the matter is investigated, we can always notify our families. By then it will probably be too late to say anything. Chen Feng still said worriedly. Chen Feng and others in the detention room were anxious, and Wang Jikai outside was also a little uneasy. After thinking it over again and again, he walked outside and called Director Zhang Qingan. After returning home and sitting at the table, Zhang Qingan was about to eat when his phone suddenly rang. Who is it at this late hour? He picked up the phone impatiently. Hello? Director, it's me, said Wang Jikai. Oh, it's Captain Wang. What's the matter so late? Zhang Qingan asked. Wang Jikai repeated what Sule had just said. What did he say? Can he let me into the municipal police? Zhang Qingan couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Who is he? Have you investigated his background? He said he would let me in, so I can go. You've been a police officer for so many years for nothing. You just believe what others say. But he doesn't look like he is lying, said Wang Jikai. Do you really think of yourself as the son of that big leader? Don't bother me with this kind of thing in the future. Zhang Qingan said and hung up the phone impatiently. Who is it? Zhang Qingan's wife Li Qin asked as she came out of the kitchen holding a braised fish. Wang Jikai, some news about the institute. Zhang Qingan said. Hey, I'm talking about Wang Jikai. He has been a policeman for 20 years, but he still comes to you for decision-making on everything. No wonder he has not been promoted in all these years. Li Qin said speechlessly. Zhang Qingan glared at Li Qin and said, Don't talk nonsense about work outside. Who said that? I'm just saying it at home. Li Qin rolled her eyes and gestured, Try it quickly. They caught this fish from the river tonight. They said it tastes good. After saying that, he took the bowl and served Zhang Qingan some rice. Zhang Qingan picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and suddenly remembered that Wang Jikai was an old policeman. Eat, why are you standing there? Li Qin came back and saw that Zhang Qingan hadn't moved his chopsticks for a long time, and asked in confusion. Zhang Qingan was still worried, so he put down his chopsticks and stood up and said, Forget it, let's go and take a look. Hey, where are you going? Li Qin looked confused. The station. Zhang Qingan said, picked up his clothes, changed his shoes and went out. Hey, you, the food is already on the table and you just leave. Li Qin said speechlessly. 10 minutes later, Zhang Qingan returned to the police station. Originally thinking that he would not come, Wang Jikai was stunned when he saw Zhang Qingan appear, and then he went to greet him, Director. Where are the people? Zhang Qingan asked. In the detention room, said Wang Jikai. Have you checked his background? Zhang Qingan asked. I checked it and it's very clean. There's nothing valuable inside, said Wang Jikai. Then why did you call me? Zhang Qingan rolled his eyes. Director. Chief. Several policemen on duty greeted Zhang Qingan on the road. Yeah, okay. Zhang Qingan nodded. After walking through the crowd, Wang Jikai said, I'm not. Okay, what case? Zhang Qingan interrupted. Several students were fighting, and one of them was the son of the boss of a listed company in our city. Just now, someone from the municipal bureau called to ask about the case, said Wang Jikai. Zhang Qingan glanced at Wang Jikai and asked, Did you say anything? I said nothing, and yet I said everything, said Wang Jikai. Zhang Qingan stopped and was unhappy. He talked about the condition of the injured person, and then said someone asked whether the person who beat people was under control, said Wang Jikai. Zhang Qingan frowned and said, "Do you think this person can meet you? I think there's no harm in seeing it. After all, if it's useless, it can be regarded as your attention to this case. If it's useful, you can also." Wang Jikai gave a look that everyone understood. Zhang Qingan smiled and said, "Have you been waiting for me to leave so that you can take my place?" "Director, what are you talking about? I'm doing this for your career. Besides, with you here, I want to learn more," Wang Jikai said seriously. Zhang Qingan naturally didn't believe it, but after thinking about it, he said, "Okay, bring him to my office for interrogation." Wang Jikai nodded, turned around and went downstairs. Chapter 18 Conversation with the Police Station Chief. Su Feng and a few others were getting anxious when the door outside opened and Wang Jikai walked in. "Comrade Police, I want to make a phone call," Sun Qian shouted. Wang Jikai glanced at Sun Qian and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Su Lei, who was sleeping on a bench inside. He thought to himself that he could really sleep. He knocked on the iron door and shouted, "Someone wants to see you." Knowing that he had taken the bait, Su Lei sat up from his chair. "Comrade Police, whoever wants to see my classmate, please do not bend the law for personal gain. So many of us are watching us," Su Feng said, thinking that Liang Long's family was causing trouble. Wang Jikai ignored it. "It's okay, don't worry, we will be able to leave soon," Su Lei stood up and said. Seeing Su Lei's confidence, Su Feng was confused but didn't say anything. Wang Jikai opened the iron gate and Su Lei followed him out. The two of them didn't talk along the way. Seeing Su Lei's calmness, Wang Jikai really believed that Su Lei had a big backer behind him. Thinking about it carefully, if you don't have some skills, who would risk fighting a rich second generation who was rich and powerful? Arriving at Zhang Qingan's office, Wang Jikai knocked on the door. "Come in." Zhang Qingan closed the transcript and case analysis of Su Lei and others. Wang Jikai opened the door, and after Su Lei went in, he closed the door behind him. Su Lei ignored him and walked straight to the chair opposite Zhang Qingan's desk and sat down. Zhang Qingan frowned at Su Lei's behavior, but he still patiently asked, "I heard that you asked to see me? Are you the director of this police station?" Su Lei asked, looking around. "Director Zhang," said Zhang Qingan. Su Lei nodded and said, "Look at your director's office, it's not that great, right? It will definitely be much more comfortable than the detention center," Zhang Qingan said as he took a cigarette from the table and lit it. "That's right." Su Lei nodded. "Tell me, why do you want to see me?" Zhang Qingan said after taking a puff of his cigarette. "Didn't Captain Wang tell you just now?" Su Lei asked in surprise. "What did he say?" Zhang Qingan said stupidly. He certainly wouldn't say such things on his own initiative. He had to wait for Su Lei to say it himself. "We don't want to stay here any longer. We want to go out," Su Lei said directly. "Fighting and disturbing public order, for injured people are still in the hospital, how can we just let them go?" Zhang Qingan shook his head. "We were acting in self-defense. If anything, it would be that we over-defended ourselves," said Su Lei. "Whether it is self-defense or not cannot be determined based on your words alone. There must be factual basis," Zhang Qingan said with a smile. "The surveillance cameras have recorded it all. Aren't the facts all there?" Su Lei pointed to the computer. Zhang Qingan smiled and said nothing. Knowing Zhang Qingan's thoughts, Su Lei no longer hid it and approached him, saying, "Once this matter is done, I will transfer you to the municipal bureau within 3 months. Zhang Qingan was very calm after hearing this. He just smiled faintly and looked at Su Lei and said, "What's the matter? Is your father a big leader, or is your relative a local official? So powerful. I can't tell you this. You just need to know that this is your chance," Su Lei said, leaning back in his chair. "Playing dumb tricks won't work with me." Zhang Qingan started to tell his story again. "Your station should also have a local police assistance fund, right?" Su Lei asked. "Why are you asking this?" Zhang Qingan was stunned. "On the way here, I saw the police car in your station. I don't know how old it is. It's very bumpy to sit in. The air conditioner in the car doesn't work well. Isn't it hot to go out to handle cases in such a hot day? And these equipment in your station, isn't it time to renovate your office?" Su Lei said. Zhang Qingan frowned. The police station in our area doesn't have that much money to allocate. Give me my cell phone, Su Lei said, stretching out his hand. What are you going to do? Zhang Qingan asked. You'll know soon, said Su Lei. If it were someone else, Zhang Qingan would definitely ignore it, but Su Lei in front of him was too calm, so calm that he really wanted to see what tricks Su Lei could play. He picked up the phone and called the police officer on duty outside. After a while, Wang Jikai knocked on the door and handed in the phone. After Su Lei got the phone, he gestured, give me the donation code of your support fund organization. Faced with Su Lei's mysterious operation, Zhang Qingan was too lazy to ask. He opened the public account website on his computer, found the donation code for the society, and turned to Su Lei. The Police Aid Foundation is a public welfare social group that accepts donations from all walks of life to subsidize the families of police officers who have been injured or killed in the line of duty, disabled or in financial difficulty due to illness, and to alleviate their life difficulties. Of course, some donors who have received help from the police can also designate donations to the police station or individuals for some public use. After scanning the code, Su Lei directly entered 10 million on his mobile phone and clicked OK. Zhang Qingan, who was just about to see what Su Lei was going to do, suddenly saw that the original balance of 26,000 in the fund account suddenly had a long string of numbers. 10 million in the account? Thinking he had seen it wrong, he was stunned for a moment, then he opened his account balance again, carefully confirmed it, and then refreshed the website several times. After confirming that it was correct, he looked at Su Lei in shock and asked, Did you donate it? What else? Su Lei said with a smile. What are you doing? Zhang Qingan's voice trembled a little. After all, although he was a director, he had never seen so much money in his entire life. Nothing. It's not that you don't believe in my ability, I just want to prove it to you. Su Lei said. Just to prove it, you're going to donate 10 million? Do you think it's just a piece of paper? The annual budget of their entire police station is only over 1 million. Just donate 10 million? Zhang Qingan looked at Su Lei with a different look, but he quickly understood Su Lei's intention and said with a smile, I am very grateful for your support for my work, but I am not afraid to tell you the truth. Among the people you beat up tonight, one is the eldest son of the Chanha group. The leader of the municipal bureau just called me and asked about the situation of this case. Before Zhang Qingan finished speaking, the balance of the collection account on the computer screen started jumping wildly again. 10 million in the account? Zhang Qingan's brain was a little out of control. He stared at Su Lei blankly and said, 2 concussions and 1 broken arm. They are all minor injuries. This matter is really difficult to deal with. 10 million has arrived. Zhang Qingan felt like he was electrocuted, his whole body was numb, he blinked a few times, stared at Su Lei in amazement, opened his mouth several times, but didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, he said with a trace of embarrassment, I am just a 10 million has arrived. Zhang Qingan. 10 million has arrived. Mr. Su, I get it, I understand. Don't worry, I will handle this matter for you no matter what. Zhang Qingan finally came to his senses, stood up and held down Su Lei's hand that was transferring the money. Do you believe in my strength? Su Lei stopped and said. I believe it, I believe it. Zhang Qingan nodded. Nonsense, how can someone who can casually take out 50 million to play be an ordinary person? Moreover, he is a college student without a job. There is only one possibility, that is, his background or family background is amazing, the kind of amazing that even their junior public security system cannot find out. Although the 50 million is in a public account, Su Lei said that it can be used to replace various outdated facilities, police cars, houses, and various equipment in their police station. As for how to operate it, it depends on your own ability. Even if they don't know how to operate it, with this much money, the 2 million interest generated each year just by keeping it in the account can make the year-end bonus of the entire police station skyrocket. Moreover, Su Lei's move was also very clever. There was no need to worry about the funds flowing through the public account being investigated, and no one dared to embezzle them, so everyone could get dividends. This is equivalent to Su Lei giving a year-end bonus to all the police officers in the police station, and it is a bonus that is several times higher than a year's salary. After knowing this, let alone Zhang Qingan, everyone in the police station hopes that Su Lei, the god of wealth, will be safe and sound. Now Zhang Qingan not only believed in Su Lei's ability, but also no longer doubted that he would send him to the municipal bureau within 3 months. Moreover, for Zhang Qingan, getting on board Su Lei's ship is much more valuable than the 50 million. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 admiration point. Hearing the prompt tone, Su Lei was stunned. Chapter 19. The director personally sees the guests off. Old Wang. Zhang Qingyan shouted to the outside of the door. Hey, director? Wang Jikai pushed the door. I have read the surveillance records and the facts are basically clear. Let them go. Zhang Qingyan gestured to Su Lei. Ah. Wang Jikai was not unaware of what was said, but was rather surprised. He glanced at Su Lei and the other man unconsciously. I say, the facts of this case are clear, let them all go first. Zhang Qingyan repeated. Chief, what about the municipal bureau? Wang Jikai reminded carefully. I'll take care of that. You don't have to worry about it. Take your people to the royal bar and retrieve the surveillance video of the bar yesterday, said Zhang Qingyan. Hey! Although he was confused, Wang Jikai still agreed. Just as Wang Jiliang turned around to close the door, Zhang Qinggan remembered, oh, and bring back Liang Long and his accomplices who escaped. We need to re-examine them. I understand, Director. Wang Jikai nodded, and before leaving, he couldn't help but ask, are you okay? It's okay, go down first, and inform them by the way. We will hold a collective meeting later on the issue of rectifying the bad atmosphere in the jurisdiction. Zhang Qingyan gestured. Okay. Wang Jikai nodded and closed the door. Although he didn't know what the two talked about, based on Wang Jikai's understanding of Zhang Qingyan, it seemed that the deal was reached. The only thing he could think of was Su Lei's words about transferring him to the municipal bureau. In this case, wouldn't his life have hope? I couldn't help but feel a little happy in my heart, and I walked briskly. When I got to the lobby, I instructed several young police officers on duty, Xiao Zhao, go and release those people inside. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Lu, come with me. Captain Wang, where are we going? Xiao Zhou and Xiao Lu stood up and asked puzzledly. Catch back all those people we just released, said Wang Jikai. Ah? The two looked confused. What? Come with me quickly. Oh, by the way, bring back the people from the hospital who were involved in this incident, Liang Long and his gang members. Wang Jikai ordered. Although the two were confused, they had no choice but to put on their hats and stand up. Seeing that several people were about to leave, Xiao Zhao, who had no time to interrupt, stood up and said, Captain Wang, who did you say to release from the detention room? There are only those 3 students from South China. Who else? Wang Jikai turned around and said speechlessly. Why? Xiao Zhao was confused. Director Zhang ordered him to be released. How would I know why? Why don't you go ask him? Wang Jikai rolled his eyes. Although he guessed some of the reasons, he would naturally not say anything before the matter was finalized. In this way, even if something went wrong, it would not be blamed on him. He was just following orders. After hearing what Wang Jikai said, Xiao Zhao was confused, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. After all, it was the director's order, so he could only go and open the detention room. You guys can go out now. Can we go out now? Are we okay? Seeing that Su Lei had not come back for a long time, Chen Feng and his friends who were still anxious looked confused. It's okay. Xiao Zhao nodded. Although Chen Feng, Lu Zhilong and Sun Qian were as confused as Xiao Zhao, they were still happy to see the problem resolved. When he reached the door, Chen Feng suddenly thought, what about our roommate Su Lei? How should I know whether you are leaving or not? Xiao Zhao said impatiently when he saw that several people were hesitating. We came in together. If Su Lei doesn't leave, we won't leave either. Chen Feng retreated again. What's the matter? Are you addicted to living in there? Want to stay in there for a night? Xiao Zhao said speechlessly. Chen Feng wanted to say something, but Lu Zhilong stepped forward and reminded him, let as many people as possible leave. We can still find a way out once we get out. How can we save them if they are all locked up here? Have you thought it through? Do you really think this is a good place? Leave or not? If you don't, I will close the shop. Xiao Zhao urged. Chen Feng thought so too, so he had to follow Lu Zhilong and Sun Qian to get the things back and leave the police station. This is Zhang Qinggan's office. No problem, Mr. Su, this is my phone number. If you have any case in the future, you can contact me at any time. Zhang Qinggan handed over a piece of paper with a number written on it and said. Su Lei took the note, stood up and said, Can I go now? Of course. Zhang Qingyan said with a smile. What about Liang Long and the others? Su Lei thought. Don't worry. I've heard that they've been doing all kinds of evil in this area. A simple interrogation should reveal a lot of things. It's time to clean them up. Zhang Qingyan said. Su Lei nodded. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Don't worry, Mr. Su. Zhang Qingyan stood up. He sent Su Lei all the way to the door of the police station. If Su Lei hadn't said it wasn't necessary, he would have sent a car to take Su Lei back to school directly. Xiao Zhao, who was at the police reporting and consultation desk, almost dropped his jaw in shock when he saw this scene. He really couldn't understand how Su Lei, who was a suspect in a fight half an hour ago, could suddenly become a guest who was treated respectfully and sent out by the director. After much thought, the only explanation is that there is someone behind the scenes. After all, if you don't have the ability, even if you are fine in the end, the director will not send you out personally. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhao quickly memorized Su Lei's appearance. After all, if he met him outside one day, he would not accidentally offend the wrong person. Chen Feng and his companions who had been guarding outside the police station were getting anxious. Chen Feng looked impatiently at Sun Qian, who had already made several phone calls. Old 5, what do those rich ladies you know say? Are they useful? Oh, don't worry, they said they would help us ask. Sun Qian said anxiously while searching for the number. Ask, what's the point of asking? No one has replied in such a long time. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Hey, stop arguing, it's connected, this Sister Lu will definitely be useful. Before Sun Qian finished speaking, an angry male voice came from the phone. Hello, who is this? What are you doing looking for my wife? Are you? Beep, beep, beep. Sun Qian was so scared that he quickly hung up the phone. Chen Feng next to him rolled his eyes. The two were anxious, and Lu Zhilong, who was staring at the gate of the police station, pointed and said, Hey, look, isn't that Lao Si? Chen Feng turned his head and took a look, and said happily, It seems to be. Who sent him out? Who is that person next to him? Sun Qian asked puzzledly. It seems like he is the director of the police station? Lu Zhilong said. Police station chief? Do you know him? Chen Feng and Sun Qian asked in confusion. After all, looking at his apologetic smile, it seemed that he was quite polite to Su Lei. I don't know him, but when I came out just now, wasn't there his picture hanging on the wall? The one at the top was called Zhang something. Lu Zhilong said. Is this true? He was sent out by the director. What did the fourth brother do? Sun Qian said with some disbelief. Could it be that Lao Si really knows the director? Now think about it, why else were we suddenly released? Chen Feng analyzed. Oh, don't guess anymore. Once it comes out, just go over and ask and you'll know. Lu Zhilong walked up to him and said. Chapter 20 The Ruthless Brother was released. Fourth brother. Sun Qian waved from a distance. Su Lei thought they had gone back, but he didn't expect them to still be waiting here. He walked over and asked, Why haven't you left yet? We came in together, and you haven't left yet, so how can we leave on our own? Chen Feng said. How loyal. Su Lei said with emotion. Hey, fourth brother, do you know the director here? Sun Qian asked. How do you know? Su Lei asked puzzledly. We just saw him sending you out, and he acted like they were very familiar with each other. Who would do this if they didn't know each other, said Sun Qian. It's probably because of him that we were released suddenly. Lu Zhilong also asked. Su Lei had no choice but to admit it. We know each other, and we have some connections. After all, I just met Zhang Qinggan, so I can't be too clear. How deep is the friendship? Chen Feng asked curiously. Well, if you have any problems in the future, it should be okay to mention my name. Su Lei wanted to say. Does it work? Lu Zhilong became excited. After all, this was the chief of the local police station. He might not be a high-ranking official, but he could be said to be the local lord. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Su Lei patted his chest and nodded. Great, old 4. You usually don't say anything, so we couldn't tell. I didn't expect you have such strong connections. Chen Feng also said happily. With the protection of the police station chief, won't he be able to walk all over this area in the future? I just wanted to study hard and have a good relationship before, and never thought that I would get into trouble. It's all Liang Long's fault. Su Lei said helplessly. To the three people's ears, it was as if there was some unfathomable strength behind Sule that had not yet been revealed. No wonder you're so fierce tonight. Chen Feng suddenly realized, smiled, and approached. Brother, it seems we have to rely on you to protect us in the future. What are you talking about? We are all brothers. Didn't we agree to share the good and the bad? Sule replied. No matter what, after today's contact, Sule now also feels that they can become friends. You are so loyal. I declare that from now on there will be no fourth brother in our dormitory, only fourth brother. Chen Feng appealed. What are you talking about? We didn't divide up based on our strength. Besides, you took such good care of me in the past, I still remember that. Sule waved his hand. Fourth brother, let's not talk about relationships first. I encountered trouble outside that day, so you must remember to help me. Sun Xian said flatteringly. You have so many rich ladies protecting you, what can happen to you? Sule rolled his eyes. Who knows? What if? Sun Xian said anxiously. Okay, got it, said Sule. And me, fourth brother. Lu Zhilong also came over. Why are you here to join in the fun? Sule was speechless. A few people were talking and waiting for a car on the side of the road when several police cars drove back with sirens blaring. I have to say, Wang Jikai is quite efficient. As the car door opened, Liang Long, who had a bandage on his head, several of his brothers, and even Shui Lanlan were captured. Let me go, why are you arresting me? I am a wounded person, I am injured, I am a victim, can't you see? Liang Long shouted as he got off the car. Stop shouting. We brought you back for investigation. If you keep shouting, we will put a hood on you. Wang Jikai, who was escorting Liang Long, warned. Let me go, you bunch of stinky policemen, how dare you arrest me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Liang Long continued to persist. I don't care who your father is. Anyone who breaks the law will be arrested. Liang Long kept struggling. Wang Jikai got angry and twisted Liang Long's arm with his backhand. Ouch, be gentle, be gentle. Liang Long screamed in pain. I'm telling you, be honest, cooperate well, and suffer less, do you understand? Wang Jikai asked. I know. Liang Long nodded. Wang Jikai let Liang Long go. Liang Long shook his twisted arm a few times, looked at Wang Jikai unkindly and said, just wait, I'll remember you. When I get out, I'll make sure you can't even be a police officer. You. Wang Jikai was so angry that he wanted to hit Liang Long again, but thinking of the Chinha group behind him, he had to endure it again. Before the matter was settled, he didn't dare to do anything too extreme. He could only push him and said, hurry up, take them all in. Why are you arresting me? I didn't fight. What gives you the right to arrest me? Shui Lanlan, who was sitting behind, also started making a fuss after getting off the car. Stop making noise, you are also a party involved, so of course you have to come back and accept investigation, let's go. Said the escorting Xiao Zhou. A group of 9 people, including Zhao Gang, were also pulled up from their beds. Isn't that Liang Long and the others? Sun Xian said in surprise and joy when he saw several people being brought back. Fuck, what a bunch of idiots, you deserve it. Lu Zhilong cursed with relief. Liang Long, how are you now? Are you not showing off anymore? Chen Feng shouted deliberately. Hearing the sound, Liang Long, who was walking to the door of the police station, turned around. After seeing Sule, the calmed Liang Long jumped up again and said, CNM, you bastards framed me. You wait and see how I will deal with you when I come out. I'm waiting for you. I'm going to have a barbecue now. You just stay in there and freeze. Sule gave him the middle finger. The 4 of them laughed together. Liang Long was furious and was about to rush out, but Wang Jikai, who was either unable to hold back or doing it on purpose for Sule to see, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and said, behave yourself. If you make trouble again, I'll cuff you. Let me go. Liang Long shouted as he was taken in. You idiot, you deserve it. Sule and others cursed out of relief. Lu Zhilong also took out his mobile phone, took a picture of the scene, and sent it to the campus group. As the video spread, various campus groups that had just cooled down suddenly became active again. What the hell, what's going on? Liang Long was captured? Is it true? Who caught him? Where is he? Really? Look, Zhao Gang is here too. What's going on? Didn't Liang Long say he was beaten and sent to the hospital? Why was he arrested? I don't know, but it must be related to what happened to the ruthless brother today. Where are the ruthless brothers? Weren't they also taken away by the police? Are they okay? I don't know yet, but judging from the current situation, it's very unfavorable for Liang Long. Who just said we should run around the playground naked? I mean, if Henran Gu is fine, he can just run around naked in the playground. Now only Liang Long was taken in. Who knows if he is just cooperating with the investigation? It can't be said that just because Liang Long was taken to the police station, Henran Gu will be fine. You want to cheat, don't you? Who cheated? There was a commotion in the group, and soon things started to happen online. Just when everyone was curious about what happened to Su Lei and his companions, a person with the online name quietly posted a photo of themselves eating barbecue and clinking glasses on the internet. And what a coincidence, the photo captured half of Su Lei's face. A note below said, "My brothers are still tough, the criminals got the punishment they deserved," which is very gratifying. Let's get together, brothers. As the photo spread rapidly on the internet, it was quickly passed back to the campus group. Damn it, did you see that? I told you that ruthless brother would be fine, but it hasn't been long since he was released, and he's even drinking and eating barbecue. It's over. It looks like Liang Long has really hit a wall this time and is going to fall flat on his face. The person who said that if ruthless brother is fine, he will run around the playground naked? What do you say now? Don't worry, I'm not going to default on my debt. It's only been a short time since the incident happened. It's possible that Liang Long just hasn't had time to report it back home. Wait until tomorrow. If brother Henran is still okay, I'll run in the playground. Okay, we'll wait for you, huh? Hey, you guys tell me, why is brother Henran fine, and why did he send Liang Long to prison? It should be related, right? Related? How is that possible? If he really has connections, how could he work in a bar and have his girlfriend taken away by Liang Long? What if others have been keeping a low profile before and haven't shown their strength? Impossible. How is it impossible? Whose family is rich and powerful and would not show it? Well, don't tell me, some people just like to keep a low profile. It doesn't matter whether he is low-key or high-profile, as long as Liang Long gets humiliated, that's all that matters. Yes, this guy is too bad. It's time to teach him a lesson and let him know how powerful he is. I agree with this. It would be better to lock up Shui Lan Lan together. Chapter 21. The entire police station is on edge. There was a big quarrel online and in the campus groups in South China. Su Lei, Chen Feng and others were eating barbecue and drinking beer. Lu Zhilong suddenly handed over his phone and said, "Look, someone at school is betting on whether you will have any problems tomorrow." Su Lei took a look and said speechlessly, "What else are you talking about when you have nothing to do?" Knowing that Liang Long is in jail, some people are still guessing about your relationship. Sun Qian also picked up his phone and read it with relish. "Fourth brother, tell them that our relative is the mayor." What nonsense are you talking about? When did I know the mayor? Su Lei rolled his eyes. They don't know anyway. Sun Qian said as he typed a message on his phone, "I heard that the ruthless brother is a relative of the city leader," and sent it out. This explosive information instantly spread in the group. Some people secretly exclaimed that it was amazing and said that it was no wonder that Liang Long could be sent in. However, some people did not believe it and asked who Sun Qian was and what evidence he had. Naturally, Sun Qian could not produce any evidence, so he kept silent after muddying the waters. Su Lei also opened his phone and took a look. Seeing that some people were cheering for him for sending Liang Long in, he couldn't help but laugh. After having supper, Chen Feng and his friends wanted to go back to the dormitory. Su Lei made an excuse that he had something else to do and had to meet someone, so he would not go back tonight. He didn't return to the dormitory for 2 consecutive days. Although Chen Feng and Lu Zhilong were curious, they didn't ask much. Only Sun Qian held Su Lei's shoulders and said, "Fourth brother, do you also have outside?" and gave him a look that everyone understood. "Get out. Don't look at me with those disgusting eyes of yours." Su Lei slapped Sun Qian's hand away. Thinking Su Lei was embarrassed, Sun Qian smiled and stopped a car on the side of the road and said, "I'm not going back either. Someone is waiting for me." Chen Feng and Lu Jiwen said contemptuously, "Be careful or you'll die in your bed someday. You are just jealous." A taxi stopped, Sun Xian got in, stuck his head out and waved with a smile. Bye, I'm going to the land of beauty, don't miss me. Looking at Sun Xian's despicable look, Chen Feng and Lu Jiwen both raised their middle fingers. After the few people separated, Su Lei went to the underground parking lot and drove the A8 back to the hotel. He didn't want to hide his identity from Chen Feng and the others, but he didn't have enough strength now, and in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he couldn't reveal it. Compared to when he arrived at the hotel yesterday, Su Lei has almost changed his outfit. Moreover, after staying in the luxury suite for another month, Su Lei has become a high-ranking VIP of the Oriental International Hotel, and almost all the waiters know him. As soon as the car stopped at the door, the receptionist and the doorman were already waiting there, and Chunlan stood at the front of the crowd. As the doorman opened the car door, Su Lei got out of the car, and Chunlan and the others bowed and said, "Welcome back, boss." Su Lei looked at Chunlan in surprise. "Why are you back?" Chunlan pointed at Su Lei's watch and said, "When it enters the hotel gate, we will receive a reminder." Oh. Su Lei nodded and couldn't help but sigh. As expected, those new technologies are first used by rich people. There were many guests nearby, so Su Lei didn't say much and took Chunlan into the elevator. Along the way, I felt a lot of waiters' gazes. Is that the boss of 38-8? So young? Ah, you guys changed shifts last night, didn't you know that you're staying for a month? 1 month? 2 million? Which company's boss are you, or is it your successor? Who knows? Just do your own thing. Why do you care so much about others? I want to work on the 38th floor, too. You're going to the 38th floor? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Why, am I worse than them? What do you think? Besides, you can't get in just by being pretty, you have to be professional. As Su Lei and Chunlan walked into the elevator, the discussions around them disappeared. The 38th floor is an independent space, and apart from the guests staying there, basically no one can come up there. As the elevator door opens, Xiaozhu, Xiaozhu, and Dong Mei were already waiting at the elevator entrance. They bowed together and said, "Welcome home, boss." Boss, you must be tired after studying all day. The fruits, cakes and snacks are all ready. Do you need to eat something first? Xiaozhu came up with slippers in her hand and asked. Boss, the bath water is ready. Do you want to take a bath and relax first? Xiaozhu asked on the other side holding her bathrobe. Boss, the wine and music are ready. Do you need me to give you a massage to relieve your fatigue? Dong Mei stepped forward and took the clothes that Su Lei had changed out of. It was the first time for Su Lei to experience such a scene. Pretty faces appeared before his eyes like flowers, and he completely lost himself in the calls of boss. I don't know how I changed my shoes or clothes. When he came to his senses, he was already sitting on the chair. The lights in the room were dimmed, Dong Mei was massaging her own back and shoulders, Xiaozhu was peeling an orange and feeding herself, Chunlan was making herself a cocktail, and Xiaozhu was playing a soothing piano piece beside her. At this moment, Su Lei finally understood why everyone in ancient times tried so hard to become an emperor, and why people nowadays try so hard to become rich. Who wouldn't he be confused during this day? At the same time, in the local police station, Zhang Qingan is holding a meeting for all police officers. The content of the meeting is to unite as one, work together and rectify the bad practices in the jurisdiction. As he spoke, he also used the cases of Su Lei and Liang Long as examples. The incidents all happened in public places and there were surveillance cameras, so the case is very clear. Liang Long led his men and took action twice. The screen also circled the first time Liang Long blew Su Lei's head with a red circle. Such a thing happened in broad daylight in the jurisdiction. Zhang Qingan said he was very sad and angry. This time he must improve the public security in the vicinity and prevent people like Liang Long and such things from happening again, which will affect the harmony and safety of society. Zhang Qingan said a lot, but the crowd below obviously didn't take it too seriously. After all, this kind of fights and drunken disturbances happen every 10 days or half a month, and the police officers below are used to it. Only after Zhang Qingan finished introducing the case did he intentionally or unintentionally mention the donation made by Su Lei to support the police officers in his jurisdiction in rectifying their work style. When the police officers saw the long list of balances in the assistance fund account, which was larger than that of the municipal and even provincial bureaus, they thought they had seen it wrong and almost dropped their jaws. While I was excited, I was also wondering who Su Lei was. Why did he donate 50 million yuan in one go? Wang Jikai almost fell off the stool. Compared with the other police officers, he knew more. Not only did he promise to send the director to the municipal bureau, but he also donated 50 million? What kind of god is this? He is rich and powerful. This is the kind of person I am talking about. I really regretted locking up Sule just now, and I felt guilty for wasting the opportunity and almost making a big mistake. Fortunately, it hasn't reached the point of no return, otherwise I would be dead. If I offend such a great man, what good will I have in the future? I decided that next time we meet I must make amends and try my best to salvage our relationship. After all, if you can lean on such a big tree, your future will definitely be much easier. Even if Sule looks down on you, it will definitely be a good thing to maintain a good relationship. Wang Jikai's heart, which had been silent for many years, suddenly became restless again at this moment. Although the other people in the conference room didn't know Sule's Su Luo yet, they all became more energetic than after drinking 10 bottles of Red Bull. Nonsense. Although many people envy the police, the salary of police officers in small police stations like them is more than 4,000 yuan a month, and with various benefits it is less than 5,000 yuan, which is really not much. Of course, some places have good locations, such as independent districts and towns, where they have greater power in many matters and can get more dividends at the end of the year. However, they are close to the municipal bureau, and most of the benefits are sucked away by the municipal bureau. They almost live a poor life. I thought I would never have a chance to turn things around in my life, but who knew that a god of wealth like Sule would come? With such a large donation, their future life will not be any worse than that of the municipal bureau, and they can even get a lot of extra bonuses at the end of the year. Those who used to think about solving big cases and trying to be transferred to the municipal bureau as soon as possible are no longer interested in this now. They think it's also good to stay and work in the jurisdiction. After all, there will be less work to do. How can I not be energetic? Seeing that all the police officers were standing up, Zhang Qing'an felt relieved. They are all smart people. He believes that even without him saying anything, the people below will know what to do. Of course, at the end of the meeting, Zhang Qing'an still explained that this matter could only be known internally and could not be publicized outside at will. Who would have a problem with salary? Everyone nodded excitedly. As for Lian Long and others who were locked up in the detention room, they suffered a lot. After the meeting, the air conditioning temperature somehow dropped to 16 degrees. Lian Long and his companions, who were wearing only one piece of clothing, were shivering with cold. No one paid attention to their calls in the middle of the night, and no one offered them water. In the end, the 8 men had to huddle together to collect the eggs. It was okay when there were many people, but Xue Lanlan, who was locked in a room alone, was even more miserable. There was no one to keep her warm, and she was so cold that she couldn't even speak clearly. Chapter 22: The Woman Driving a Porsche. Sule was taking a bath in the warm bathtub. After what happened today, he understood that it was not enough to have money, one must also have power. No matter how much money one had, it would still seem powerless in front of power. Even Xin Wansan and Heshen, who were once the richest men in the world, did not end up well in the end. Therefore, people in ancient times knew how to combine money and power. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Sule also decided to build his own strength. Just as I was thinking about where to start, a reminder tone suddenly started ringing in my head. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 admiration point. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 admiration point. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 point of admiration. It rang 23 times in a row. What is going on? Sule, who was eating and drinking red wine, was a little confused. Last time, I suddenly got more than 200 points of admiration, and this time, I got 23 points inexplicably. I have no idea where they came from. Is there a loophole in this system, or is it just going mad? Confused, Sule called out the system. Host, Sule. Constitution, 16. Strength, 16. Agility, 10. Spirit, 16. Intelligence, 9. Skills, 36 types of bone splitting and bone distorting hands basic. Admiration, 24. Balance, 494-546-9000. Apart from the fact that his admiration value had really increased by 23 points, there was no other change. He wanted to try to exchange for things in the mall, but he couldn't do so because he didn't have enough admiration value. He also had no way of continuing to increase his admiration value. I studied it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so I finally gave up and suspected that I was just having a seizure. After eating fruit and taking a bath, Sule finally slept on the big bed in the room. Under Dongmei's skillful technique, she fell asleep happily. The next day, Su Lei was awakened by the vibration of his cell phone. When I saw that the message was from Shui Lanlan, I ignored it. He slept until after 10 o'clock, and then got up with the help of Chunlan and other girls. After breakfast, I remembered Shui Lanlan's message. I opened my phone and saw that she actually asked me where I was. After ignoring her, she sent me another message saying she wanted to meet me. After reading it, Su Lei was stunned. What happened? Did he wake up after being locked up all night? Or did he regret breaking up after knowing that he was capable? Never mind, Su Lei simply ignored her and even forgot about it 2 days ago and directly blocked and deleted Shui Lanlan. After dealing with Shui Lanlan, I saw that there were more than 100 messages in the dormitory group. I opened them and found that they were all bragging and gossip in the first half of the night. In the middle there is also a photo that Sun Qian secretly took of the rich woman he met last night. Although the weight of the rich woman is indeed scary, it has to be said that many rich women actually pay great attention to maintaining their figure. After all, everyone loves beauty. If you have money, everyone knows how to dress up. Whether it's clothes, cosmetics, shoes, bags, or jewelry, they are all famous brands. If your equipment improves, your temperament will also improve. Well, apart from anything else, having money means confidence. Watching Sun Qian thrust out another bright red Duden, Chen Feng and Lu Zhilong could only curse and lick the screen in the second half of the night. In the morning, Chen Feng was the only one in the group who called Su Lei to join the double row, and asked when Sun Qian would return to the dormitory and when Lu Zhilong would finish class. Then half an hour later, he was beaten up and asked for help. In the end, he was probably so depressed by the beating that he fell silent. After reading it, Su Lei smiled and left the hotel and returned to school accompanied by Chunlan and several other girls. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, Su Lei replied, "I just got up, wait a moment, I'll be there soon." There's nothing I can do, who can blame them for their deep brotherly love? Chen Feng seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, wailing, "Brother, hurry up, I've kneeled for 3 times, or I'll jump off the building." Su Lei replied, "Don't jump. Our dormitory is high. If you jump down, you will have no chance of survival. I'm at the school gate. I'll come to rescue you right away." As soon as he finished speaking and turned into the school gate, he was stopped by a familiar voice, "Su Lei." Hearing the voice, Su Lei turned around in confusion and saw that it was Shui Lanlan. Only then did I remember why this woman came out. Looking back, I thought that she might not have participated in the fight, so nothing happened to her. Plus, she was a female student, so she was released. Su Lei asked unhappily, "What are you doing?" It is said that stereotypes are the hardest to change. I don't know if it was because Su Lei had been bullied for too long that a stereotype was formed in Shui Lanlan's mind, or because she thought Su Lei was too weak and thought that Su Lei was still the same Su Lei as before. Shui Lanlan walked up to him arrogantly and asked, "You sent me a message but didn't reply. Why did you delete and block me?" Seeing Shui Lanlan early in the morning, Su Lei was unhappy. After hearing her words, his good mood was instantly gone. He cursed directly, "Who the hell do you think you are? I used to give in to you because I gave in to you. Now we've broken up, and you're still talking nonsense to me? Don't even mention blocking and deleting me. If you dare to yell at me again, I'll beat you up. Have you forgotten what I said last night? You." Shui Lanlan had been beautiful since she was young, and was used to being pampered and praised. This was the first time someone spoke to her like that. She was originally very angry, but after thinking back to what Su Lei had done in the police station yesterday, she had to endure it back. Sure enough, some people can only understand slaps. What do you mean by you? Let me tell you, we have no relationship now. I won't pursue the past with you. You'd better not make a fuss in front of me in the future, otherwise I won't tolerate you. After saying this, Su Lei was about to leave. But Shui Lanlan immediately called out Su Lei, and snorted, becoming a little proud again, "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some connections in the police station. Do you really think I want to come to see you? What are you daydreaming about? Today I'm not here to see you, someone is looking for you." Su Lei turned around and asked, "Who's looking for me?" Shui Lanlan pointed to a Porsche GT 4.0 outside the school gate. Su Lei frowned and looked over in confusion. The door of the Cayenne opened, and a woman in her 40s with long burgundy hair, wearing a Chanel dress with a small suit on the outside and a handbag in her hand, got out. Although I don't know who this person is, from Shui Lanlan's proud look, it seems that this woman is of great importance. The woman walked straight up to the 2 men and asked, "Are you Su Lei?" Who are you? Su Lei asked puzzledly. I am Liang Long's mother, Cui Xiuzhen. Is this the conflict between you and my son? The woman asked in a tone that clearly spoke of an elder and a superior. Hearing that it was Liang Long's mother, Su Lei was stunned for a moment. What do you want to see me for? I don't know what method you used, but I hope you can go to the police station to clarify and drop the charges against my son, Cui Xiuzhen said. Su Lei understood and said with a smile, I think you misunderstood. I am just an ordinary college student. The police in the police station handle cases impartially. I don't have that much ability. Besides, your son brought people to beat me up. Why should I go and plead for him? I think I understand what's going on with you. It's all because of this woman. Besides, my son was also injured. He's also a victim. Cui Xiuzhen said. So what? It's his own fault. Su Lei ignored him. As if she was surprised by Su Lei's difficulty, Cui Xiuzhen took off her sunglasses, looked at Su Lei and asked, How much do you want? Ha? Su Lei was stunned. How much money do you want in exchange for dropping the charges against my son? Cui Xiuzhen asked again. Chapter 23 It's over, I told you the Liang Long family wouldn't just let it go like this. Su Lei looked at Cui Xiuzhen and smiled, 10 billion, do you have it? After hearing this number, not only Cui Xiuzhen, but also Shui Lanlan beside her was stunned. Su Lei, I said you are as big as a lion. Before Shui Lanlan could finish her words, Su Lei glared back at her. Cui Xiuzhen also shook her head and said, I hope you can be more practical. This is not a matter of life and death. At most, he will be detained for a few days, and there will be no criminal record for the public security punishment. I just don't want my son to suffer in prison and have his reputation in school ruined. It won't be a bad thing for Liang Long to suffer a little. As for his reputation, you don't have to worry about it at all. Liang Long has no reputation in school for a long time. Su Lei said with a smile. Cui Xiuzhen frowned, and finally some anger appeared on her face. I came here to mediate with you calmly this time. If you are willing, I can give you 100,000 yuan as financial compensation. 100,000? I say, you drive a Porsche after all, why are you treating beggars badly? Otherwise, I'll give you 1 million and you'll just give up your son Liang Long. Su Lei rolled his eyes. Cui Xiuzhen finally got angry. Su Lei, if you keep making trouble, bidding at random, and slandering my son, you should know that our family is not easy to mess with. So what? I'm not afraid to tell you that no matter how much money you give me, it's useless. I just want to see Liang Long being locked up for a few days. Su Lei said indifferently. So, are you sure you want to fight us? Cui Xiuzhen glared. It's up to you, said Su Lei. Okay, let's wait and see. Don't worry, I'll let you come to me next time, and then we'll see who will ask whom for help. After saying this, Cui Xiuzhen put on her sunglasses, slung her bag and walked away angrily. Hey, Aunt Cui, Aunt Cui. Shui Lanlan chased after her and stopped Cui Xiuzhen in front of the car. What are you doing? Cui Xiuzhen asked impatiently. The Liang Long hasn't been rescued yet, why are you leaving like this? Shui Lanlan said dissatisfiedly. Stop crying wolf here. This is all because of you, my son. I know how to solve this problem. Cui Xiuzhen pushed Shui Lanlan away, got into the car and turned around to say, also, you'd better stay away from Liang Long in the future. Hey! Shui Lanlan wanted to say more, but Cui Xiuzhen had already stepped on the accelerator, leaving only a cloud of exhaust gas in the air. She originally wanted to leave a good impression in front of Cui Xiuzhen, and let Su Lei know the gap between them and Liang Long's family. However, she didn't get any good results. She seemed to be implicated and offended Cui Xiuzhen. Shui Lanlan looked at Su Lei with tears in her eyes. Su Lei, you are really a piece of shit. You want to destroy me if you can't get me, right? Su Lei, who was admiring Cui Xiuzhen's figure, said directly, get lost, and left without looking back. Although she is a bit old, her temperament is not comparable to many ordinary women. I have to say, it's good to be rich, and their resources are indeed top-notch. While Su Lei was thinking about it, Cui Xiuzhen, who had just left, took out her phone from her bag and dialed a number. Su Lei was just about to go back to the dormitory to find Shen Feng, but he heard a broadcast not long after he walked away. We have received news that some students have recently formed gangs and organized gangs outside the school to engage in group fights. Some students have even been beaten to the point of being hospitalized. As a well-known university in the city and even the country, we will never tolerate such things happening in our school. We will investigate the matter thoroughly and deal with it seriously. As the students involved, I hereby urge you to take responsibility for your mistakes and come to my office to confess. We will uphold our consistent glorious tradition in fine style and treat you leniently as appropriate. If you resist the investigation, once we find you after the investigation, we will punish you severely. I hope those students will not take chances. Hear the radio. Those who were in class, in the dormitory, exercising, and in the library were all stunned. Who is this? It sounds like the voice of the Dean of Studies, Liao Jinyun. Dean of Studies? Liao the Devil? This is terrible. From what Liao Jinyun said, many people immediately connected it to the video circulating in the campus group. Ha, what do you think? It's over, right? I knew the Lianglong family wouldn't just let it go. What will happen now? Will he be punished or fired? I don't know whether he will be fired or not. I've said it before, it depends on how he takes responsibility for his mistakes. But he will definitely be punished severely, and it might even be recorded in his file. Once it's in the file, it's over. All my years of college have been wasted. What a few years of college, it's all over for my life, a stain forever. That's not necessarily true. The ruthless brother can even handle the police station. What if he can handle Liao Maguey as well? You're dreaming. Don't you know who Liao the Devil is? One question, everyone was silent. Shui Lanlan, who was still angry a moment ago, became happy again after hearing the broadcast. She said proudly to Su Lei's back, "You deserve it. You are unlucky." The whole school was discussing this matter. Chen Feng, who was playing games in the dormitory, and Lu Zhilong in the gymnasium naturally heard the broadcast. The two of them felt as if the sky had fallen, and asked in the dormitory group, "What the hell, what's going on? How did this get to the Dean of Studies? What's the matter?" Sun Qian, who had just come out of the hotel, asked in confusion. "What's the big deal about fighting with Liang Long? Are you an idiot? You only know how to look for rich women, and you don't even know when you will be fired." Chen Feng scolded in frustration. "So be it if I get fired. At worst I'll just have to rely on a rich woman for a living in the future." Sun Qian said indifferently, thinking that Chen Feng was joking. "Fuck, get out." Chen Feng cursed. "Lawu, if you really get fired, remember to take me with you." Lu Zhilong shouted. "Chen Feng. No problem, third brother." Sun Qian replied readily. After 2 seconds, he asked again, "Has the school really known about our affairs? Are you guys lying to me?" "I'm lying to you, idiot. If you don't believe me, go ask in other groups." Chen Feng was completely furious. Although his family had some money, his father Chen Kai was very traditional and cared a lot about his studies. When he was admitted to South China University, his father happily set up 20 tables in a big hotel and invited all relatives and friends. If people knew that he was expelled for fighting, not only would his family be unable to explain himself, he would also be unable to hold his head up in front of his friends and relatives. His father might even get so angry that he would sever all ties with him. Compared to Chen Feng, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Lu Zhilong is also anxious. "Fourth brother, are you back? What should we do about this?" Su Lei, who had just heard the broadcast, was also a little confused, but he soon calmed down and picked up his phone and replied, "It's a small matter, I'll take care of it." "I'm about to be fired, and you're the one who's going to solve it? You think it's a matter of not paying the class fee, and it can be solved with a few $100s? Although Su Lei had just gotten a few people out of the police station yesterday, Chen Feng knew the school's tolerance limit for this kind of thing. He thought Su Lei didn't understand yet, so he reminded him, "Old four, do you know the seriousness of this matter? Besides, that's Liao the Devil, who's even more difficult to deal with than the principal. If he gets any handle on us, we'll have a hard time. Who in the school isn't afraid of him?" Chapter 24, Expulsion from School, File Record. "It's okay, you guys just play however you want, and leave the rest to me." Su Lei still replied. Chen Feng felt a little autistic. Sun Qian jumped out and said, "Fourth brother, I believe in you, you are the best." "Fuck, get out of here and don't talk." Chen Feng cursed. Although Lu Zhilong was also afraid, he had no other choice but to say, "Never mind, let's give it a try. Fourth brother, this matter depends entirely on you. Don't worry, just eat and have fun, there will be absolutely no problem." After saying this, Su Lei closed the chat box, found the number Zhang Qing'an left, and called him. "Hello, Mr. Su, what's the matter?" Zhang Qing'an asked on the phone. "Have Liang Long's family members looked for you?" Su Lei asked. "We did look for it, but the evidence is conclusive. As long as we insist on doing things according to the law, it's useless to look for it. The punishment result has just been announced. Gathering a crowd to cause trouble will result in 7 days of detention," said Zhang Qing'an. "That's good." Su Lei smiled and asked, "This is what I mean. I want to find someone to investigate the Liang family. Do you know anyone in the Economic Investigation Department? It would be best if they have already resigned and are no longer working in the department." Economic Investigation Division? Zhang Qing'an was stunned for a moment, but soon understood. "What? Do you want to overthrow Changha Group?" I just want to know. Isn't there a saying that goes, knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles? I don't want to know nothing about my opponent." Su Lei laughed. Things hadn't started yet, and there was no evidence, so he didn't want to reveal too much. However, after being a police officer for decades, Zhang Qing'an guessed Su Lei's intention and advised, "Mr. Su, although I don't know who is behind you, and I don't know how capable you are, I advise you to give up this idea. Changha Group pays hundreds of millions of taxes to the local area every year, boosting a lot of economic growth and employment. It has always been a local star enterprise with complicated relationships. This time your case is legitimate, so we can suppress Liang Long. But Liang Long is not Changha Group. There are still many people who rely on him to make money. It's just a small matter, don't make a fuss about it." "I see. I just want to check how deep Liang Long's background is. Can you help me find someone in this field?" Su Lei said. "Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you and call you when I find it," said Zhang Qing'an. Su Lei hung up the phone. It seemed that the Changha Group was really famous. Even Zhang Qing'an knew that it was not easy to mess with. However, this hard bone tastes delicious when chewed. I don't know if Zhang Qing'an is afraid of bringing trouble to himself, and will agree on the surface but not take any action in secret. Su Lei decided to wait for a while. If Zhang Qing'an didn't move, he would have to find a way himself. However, the most important thing at the moment is to deal with the school situation. Although I don't care, I can't implicate a few good brothers, and I can't let Liang Long and Shui Lanlan laugh at me. After thinking for a while, Su Lei turned around and walked out of the school gate. He bought a canvas backpack on the roadside, bought a few boxes of mooncakes, took off the outer packaging bags, and then went to the bank. After getting ready, Su Lei went to Liao Yunguo's office with his backpack. The office building is located on the west side of the campus, next to a beautiful lakeside. Along the way, there are many couples sitting on the grass, talking about love. Someone saw Su Lei and recognized him, saying, "Hey, isn't that the Su Lei who was named by Director Liao in the fight in the video?" It seems so. Where is he going? Where else can he go? That's the office building. He must be going to Director Liao to admit his mistake. What a pity, I still can't defeat Liang Long. As he was speaking, someone took a video and posted it in the campus group, saying that Su Lei had already gone to admit his mistake. When they saw Su Lei, the group went wild instantly. "Fuck, ruthless brother, you really disappoint me. This Liao devil has only been on the radio for less than half an hour. Are you scared so soon?" "That's right, you have to hold on for a few days at least. I thought you were a good man in the beginning. Sure enough, I got the wrong person. What are you yelling about? Is it possible that Brother Ruthless went to seek justice with Liao Mayo? Go to Liao Mayu to reason? Do you think Liao Mayu is reasonable?" One question and the group fell silent again. No matter what, I still don't believe that Ruthless brother will give in so easily. I don't believe it either. Don't forget, Brother Henrun has connections in the municipal party committee. So what if it's related? You're talking about Liang Long as if it has nothing to do with him. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Just wait and see. Don't forget, if you lose, you just have to run around the playground naked. Let me run laps, and then you can wait to clean the dormitory for me. There was a fierce quarrel in the group. Here, Su Lei had already arrived at the 6th floor of the office building, in front of Liao Yunguo's office, carrying his bag. Su Lei knocked on the door. "Come in." Liao Yunguo's voice came from inside. Su Lei pushed the door open and walked in. Liao Yunghua, who was wiping his shiny leather shoes with a towel, turned around and asked, "Who are you looking for?" It seems that they don't know each other yet. Su Lei smiled and said, "I am the one who fought with Liang Long. Didn't you ask me to come and confess so that I can be lenient?" Hearing Liang Long, Liao Yunghua understood, put down the towel in his hand, put down his shoes from the stool, and looked Su Lei up and down. "You are Su Lei?" Su Lei nodded. "Where are the others? I heard that you are a gang." Liao Yunghua looked outside the door and asked in confusion. "There's no one here, just me," said Su Lei. Liao Yunghua frowned and sat down at his desk. "That's not what I know. I heard there are 4 of you. What about the other 3? He said seriously, "Let me tell you, this is a school, not society. Don't talk about being a big brother. I won't buy into that." "Then what do you want to eat?" Su Lei walked to the desk with a smile and sat on the chair opposite Liao Yunghua. "You?" No one had ever dared to act like this in Liao Yunghua's office. Faced with Su Lei's behavior, Liao Yunghua was stunned for a moment, and then angrily said, "Do you know any etiquette, classmate? Do you know where this is? I didn't ask you to sit down. Why did you sit down without permission? Believe me." Before Liao Yunghua finished speaking, Su Lei interrupted him and asked, "Let me ask you, what do you want to eat?" He then opened the canvas bag at his feet, took out a box of mooncakes from it and asked, "Do you like mooncakes? It's already the Mid-Autumn Festival, why eat mooncakes?" Liao Yunghua said angrily. He hated Su Lei so much that he decided to punish him severely. Not only did he have to find out and expel Su Lei and the gang behind him, but he also had to criticize them in a school-wide notice, and keep their glorious deeds in the files. Chapter 25. Have you ever eaten mooncakes with lentil filling? I don't know if Liao Yunghua has already hated me, but Su Lei doesn't care. He gestured, "It's okay. I made these mooncakes with lentil filling at home. They taste great. If you don't want to eat them, you can at least take a look at them." "I told you I don't eat mooncakes, what's so good about them?" Liao Yunghua said and tried to push the bag that Su Lei had placed on the table back to him, but the bag was so heavy that he couldn't push it away at once. I leaned in to take a closer look in confusion. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked, but when I did, I was confused. There were no mooncakes in the bag, but stacks of money neatly stacked together. No one knew how much there was. "How about my mooncakes? Are they of good quality?" Su Lei asked. "You, what are you doing?" Liao Yunghua was a little confused when he suddenly saw so much money. "Didn't I have a little conflict with Liang Long outside of school?" Su Lei said. "You want to bribe me?" Liao Yunghua understood. "I see that you're always running around for students' affairs and it's quite hard work, so I just want to treat you to some mooncakes," Su Lei said with a smile. Liao Yunghua wanted to accept it, but Cui Xiaojun called just now and said that Changhua Group was going to donate a sports stadium to the school. He could only say cruelly, "Who do you think I am? Don't think this matter can be let go. Even if you give me the money, do you know that Liang Long's family? My mother was afraid that you would be hungry, so she asked me to bring some more." Su Lei interrupted, taking out another bag from his bag and placing it on the table. Liao Yunghua glanced at the bag, which was also full of lentil-filled mooncakes. He swallowed his saliva and said, "My classmate, I ask you to respect my profession. I am engaged in education." Before Liao Yunghua could finish his words, Su Lei put another bag on the table. Liao Yunghua swallowed his saliva and thought carefully for half a second. The gymnasium belonged to the school, but the mooncakes were his, so he made a decision quickly. The serious face instantly turned into a smiling face. "My dear classmate, may I ask who my mother is?" "You can't talk about it outside, otherwise it might cause unnecessary trouble." "But my mother asked me to bring it to you to say hello. She said it's a specialty from our hometown. If you want to eat it, you can ask me to bring it to you anytime." Su Lei laughed. "That's thoughtful. It seems my mother must be from a well-educated family, otherwise how could she know so many etiquettes?" Liao Yunghua nodded. Su Lei casually threw out several million. It should be known that they were not from an ordinary family. After contacting Su Lei secretly thought that it must not be as simple as money. After all, the name of several people could cause trouble. Liao Yunghua did not dare to ask any more questions, and changed the subject. "I have also investigated this matter. It's all Liang Long's fault. He entered the school through special recruitment, but he didn't think about studying hard and serving the society in the future. He just thought about greed and love. I heard that he brought people to beat you up the day before yesterday? How is it? Are you okay? Hey, I still feel a little dizzy. I feel very shaky when I walk. I almost fell down when I came up with this bag just now. Su Lei said, pointing with his finger. Oh, look, I told you so. Liao Yunhua said as he stood up and went to the water dispenser to make a pack of tea. Come on, drink some tea first and calm down. Don't worry about this matter. I will definitely handle it impartially. It's useless for anyone to intercede. Then I'll have to trouble Director Liao. Su Lei picked up the canvas bag and placed it directly on the table. Seeing that there were 2 more bags inside, Liao Yunhua was a little at a loss. These are all gifts from my mother? My mother thought you might like it, so she asked me to bring some more when I came. Is Director Liao satisfied with the mooncakes? Su Lei asked with a smile. Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied. You know what, I've never eaten mooncakes with lentil filling in my life. Liao Yunhua seemed to be worried that Su Lei would go back on his word, so he pulled the canvas bag under the desk. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained some admiration points. Su Lei smiled, picked up the teacup and walked to the window, looking at the lake below and the various green plants, and exclaimed, Director, the scenery here is really nice. If you like, you can come to my place anytime to drink tea and enjoy the scenery, said Liao Yunhua. That's not good. What if people gossip about us? Su Lei said worriedly. What's wrong with it? Besides, an ambitious young man like you will definitely achieve great things in the future. It's an honor for my school to have you here. What's more, with me here, who dares to say anything? Liao Yunhua said, patting his chest. Then I would like to thank you, Director. If there is nothing else, I won't disturb you from working. Su Lei turned around, put down the teacup and said. Walk slowly, walk slowly. Liao Yunhua walked Su Lei all the way to the elevator. When the elevator door closed, Su Lei gestured, I'll leave Liang Long's matter to you, Director. Don't worry, this matter will definitely be handled. Liao Yunhua nodded. As the elevator door closed, Liao Yunhua quickly ran back to the office and locked the door. Then he lifted up the canvas bag behind the desk and poured out all the bags of mooncakes inside. 1 bag is 1 million, and seeing the pile of money on the table, a full 5 million, Liao Yunhua's eyes turned green. Now, let alone if Liang Long's mother called, even if Liao Yunhua's biological mother came, he would handle it impartially. Liao Yunhua had never seen so much money in his life. He lay on the money on the table and wished he could sleep with the money as a pillow. Just as I was happy, the phone under me suddenly rang. Liao Yunhua, who was dreaming, was startled and picked up the phone and said, Hello. Who is this? Is this Liao Yunhua, the director of studies at South China? A male voice asked on the phone. It's me, who are you? Frightened, Liao Yunhua asked unhappily. Oh, I'm Liang Bingtai, the chairman of Changhua Group and Liang Long's father. I believe you know about my son's situation. I heard from his mother just now that she has communicated with you. I just want to ask, how is your school going to deal with this matter? Expel him, the man said as if reminding. Liao Yunhua was already annoyed by Cui Shoujin's arrogant tone just now, and now Liang Bingtai was bossing him around. Liao Yunhua, who already had a hot temper, became even more annoyed. It's being processed. Why are you in such a hurry? What do you think this place is? A hospital or a police station? Can we give emergency treatment to the patient just by sending him in? Let me tell you, this is a school, a place to cultivate talents, not your company. We have our own processing procedures, and you can't just give orders by calling one after another. Liao Yunhua hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Liang Bingtai, who was inexplicably scolded, stood there in a daze. After Su Lei left the office building, he took out his cell phone. Seeing that there were already hundreds of chats, although Sun Qian and Lu Zhilong said that they believed in Su Lei, in fact, they felt the same as Chen Feng and were still unsure. After all, Liao Yunhua was notoriously difficult to deal with in the school. Lu Zhilong has already discussed with Sun Qian that if he is really fired, he is determined to follow him. Sun Qian seemed to have accepted the result and said that it was no problem. Although he would be rich, he would definitely have no worries about food and drink. Chen Feng asked the two in the group whether they should inform their families in advance so that they could be mentally prepared and test their reactions. If the reaction was too intense, they would plan not to go back for the time being. Chapter 26, Crying like a pear blossom in the rain, mentally confused. Watching the conversation between several people, Su Lei was speechless. He just didn't believe in himself, or he was too afraid of Liao Yunghua. Su Lei picked up the phone and said, "Don't worry, it's done." "What's been settled?" Chen Feng asked puzzledly. "It's just a school matter, what else could it be?" Su Lei was speechless. Chen Feng and Sun Qian didn't understand, so Lu Zhilong asked, "Did you handle this matter by yourself? What's there to worry about?" "I went to talk to Director Liao and found that he was very reasonable. He told me not to worry about it," said Su Lei. "Is this true? Fourth brother, are you comforting us?" Sun Qian said in shock. "You're not a woman, what can I say to comfort you?" Su Lei rolled his eyes. "No, brother, Liang Long." "Liao Yunghua? What did he say?" Chen Feng was a little confused and didn't know how to express himself. "Director Liao said he would help us make the decision," said Su Lei. "Devil Liao, can you help us?" "Fourth brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but how is this possible? Didn't he just tell us to be lenient if we confess and severe if we resist?" Lu Zhilong also said with some disbelief. "Yes, fourth brother, are you lying to us or bragging? It's only been a short time and Liao the devil has changed his mind?" Sun Qian followed. Before Su Lei could explain, the campus broadcast sounded again. "Hello, students. I am Liao Yunghua, the Dean of Studies at South China University. I just released a speech about a gang fight that occurred outside the school. Just now, after fully understanding the situation, communicating with the parties involved, and communicating with the police officers in our jurisdiction, I found that there is a hidden story and a cause in this incident. Our classmates, from beginning to end, are victims of this incident. They were forced to defend themselves. In the process of self-defense, some people were injured due to force majeure. In order to maintain social ethos and prevent such bullying from happening again, after discussions with the school leaders, we unanimously agreed to exempt the student in question from punishment. This will deter those who want to bully others, and those who are currently bullying others, and tell them that the school will definitely handle such matters impartially and will never tolerate them. I hope some students can learn from this." Okay, that's the end of my speech. This broadcast was like a thunderclap. What the hell, what's going on? It's only been a short while, and Liao Devil has done a 180-degree turn? This reversal is too fast. It's been less than an hour. What happened? What's going on? It must be Brother Ruthless who took action, otherwise the situation would not have been reversed so quickly. What did Brother Ruthless do to make Liao Mato change his mind? Fuck. This shows that Brother Henrun is really awesome. He must have connections in the city. Can anyone tell me what happened? Don't ask anymore, just go run on the playground first. Awesome, I'm convinced, okay, I'm going to run now. The campus group exploded, and Chen Feng, Lu Zhilong, and others were naturally also confused. The previous second, Chen Feng and the other two were still suspecting that Su Lei was comforting them and deceiving them, and the next second Liao Yunghua came out to personally slap them in the face? After several minutes, Chen Feng and the other two came back to their senses. Fuck, fourth brother, what on earth did you do? Liao Moyo is notoriously difficult to deal with. How did you deal with him? Fourth brother, tell me honestly, did you go to his office and offer yourself? Sun Qian. Damn, this sacrifice is too great. If fourth brother is really like this, I would rather be fired. Lu Zhilong also said. Get lost. I'm not as dirty as you. Su Lei cursed. Apart from this, what else is there? I really can't think of any other way to make Liao the devil slap himself in the face. Sun Qian shouted in the group. I also have people in the education bureau, okay? Su Lei was too lazy to explain and said directly. This sentence not only shocked Lu Zhilong and Sun Qian. Even Sun Qian was convinced. Fuck, is this true, brother? It's okay that you have people in the police station, but you also have people in the education bureau? In the future, you will be able to walk sideways in the school and do whatever you want. Of course. From now on, if you want to go to Director Liao's office to drink tea and enjoy the scenery, it's no problem. Just tell me my name. Su Lei boasted in the group. You are awesome. Chen Feng and the other two couldn't think of anything else to say except this word. Where are you? I'll be at the dormitory soon? Su Lei asked. We are all in the dormitory, waiting for you, said Chen Feng. Fourth brother, come up quickly and tell us your legendary story. Sun Qian said. Compared to the crowd of onlookers, Shuai Lanlan, who had been bragging to her bestie in the dormitory that Su Lei was doomed this time, became so angry that her face turned green after hearing Liao Yun was broadcast. While shouting impossible, she smashed the latest model of Apple phone that Liang Long gave her. When she came to her senses, she regretted it so much. I don't know whether she regretted breaking up with Su Lei, or regretted breaking her phone in a fit of impulse, or maybe she regretted both. Holding Liao Yun, she said, one moment she was shouting that it was impossible, it must be fake, Su Lei must have used some dirty tricks, the next moment she was upset that her newly bought phone broke after just a few days of use, and the next moment she was finally able to become Liang Long's girlfriend. How could this happen? She was crying like a pear blossom in the rain and looked mentally confused, but no one paid any attention to her except her best friend Liao Yun. When passing by the playground, Su Lei met a group of people running towards the playground, saying that someone was running with his butt naked. After being stunned for a moment, wondering who was so awesome, Su Lei followed. I really saw a person wearing a mask and a woolen hat on the playground, and wearing a white t-shirt, running on the track. I can vaguely see that it seems to be a. There were hundreds of people standing in the stands around, both men and women, and some were recording videos with their cell phones, saying they would upload them online. It caused a group of people to laugh. Some people even ran into the playground and wanted to take off her mask and hat to see who it was, but after rushing in, they found that they couldn't catch up at all. Not to mention the crowd of onlookers were very excited, even Su Lei could only ask whose subordinates are these, and he felt a desire to make friends with them. The man ran a lap without stopping. After walking out of the playground, he walked through the bushes and quickly disappeared into the dormitory area, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers who were jaw-dropping. As the matter spread in the campus group, the discussion soon overshadowed the conflict between Su Lei and Liang Long. Someone started investigating the runner's identity in the group, but no one responded. I guess no one knew the identity except for his roommates who lived in the same dormitory and knew his online name. After watching the show, Su Lei bought a can of Red Bull from the store downstairs in the dormitory and returned to the dormitory. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, Chen Feng, Lu Zhilong and Sun Qian were standing in a neat row at the door and saw Su Lei come in. The three of them clasped their hands together and bowed as if to welcome an emperor. Welcome back to the palace, big brother. May you rule the world forever. Seeing the scene of several people, Su Lei was shocked and said speechlessly, "Get lost. Brother, we are sincere to you. Your relationship is too strong." Chen Feng looked up and said, "We've lived in the same dormitory for so many years, but I didn't know the boss was right next to me. It's my fault." Lu Zhilong also nodded. "Boss, please accept me. From now on, I will not hang out with rich women, but with you." Sun Qian also said. Chapter 27: The Most Luxurious Roommate in 2024. Before Su Lei could understand what these guys were going to do, Chen Feng stood up and took the Red Bull from Su Lei's hand. Then Lu Zhilong and Sun Qian each lifted one foot and lifted Su Lei onto the chair. "Brother, you must be tired from climbing the stairs. Come here, let me massage your legs." Lu Zhilong put one of Su Lei's legs on a stool and pretended to massage him. "Brother, are you thirsty? Let me pour you some water." Sun Qian also said attentively. "Why pour water? Don't you see that Big Brother has Red Bull here? Big Brother, come here, I'll open a can for you." Chen Feng opened a can of red wine, inserted a straw and handed it to Su Lei's mouth. "Brother, you must be very tired carrying the Red Bull up here. Come, let me massage your shoulders." Sun Qian, who couldn't find anything to do, ran behind the academic qualifications. Su Lei was confused by these guys and waved his hand to chase them away. "Get lost, you guys are making fun of me, right?" "How could that be, fourth brother? We have all decided that we will follow you from now on," said Lu Zhilong. "Stop trying to be so flattering. I don't even know you guys. Just tell me what you want to say." Su Lei rolled his eyes. "It's nothing, I just admire your connections, it's definitely right to follow you." Chen Feng said. "Stop talking nonsense, I haven't found a place yet." Su Lei changed the subject directly. "Didn't you guys say in the group this morning that you wanted to play with friends? Come on, let's play a few games first." Sun Qian took a look and immediately sat down on a chair beside him. He turned on his phone and said, "Fourth brother, what role do you want to play?" "I'll help you." "I will protect you," said Lu Zhilong. "I need your protection?" Su Lei rolled his eyes. "That's true. Then I'll be your meat shield." Lu Zhilong nodded. Brothers, cheer up. No matter what, we must let our brother Lei have fun and enjoy himself today. Chen Feng also said, picking up his mobile phone. After looking at a few people, Su Lei said speechlessly, FCK, they say that if you want to do something well, you must first sharpen your tools. Look at what kind of mobile phones you are using. Haven't we always had this phone? Sun Qian asked puzzledly. That was in the past. It's not possible now. Otherwise, what if the network lags and the speed is poor, which holds me back? Su Lei said as he opened the shopping website and bought 4 of the latest and highest-end mobile phones at a Huawei mobile phone store in the city. Then I ordered 4 top configuration brand computers, complete with tables, chairs, headphones, keyboards and other accessories. Seeing Su Lei calmly buying a mobile phone worth 80,000 yuan and a computer worth 200,000 yuan in one go, he did not even blush or breathe heavily. Not to mention Lu Zhilong, Chen Feng was also confused. Brother, which family's eldest son are you from? 4th brother can finally not hide it anymore and is going to show his strength. Sun Qian said excitedly. This is just the beginning, just a small scene. From now on you can play games in the dormitory and order fast food and milk tea. Just put it all on my account. Su Lei said generously. Fuck, brother, I'm really impressed. Lu Zhilong said with true admiration. I'm convinced too, 4th brother. Sun Qian nodded. Brother, that's awesome. Chen Feng also said. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 admiration point. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 admiration point. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 point of admiration. Listening to the prompt sound in his head and seeing that there were already 28 points of admiration value on the attribute panel, Su Lei smiled. After the fight last night and being taken to the police station, he decided to protect a few people. I have to say that when it comes to big customers, these brand stores provide very good service. The mobile phones and computers were delivered in a short while. Seeing the latest trifold mobile phone that even Chen Feng couldn't bear to buy, several people couldn't let it go. Lu Zhilong immediately took out his old phone, took a photo, and posted it to his moments, with the comment, "This is a gift from my good roommate." Aren't you jealous? It would be fine if it was sent to one person, but if it was sent to the whole dormitory, it would be really outrageous. Many students who added 3 people as friends soon saw several consecutive circles of friends, and when they saw the same mobile phones in different colors on them, they were instantly blown away. That is nearly 20,000 yuan per film, and 3 films would be 60,000 yuan. Fuck, which dormitory is this? It's so tough? Looking for a roommate like me. 555-2024 is the most luxurious roommate. How come I haven't met one? I want the same one. Please introduce. The number of comments below soon exceeded hundreds. Someone quickly removed the information and commented, it seems to be 703. 703? Which building? Building 3? It seems like we are in the same class. Isn't that Chen Feng's dormitory? And Lu Zhilong? Who gave you this phone? It should be Chen Feng, right? I heard that his family owns a shopping mall. It's not Chen Feng. I have a good friend of his, and he also said that it was given by his roommate. Besides Chen Feng, there is also Sun Qian in their dormitory. We live next door to each other. Bullshit, Sun Qian also posted on WeChat Moments. Who is that? There are only 4 people in the dormitory. The first 3 are not them. Who is the last one? The last one? The one fighting the Diplodocus. The one who fought with Liang Long? The ruthless brother? Is that true? Didn't he say that he had no money and went to work in a bar? What kind of work is this? They must be pretending. They want to see if Shui Lanlan is sincere. Didn't they see that the police station has connections? They even managed to deal with Liao Mayo this morning. How can her status be ordinary? Please find out how much shadow Shui Lanlan feels in her heart right now. It's probably bigger than a football field. Ha ha. Shui Lanlan, who had just calmed down in the dormitory, also saw the teasing messages in the campus group. She was so angry that she almost fainted on the bed. She shouted and sent a message, "What a brainless person. Su Lei is so poor that he can't even afford to eat, and he still wants to buy a mobile phone? It's fake, all fake." Liang Long is being held in the police station. Liao Mayo has even broadcasted the news. This photo has even been published. How can it be fake? Tell me the truth, who are you? You're not that Shui Lan Lan, are you? Judging from the profile picture, it seems so. No wonder you're so excited. I definitely wouldn't be able to stay calm if it were me. The ungrateful gold digger deserves it. Who deserves it? Who is ungrateful? Who is materialistic? Others worked and earned money for you to spend, why didn't you refuse? Now you find someone rich and kick him away. If this isn't materialism, what is this? If this isn't ungratefulness, what is this? Okay, stop talking to this kind of person. Who is in charge? Kick her out. Shui Lan Lan, you have been kicked out of the group chat. Shui Lan Lan was so angry that she fell off the bed. No one in the group here paid any attention. Okay, ignore that kind of guy. If anyone knows this ruthless guy, please introduce him to me. I don't know, he rarely shows up at school. The campus group is bustling with people asking all kinds of questions. Unexpectedly, before they could find out Su Lei's identity, an even more shocking post appeared on Chen Feng and Lu Zhilong's Moments. The computer my brother gave me has arrived. I no longer have to worry about the hardware not keeping up when playing games. Thank you, brother. 3 little hearts. In the photo, several workers are installing computers in the dormitory. The black computer case, the large curved screen monitor, and the chair that is more luxurious than the boss's office chair instantly attracted everyone's attention. This series of news completely shook the campus community. What the hell, what's going on? I just sent you a cell phone, and you've also arranged for a computer? It's a high-end Dell computer with a P5 monitor, an Alienware keyboard, mouse, and headset, plus a space massage chair. This whole set should cost at least 50,000. 50,000? Is that true? My brand name bag is only 15,000. I am really a poor man. This computer costs 50,000? It turns out that men's luxury goods are the real luxury. One computer costs 50,000 yuan, so wouldn't 4 computers cost 200,000 yuan? Brother Ruthless, who are you? I want to meet you. Brother Henrun, I want to be your roommate. Are you still short of beds in the dormitory? It doesn't matter if there's no shortage, I'll sleep on the floor. I can even sleep on the balcony. I sleep in the toilet. As expected of a ruthless brother, when he gets arrogant, he's simply not a human being. Chapter 28 Fourth brother, you're famous. Seeing all the inquiries in the campus group, Lu Zhilong said excitedly, Fourth brother, you are famous, and our 703 will also be famous. Su Lei glanced at the messages in the moments of several people and said speechlessly, keep a low profile. Don't let people think we are showing off our wealth and making others hate us. Who could be so cruel? Now the whole school wants to move to our 703. They all want to meet you. Sun Qian said excitedly. There was nothing Su Lei could do to the 3 of them, so he could only change the subject and said, okay, the computers are all installed, let's play a few games first. Seeing that all the staff had left, Chen Feng and his friends also wanted to try it out, so they left a message in their circle of friends, try out the new equipment with my brothers, and then logged off. Fourth brother, what kind of career do you want to pursue? Lu Zhilong asked. Lu Bu. Su Lei wanted to say, although the assassin has high attack, Su Lei still likes the high-burst warrior profession like Lu Bu. Just like the professional mage Lu Haizhu, a real man must engage in close combat. Then I'll play Guojia and heal you. Lu Zhilong said. Then I will play Zhang Fei and help you take the damage. Sun Qian also said. Then I'll choose at random and support you. Chen Feng also said. I don't know if it's because of the change of equipment or because they were just in a good mood today, but the group, which usually acts independently and is often bullied by others, actually won several games in a row today for the first time. Everyone was so happy that they didn't want to leave the table. At noon, Su Lei directly ordered a hot pot group purchase takeout. Several people were eating hot pot and playing games in the dormitory. Lu Zhilong and Sun Qian took a photo of the table full of food and posted it on their Moments. It attracted a lot of envy, and people were so greedy that they almost knocked on the door of room 703. Several people played until the afternoon, and they didn't know whether they were hated or suffered retribution. Lu Zhilong's phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was squad leader Yuan Fong, he picked up the phone and said, hello. Lu Zhilong, why did you skip class 2? Yuan Fong asked. Lu Zhilong was stunned for a moment, then he checked the time and said, oh, I feel a little uncomfortable, so I'm resting in the dormitory. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I didn't see your circle of friends? You were eating hot pot and playing games. Yuan Fong exposed. Lu Zhilong was stunned for a moment. He should have stopped wasting time. Do you remember whose class you have this afternoon? Yuan Fong asked. Who? Lu Zhilong asked casually. It was normal to skip classes in college, and he basically never skipped classes, so 1 or 2 classes wouldn't matter. Professor Chow. Yuan Fong said. Ah. Lu Zhilong's face changed instantly, and his hand stopped operating. The phone clamped to his ear almost fell, but fortunately he reacted quickly and caught it. Professor Chow asked me to inform you that Chen Feng, Sun Qian, and that someone else who lives in your dormitory should come over, Yuan Fong said. Su Lei expressed some sadness. Before Lu Zhilong could digest Yuan Fong's words, Sun Qian beside him said anxiously, "What are you standing there for? Come on, the enemy is about to charge the tower." Lu Zhilong came back to his senses and turned around and said, "Professor Chow's class this afternoon." "Who cares whose class it is?" Sun Qian also stopped and looked at Lu Zhilong. "Professor Chow." Lu Zhilong repeated. "Lu Zhilong, tell them to come to the classroom by themselves. I'll be waiting for you here. In less than 15 minutes, you can go find Professor Chow to solve the problem by yourselves." After saying that, Yuan Fong hung up the phone. Fuck. Lu Zhilong looked at Chen Feng and Su Lei and shouted, "Stop playing, stop playing. If you have something to say, can't you wait and talk about it later? The tower has been pushed." Chen Feng said speechlessly. "Professor Chow has a class in the afternoon," said Lu Zhilong. Chen Feng also stopped. This Chow Koan not only teaches their bioinformatics course, but is also their class teacher. More importantly, he is an old scholar who rarely shows up in public, but when he does, it is definitely something bad. If Liao Yunggui is a sword hanging over the heads of all students in the school, which can cause you to drop out, then Chow Koan is a huge rock weighing on the hearts of all students in the class, which can cause you to fail the course or even withdraw from the competition. The key point is that Chow Koan has a weird temper. He has a stern face all day long, as if everyone owes him money. "What did Professor Chow say?" Chen Feng asked. "Let's all go over there immediately," Lu Zhilong said. "What should we do?" Chen Feng looked at Su Lei and asked. "Why rush? Let's finish this game first," Su Lei said directly. Lu Zhilong, Sun Qian only felt his anus tighten, and even Chen Feng was worried. "You know Professor Chow's temper, if we make him wait too long, we will suffer." "What are you afraid of? I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong," Su Lei said directly. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng and his companions instantly felt that everything was fine again. After all, Su Lei could even deal with Liao the Devil, so a mere Professor Chow should be easy to capture. The few of them won this round with great difficulty, then packed up their things and went to the classroom. But obviously 15 minutes had passed. Fortunately, Yuan Fong was still waiting for them. Seeing Lu Zhilong and his companions arriving late, Yuan Fong, who was writing a paper, put down her pen in dissatisfaction. "I said, Lu Zhilong, what's wrong with you? I asked you to come in 15 minutes, but it's already been half an hour." Don't be angry, squad leader. I encountered something on the road and was delayed," Lu Zhilong said with a smile. "What happened that took you so long?" Yuan Fong said in disbelief. "Well," Lu Zhilong looked at Su Lei for help. "I stepped into a puddle on the road and my shoes got wet, so I went back and changed into a new pair," said Su Lei. "Su Lei, although you often skip classes, you are a very honest person. I didn't expect that you have learned to lie after just a few days of not seeing you." Yuan Fong rolled her eyes. "What does Professor Chow want to see us about?" Su Lei asked directly. Yuan Fong didn't seem to want to waste time on them, so she just threw a form to them and said, "Okay." Su Lei took a look and saw that it was all, and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "Your absence record this semester." Yuan Fong found Su Lei's name and pointed at him. "You have missed 11 classes of Professor Chow this semester, which is more than 30% of the total course. He just cancelled your examination qualification and said that you should either repeat the year or change your major." Ha! Not only Su Lei, but also Chen Feng and others were confused and shocked by this punishment. Looking at the densely packed red excess on the form, Su Lei was speechless. He had only missed class for 2 days. However, in the past, Su Lei often skipped classes to work in order to make money. Now he was simply an innocent victim. What had he done? Before Su Lei could come to his senses, Yuan Fang pointed at Chen Feng's name and said, "You have missed 8 classes. Professor Chow said that your GPA will be deducted by 2 points. If you miss it again, you will fail the course early. And you, Sun Qian, have also been absent from class for 5 periods. 1 point will be deducted from your GPA and you will be required to write a 1,000-word self-reflection. If you do it again, the punishment will be doubled." As for Lu Zhilong, Professor Chow said that since this is your first offense, he asked you to write a 1,000-word self-criticism. If you don't repent, your fate will be the same as theirs. After saying that, Yuan Fang packed up her things and left the classroom, leaving a few people disheveled in the wind. Chapter 29. Isn't it just money? There's plenty of it. Chen Feng, Lu Zhilong, and Sun Chen turned around and looked at Su Lei. "Why are you looking at me?" Su Lei asked puzzledly. "Fourth brother, didn't you say that you would be responsible if anything goes wrong?" Sun Qian said. "Get lost. Do you want me to write a self-criticism for you?" Su Lei glared at him. "It's okay to review. I'll spend some money to find someone to write it for me later. But this performance review," Sun Qian said with a bitter face. GPA is a way for schools to evaluate grades. It is a total of 5 points and is obtained by converting the grade on a percentage basis using the formula score 50-10. For example, if you have 6 credits for a mechanical course and you get 89 points, your GPA would be 89/50/100 is equal to 3.9. The GPA is 3.9 times 6, which is 23.412. This GPA not only reflects the student's learning level, but also plays an important role in postgraduate study, studying abroad and scholarship assessment. So deducting GPA is more painful than deducting grades. You deserve it. I told you to stay away from rich women, but you came to class and didn't listen. Now you're getting your comeuppance. Fourth brother, ignore him. Lu Zhilong scolded. Third brother, what you said is not right. Have you forgotten that we agreed to share the good and the bad? Chen Feng, who was deducted 2 points, rolled his eyes. That's right, third brother, you don't feel bad because your performance has not been deducted, right? Sun Qian followed up, besides, isn't fourth brother's punishment more severe than ours? If you are disqualified from taking the exam, you will get 0 points, and if you fail the grade, it will also be recorded in your file. Then your diploma will be worthless. It can be said that it is almost like you studied for 4 years in vain. Then you change your major in the end, and you have studied for more than 2 years. If you change your major now, won't you be doomed? To put it bluntly, Su Lei has been kicked out by Chao Kuan. Thinking of Su Lei's situation, Lu Zhilong finally became a little worried and asked, Fourth brother, what should we do now? It's a small problem. He's just a professor. Can't you handle him? Your GPA is also on my shoulders. Su Lei said, patting his chest. Awesome, you are worthy of being my fourth brother. Sun Qian became happy. I said I didn't make a mistake. You're such an awesome guy, brother. Chen Feng also said happily. Su Lei glanced at the time and saw that school was almost over, so he gestured, okay, you guys go back first, I'll go find him. Brother, then I'll leave it all to you. Sun Qian and others left the classroom with tears of gratitude. After going out, Su Lei called Liao Yunghua directly. Hello, who is this? Liao Yunghua asked without leaving Su Lei's number. Director Liao, it's me, Su Lei, said Su Lei. Oh, Su Lei, what's the matter? Liao Yunghua asked. Well, I'm a bit busy right now and missed a few classes. Professor Chow just called me out and asked me to repeat a grade and change my major. Can you help me talk to him? Su Lei said. Professor Chow? That Professor Chow? Could it be Chao Kuan? Liao Yunghua asked with some confusion. It's him, Chao Kuan, Professor Chow. Su Lei nodded. How many classes did you miss? Liao Yunghua asked as expected. 11th class, right. Su Lei thought for a moment. So many? That might be a bit troublesome. Liao Yunghua was also shocked. What do you mean? Su Lei asked puzzledly. He is your class teacher. You should know his temper. He is just like a stone in a toilet, smelly and hard. He relies on some contributions. Not to mention me, even the principal often can't do anything about him. Liao Yunghua said in embarrassment. Su Lei was furious. You are the dean of studies, and you can't handle a professor like him? Liao Yunghua snorted a few times and said, the key is that this is also the school's rule. There must be some other way, right? Su Lei asked. How about this, I'll give a heads up to Professor Chow, but given his temper, I don't know if he'll listen or not. You should go talk to him in person and give him a guarantee. I'll say a few words here and it should be solved. After all, he had just received the money, so Liao Yunghua agreed. Su Lei could only nod and say, okay, I'll go talk to him. After hanging up the phone, Su Lei was speechless. He had dealt with Liao Yunghua in the morning, and Chao Kuan came in the afternoon. He didn't know whether the two of them were taking advantage of both sides and teaming up to target him. If that was the case, he didn't mind letting them suffer the consequences. Whether it is a mule or a horse, you will know it by going and seeing it. It's just money, and there is plenty of it. Su Lei went to withdraw another 5 million. Professor? Let's see who is more important, you as a professor or my money. However, when Su Lei returned to Chao Kuan's office after getting the money, he had already left work. I could only ask for his address and rushed to Chao Kuan's home. After driving for about half an hour, we found the address near the outskirts of the city, in an urban-rural fringe area. A professor who earns tens of thousands of dollars a month lives in a place like this? Seeing that the area was full of 2- and 3-story residential buildings, many old and complicated electrical wires, and stray cats and dogs and trash cans everywhere on the roadside, Su Lei thought he had found the wrong place. I checked the address and made sure it was correct. I could only search in the alley following the house number. Just when I was about to find it, a scream suddenly came from the front. What are you doing? Who are you? Let me go? Don't make a fuss, old woman. Your son borrowed $500,000 from us, and now he's in our hands. Find a way to raise the money quickly. If you don't get the money by tomorrow, we'll break your son's leg. Following the sound, Su Lei saw a small cross alley in front of him. 2 men in their 20s wearing black jackets blocked a fat old woman carrying a basket of vegetables in the corner. I don't know if they were pulled or moved, but several vegetables and tomatoes rolled to the ground, and many were trampled to pieces. Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about here? I haven't seen my son for several months. What right do you have to say that he owes you money? Get out of the way. If you stop me again, I will call the police and sue you for extortion. The old woman said fearlessly to the 2 young men. Why? Look carefully, this is the IOU, and it has your son's handprint on it. The man in the jacket took out an IOU and threatened, call the police, go ahead. If you dare to call the police, we will sell your son to Myanmar and you will never see him again. During the conversation, another man in a jacket who was observing the surrounding environment saw Su Lei and pointed at him, what are you looking at? It's none of your business. Su Lei curled his lips and walked into Chao Kuan's house next door. Compared to the mess outside, the house is almost the same. The yard is full of collected cardboard, cans, waste electrical appliances and other things. Energy-saving lamps were used everywhere, but there was still an incandescent lamp on in the room. Not sure if he had found the wrong place, Su Lei tried to shout Professor Chow. After waiting for a while, Chao Kuan, wearing an old hat, a yellowed sweater, and with much whiter hair, came out of the house. Maybe it was because he often skipped classes, or because the light in the yard was too dim, but Chao Kuan didn't recognize Su Lei. Who are you? I'm a student in your class, Su Lei. Su Lei said with a smile. Su Lei? Hearing this name, Chao Kuan's originally confused face turned into indifference. What are you doing here? Chapter 30. My son was kidnapped. I saw the roll call list that you asked the squad leader to give me, so I came here to explain it to you. Su Lei said. No need to explain. I don't have time to listen to your explanation. I have asked the class monitor to inform you many times, but you didn't listen. Now you remember to look for me today? You don't want to take my class? It just so happens that you don't have to take it. Just go back. Chao Kuan waved his hand and was about to go back to the house. Master Liao asked me to come. Su Lei followed and had no choice but to move Liao Yunghua out. Who cares, Director Liao or Director Gao? I don't recognize anyone. If they don't agree with my handling of the matter, let them teach you themselves. Chao Kuan closed the door without even turning his head. Looking at the money in his hand that he had not yet had time to give away, Su Lei was stunned. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to knock on the door and let Chao Jun see the power of money, a noisy voice ran back from outside the door. Old man, something happened, something happened. When Su Lei saw the person coming, he was stunned. It was the old woman he had just seen at the intersection of the alley. What's the matter with all the yelling? Hearing it was his wife Yang Hui, Chao Kuan opened the door and asked unhappily. Son, our son has been kidnapped. Yang Hui said, pulling Chao Kuan's collar. I don't know if he had expected it or he was numb to it. After hearing Yang Hui's words, Chao Kuan said nonchalantly, what's so strange about being kidnapped? People like him will die out there sooner or later. I said last time that I don't recognize him as my son. After saying that, he went back into the room and closed the door. Hearing Chao Kuan's words, Yang Hui collapsed and banged on the door and started crying. Mr. Chao, how can you be so cruel? You just do all the work of fiddling with your bottles and jars all day long. You don't care about your own son and us at all. If he dies, I won't live either. Oh my, you bastard, you are still teaching students. Is this how you teach your students? I will go to the school and the Ministry of Education to sue you. Maybe he was annoyed by the noise or worried that Yang Hui would go to school to make trouble. Chao Kuan opened the door again and said, get up. How can you behave in front of the neighbors? I won't get up unless you rescue my son. Yang Hui said, still slumped in front of the door. I say, why don't you learn your lesson? How did you know he was kidnapped? Didn't you team up with outsiders to cheat us of our money? Chao Kuan asked with a red face. Video, there is a video. Look, he was beaten like this, how could he lie? Yang Hui took out the video that the two men in jackets had just sent her. Although the words were harsh, he was his own son after all. Seeing the bloody and battered Chao Ziyang in the video, Chao Kuan asked, how much do they want? 500,000. Yang Hui said in a low voice, seeming to feel a little embarrassed. How much? 500,000. Just break my bones into pieces and sell them. Chao Kuan got furious instantly. He's in big trouble this time, but he's your son, you can't just stand by and watch him die, right? Yang Hui said. It's not that I won't save him, it's that I don't have any money. Not to mention 500,000, I don't even have 50,000. He has squandered all my decades of salary and my family property. Not to mention 500,000, I don't even have 50,000. Chao Kuan said angrily, did he burn down someone else's shop or crash someone else's car? Why does he owe so much money? Yang Hui shook her head. Then how do you know what they said is true? Even if it is true, this is kidnapping. Call the police and arrest them, said Chao Kuan. We can't call the police. We can't call the police. They said that if we call the police, they will sell Ziyang to Myanmar. Yang Hui said anxiously. If you believe what they say, they are only after money and will not kill you, otherwise they would not come to you. Now there are only two choices, either call the police or let him fend for himself. Chao Kuan insisted. Oh, are you going to kill me? My son, our lives are so miserable. Seeing that Chao Kuan refused to give her money, Yang Hui started crying again. I tell you to stop crying. It's no use. Where can I find 500,000 yuan for him? Chao Kuan said helplessly. Didn't someone come to you a few days ago and offer you 500,000 to buy your current research? Wouldn't it be enough for you to sell it to him? Yang Hui said. Bullshit. This thing of mine is useful to the country and the people. How can I sell it to those businessmen who will exploit us in the future? Chao Kuan got angry when he heard it and pushed Yang Hui away. You are useful to the country. What has the country given you? Now you have lost your son, but you are still thinking about the country and the people. How can you be so stupid that you don't even know who is more important? Yang Hui cried and cursed. The noise also attracted the neighbors, and passers-by gathered at the door. When has the country treated us unfairly? If he hadn't squandered all my money, would we be in this situation now? Seeing that more and more people were watching, Chao Kuan said this and closed the door directly. No matter how much Yang Hui cries, she won't open her eyes. Oh, I won't live anymore. I won't live anymore even if my son dies. Yang Hui continued to make a scene. If he doesn't want to live, then don't live. Don't forget that you are the one who caused his current situation. There were sounds of banging and glass bottles breaking in the room. Hey, everyone, come and see, there's a university professor here who doesn't even care about his dying son. What kind of professor is he? Come and give us your opinion. Yang Hui continued crying as she sat at the door. She didn't know if she was used to hearing them quarreling or if she didn't want to get into trouble. There were a dozen people standing outside the door watching the fun, but not one of them came in. Liao Yunghua said that Chao Kuan was a stone in the toilet, smelly and hard, and Su Lei had learned his lesson. Although I don't know what he is researching, since someone offered 500,000 yuan and he refused to sell it, and it also concerns the life and death of his own son, he still refused to give in. He may not be someone who can be easily bought by money. But besides profit and fame, Su Lei quickly thought of another way and helped Yang Hui up. Auntie, the ground is cold, get up quickly. Hey, young man, please give us some justice. He is a university professor, but he doesn't even care about his own son's life or death. Do you think he is still a human being? After crying for a long time and no one paid any attention to her, Yang Hui felt like she had grasped a life-saving straw when she saw that someone was finally willing to come out. I understand, Auntie. Don't worry. I have a way to deal with this. Su Lei said. Do you have a solution? You are just a young man, what can you do? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, then turned around and asked in confusion, Who are you? Oh, I'm Professor Chao's student. Su Lei introduced himself. Oh, sorry. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, and seemed to feel a little embarrassed. She forced a smile, took a stool and changed the subject. Sit down, you sit first. No need, I can just stand. Su Lei waved his hand. Yang Hui did not force it and poured another glass of water for Su Lei. You said you can solve my son's problem. Is that true? Can you show me the video? Su Lei asked. Of course, no problem. Yang Hui turned on the video and handed it to Su Lei. After watching it, Su Lei sent the video to his mobile phone and gave it back to Yang Hui. Is that all? Yang Hui asked doubtfully. No problem, wait for my news. Su Lei nodded, and went out and said, Okay, there's nothing to see, let's all go. Amid the puzzled looks of Yang Hui and a crowd of onlookers, Su Lei left the scene. Chapter 31 Put down the knife. After going out, Su Lei picked up the phone and called Brother Hao. Hello, who is this? The call was connected quickly. I didn't know what he was saying. It was very noisy on the other end of the room, and Hao's unhappy voice sounded on the phone. It's me, said Su Lei. Who are you? Asked Brother Hao. You can't recognize my voice? Su Lei said unhappily, not knowing whether this guy deleted his number. Just say your name, how can I tell who you are? Do you think I have a super hearing? Don't fool me, or I'll kill you. Brother Hao shouted loudly. Okay, do you remember the one who broke your nose? Su Lei sneered. Call, ah? Oh, it's you. Why do you still keep my phone number? Is there something wrong? Brother Hao's voice suddenly became much calmer. Of course I have something to do. I'm at Linxin East Road. I'll come over right away. Su Lei said. Linxin East Road, what are you doing? Brother Hao wondered. There are so many problems there? Have you forgotten what I told you? You just do whatever I say. I'll give you 15 minutes. If you don't show up in front of me, watch out for your lackeys. Su Lei hung up the phone after saying that. You bastard, it seems you didn't go easy on me last time. You only remembered the food and not the beating, and you didn't take my words seriously at all. However, Su Lei underestimated Brother Hao a little. People who can make it in society are not so simple-minded. Hao Guo recognized Su Lei's voice from the first sentence and kept pretending to be stupid, trying to get Su Lei to say something. After hanging up the phone, he raised his hand and called out to his men who were drinking in the rental house, Brothers, the opportunity for revenge has come, bring your weapons. Boss, who are you going to kill? Asked the yellow-haired man with a red face. The guy who made us suffer at the gate of South China last time, said Brother Hao. When he heard that it was Su Lei, the yellow-haired man, whose hips were shaking from walking, immediately stopped feeling any pain. He dragged a cardboard box out from under the bed behind him, took out a machete and said, Let's go, kill him. The man with the earring, whose arm was still in a cast, also got angry and grabbed a baseball bat and shouted, Let's go, beat him. A group of people went out, got on their motorcycles and set off in a mighty manner. Su Lei was sitting in the car, listening to music. 10 minutes later, 8 electric cars stopped at the intersection. Looking at Brother Hao, who was looking around in the crowd, Su Lei cursed him as an idiot and honked the horn. Brother Hao got out of the car in confusion, stretched his neck and walked over, and Sule opened the car window. Seeing Sule in the Audi A8, Hauke was stunned and asked in confusion, "Is this your car?" "It's not mine, it's yours?" Sule rolled his eyes. "But didn't Wang Ji say that you have no money?" asked Brother Hao. "Is Wang Ji familiar with you?" "Am I familiar with Wang Ji?" Sule cursed him and looked at Brother Hao and asked, "Did you delete the number I left?" No, I was drunk just now, so I didn't see it." Hauke forced a smile, but in his heart he cursed Wang Ji's mother. How could she drive an A8 without money or power? And she was a college student? Worried that Sule would notice the flaw, Hauke asked again, "What do you want from me?" Sule showed the video on his phone to Brother Hao and asked, "Do you recognize these people?" Looking at the video of Chao Ziyang screaming in pain after being beaten, Hauke asked in confusion, "Are you talking about the one who beat others or the one who was beaten?" "Of course it's beating people," said Sule. "I don't know him." Brother Hao shook his head. During the conversation, he saw the canvas bag on the co-pilot's seat and blinked. "Take a good look," Sule said with his eyes wide open. Hao looked at it carefully again and still shook his head. "I really don't know it." Sule frowned and said, "I'll give you one night to find these people." "Such a big city, are you kidding?" Brother Hao was unhappy, but under Sule's gaze, he had to nod and said, "Okay, wait a minute, I'll go ask my brothers." After that, he walked over with his mobile phone. A group of people gathered on the side of the road, looked at each other for a few seconds, and the man with earrings pointed at one of them and said a few words. Brother Hao came back with his phone in his hand. "My brother said he knew one of them, and he seemed to be Boss Xiao's man." "Who is Boss Xiao?" Sule asked puzzledly. "He's from the Lingxin area. I heard he made his fortune by gambling. His hand was crippled when he was young. We all call him Zhao Guizi," said Brother Hao. "Do you know where the person is?" Sule asked. "You have to ask my brother." Brother Hao pointed to the man with earrings. Sule got out of the car and walked over. Hauke followed behind. Sule looked at the man with the earrings and asked, "Where can I find Zhao Guizi?" "I know he has a place nearby," said the man with earrings. "Take me there." Sule gestured. The man with earrings nodded. Unexpectedly, just when Sule was about to turn around and go back to the car, Hauke pulled out a half-meter-long machete from his waist and chopped Sule's back. The knife came without warning, but just when it was about to hit, Sule seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly turned around, grabbed Hao Ji's knife-holding hand, and then grabbed his throat. "Brother Hao, Brother Hao." Seeing Sule capture Brother Hao, the yellow-haired man and the man with earrings behind him dropped their motorcycles, drew their weapons, and surrounded Sule. "I'm from CNM, let go of Brother Hao, or I'll chop you to death." "Let go of me now, damn, you want to die, don't you?" The yellow-haired man with earrings pointed at Sule and cursed. Facing this group of injured hooligans, Sule ignored them and directly pulled Hauke in front of him and said, "Tell them to put down all their things." Although he didn't know why Sule knew he was going to attack him, but feeling the strength in Sule's hand that could break his throat at any time, Hauke could only shout, put down the knives." "Brother, brother." Knowing Sule's fighting ability, they knew they were no match for him without weapons, so the yellow-haired gang were somewhat reluctant. "I told you to put it down, did you hear me? Do you want me to die?" Brother Hao became anxious instantly and yelled at the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man and the man with earrings looked at each other and finally put down their weapons. "Stand back," Sule signaled. Huang Mao and his group could only retreat a few steps. Sule led Hauke to the weapons they had thrown on the ground, kicked them all behind him, then took the machete from Hao Ji's hand and put it on his neck. "You are quite courageous, aren't you?" Feeling the cold blade slicing across his neck, Hauke was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Brother, I was just confused for a moment." "Are you confused for a moment? It seems that you all came prepared. You must have been ready for a long time." Sule slapped Brother Hao's face with a knife. Just now Brother Hao said that he didn't know Zhao Guizi, but after he came back he described in detail Zhao Guizi's experience of making a fortune in his life when he was young. Sule sensed something was wrong, and when he went over to ask a few of his younger brothers what time it was and flirted with them, Sule guessed what he wanted to do and had been waiting for him, but he didn't expect this guy to lose his patience so quickly. Big brother, swords have no eyes, little one, be careful, don't hurt anyone," Brother Hao said with a lick on his face. "You bastard, are you still afraid of getting hurt?" Sule kicked Hao Ji's knees, forced him to kneel, and held a knife to his neck. Tell me, what should we do? Chapter 32, A Casino Hidden in a Farmhouse. Hearing Sulei's cold tone, Hauga finally became afraid. Big brother, spare his life. Do you remember what I told you last time? If you dare to play tricks, I will break your legs. After saying that, Sulei put the knife on Hauji's hamstrings. Brother! I really know I was wrong. I promise I will never dare to do it again. I swear on my wife. From now on, if you say go east, I will never go west. If you say go south, I will never go north. Brother Hao was so scared that he turned around and kowtowed to Sulei. Fuck you, you still have a wife. Sulei hit Brother Hao on the head with the back of his knife. Brother Hao held his head, not daring to cry out in pain, and said to the group of younger brothers behind him, "What are you all just watching? Beg Brother Lei for mercy. Brother Lei, we know we were wrong and we won't dare to do it again. Please forgive us this time." The yellow-haired man and the man with earrings could only kneel down and say. Seeing Zhang Hao crying bitterly, Sulei took back the knife and said, "Okay, remember this leg first. Take me to find the Zhao Guizi. If you can do this well, I will give you another chance. If not, both of your legs will be crippled." Yes, I got it, Brother Lei. Don't worry, I will make sure it is done." Zhang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead after picking up his leg. "Get up." Sulei gestured. Zhang Hao, feeling as if he had been granted amnesty, wanted to stand up, only to find that his legs were out of control. Finally, he stood up with the help of the yellow-haired man and the man with earrings. Sulei returned the knife in his hand to Zhang Hao and said, "Remember what I told you. If you do this again, you will spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." "I understand, Brother Lei. I won't dare to do it again." Zhang Hao nodded. "Lead the way." Sulei shouted. Zhang Hao and Huang Mao and his group got on the motorcycle and headed towards another road. Sulei followed in his A8. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao stopped at a place with fish ponds and lychee trees. Sulei looked over in confusion. Zhang Hao pointed to a large courtyard with several buildings not far away and said, "We're here, Brother Lei." Sulei looked at the yard that looked like a farmhouse and got off the driveway. "Is this it?" "It's here. Zhao Guizi has a place here. Many bosses nearby play here. He watches here every night," Zhang Hao said. Sulei opened the passenger door, picked up the canvas bag and said, "Go and call the door." Zhang Hao walked to the iron gate of the yard. The dogs inside were fed. Before they got close, the dogs started barking. Sulei looked up and saw two heads popping out from upstairs. There was a small window in the iron gate. A man in his 40s with a full beard appeared in the window. He seemed to be with Zhang Hao and the others and asked, "What are you doing? Come and play, no? Open the door?" Zhang Hao said. "Go to the bar and cheat on girls. Are you worthy enough to come here to play?" The bearded man said and closed the window. "Oh, shit, Tao Lauer, open the door, or I'll break it down if you don't open it." Zhang Hao was angry and banged on the iron door. "Get out of here now, or I'll release the dogs if you keep knocking me," Tao Lauer said fearlessly inside. After hearing what Tao Lauer said, Zhang Hao had to stop and looked at Sulei helplessly. Sulei cursed and said, "Open the door. I'm here to have some fun at Boss Zhao's place." The window opened again, and Tao Lauer's face appeared inside. He glanced at Sulei and said with a curled lip, Your hair hasn't even grown out yet, has it? Get lost, don't disturb us while we're doing business, or I'll really let the dogs out." Sulei didn't waste time talking to him. He just picked up the canvas bag and opened a crack. Looking at the neatly stacked $100 bills inside, not only Tao Lauer, but also Zhang Hao, Huang Mao, and the man with earrings were all dumbfounded. He stared at Sulei with wide eyes, as if he was a monster. This fucking college student is running around with millions of cash? It was completely beyond the understanding of Zhang Hao and his group. Although they hang out in the streets all year round and collect stall fees, with so many people it is not enough to spend, as they have never seen so much money. Zhang Hao and Huang Mao's eyes widened. If they had known this earlier, they still wouldn't be able to win. Zhang Hao felt depressed and regretted for the first time his poor strength. If he had known earlier, he should have done more push-ups and sit-ups every day. They didn't have much time to regret. For the casino, money is the customer. Seeing so much money in Sulei's bag, Tao Lauer instantly put on a smile and opened the door, saying, "I didn't expect you to be a young master. Sorry for offending me just now. Sule ignored him, picked up his bag and walked straight into the door. When I walked into the yard, I found that there were 4 dogs tied up in several corners, a hound, a thin dog, and 2 pit bulls. I secretly thought that Jagwaisi was a very careful guy. What are you making noise for? Go to sleep. Tao Lauer yelled at the dogs. The dogs really calmed down and returned to their cages. After Zhang Hao and his group entered the yard, Tao Lauer stuck his head out to take a look, then closed the iron gate and shouted inside, "Weizui, guests are coming." A door in front opened, and a man with a crew cut and slanted eyes walked out. After looking at Sule and the others, he gestured, "Come on." Sule, carrying a canvas bag, walked over first. I don't know if he was worried that Sule's money would be stolen or if he had some other ulterior motive, but after seeing the bag of money, Brother Hao stood on Sule's right-hand side, guarding the bag of money all the time. Sule ignored him and followed Weizui into the house. We passed the first 2 houses in a row and stopped at the last one, a tin house covered with a cloth curtain near the courtyard wall. Crooked Mouth lifted the curtain and said, "Please come in." Sule walked in carrying his bag. You can't tell from the outside, but once you walk inside, it's like you've entered another world. The house was not big, with glaring incandescent lights hanging under it. Dozens of people were gathered in front of 4 or 5 gambling tables. Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, 8, 8. Some people also shouted big, big, big. In the smoke, some people are wearing gold and silver, and some have bloodshot eyes. Is this your first time visiting us? Weizui looked at Sule and asked. Sule nodded. Here we have bullfighting, sangong, dice, and the simplest game of comparing sizes. What do you know how to play? Asked Weizui. Sule naturally had no intention of gambling, so he gestured, I'm here to see your boss, Jagwaisi. I have something to discuss with him. Hearing that Sule was not here to gamble, Weizui immediately frowned defensively, what Jagwaisi? I've never heard of him. If you want to play, play. If you don't want to play, please get out. Sule had already seen 2 men in jackets in the crowd behind the table. They were the ones who had stopped Yang Hui in the afternoon and took out their cell phones. What do you want to do? I don't know if he thought Sule was going to call the police or ask for help, so he raised his mouth crookedly and reached behind him. What? What are you doing? Fearing that he would be implicated, Chen Hao also squeezed forward. Don't panic, Sule said as he opened the video and handed it to Weizui, I'm here to find him. Chapter 33. Do you believe that I will bring people to clean up all your places right away? After watching the video, Weizui looked at Sule and asked, who are you to him? A friend asked me to come here. Can you let me talk to your boss now? Sule asked. Let's go. Weizui turned around and said. Sule carried the canvas bag and followed him up to the 2nd floor at the back. Zhang Hao and Huang Mao and his group followed behind. When they reached a door, Weizui stopped Huang Mao and the others and said, so many people can't go in. Hey, I'm talking to you. Zhang Hao was unhappy because he was worried about the ambush. But Sule raised his hand and said, no problem, I'll take someone in. After taking a look, Weizui knocked on the door. Who is it? A voice came from the room. Boss, it's me, replied Crooked Mouth. What's the matter? The voice inside asked dissatisfiedly. Someone came to redeem the boy, said Weizui. Fuck, why don't you come earlier or later? Come in. Weizui opened the door. Sule followed him in and saw that the interior was decorated like a KTV room, with colorful lights spinning overhead, wine bottles scattered on the table, a lot of cigarette butts on the ground, and a lot of smoke. As Sule walked in, a woman wearing a leather jacket and heavy smoky makeup sat up from the sofa. A middle-aged man in his 50s, with one hand bent at 50 degrees, slowly zipped up his pants. The man sat up straight, glanced at Sule and Zhang Hao and asked, who will redeem the person? Me. Sule put the canvas bag on the table, sat down opposite the man and said. Who are you? Zhao Guizi frowned. We probably won't meet again, so why would you ask so much? That's right. Zhao Guizi smiled and pulled the leather-clad woman next to him into his arms. Did you bring the money? I brought it. Sule said, patting the canvas bag. Zhao Guizi reached out to grab the bag, but was held down by Sule. Facing Zhao Guizi's puzzled look, Sule asked, where are the people? Zhao Guizi smiled and nodded to Weizui. Weizui turned around and whistled. Soon, 2 younger brothers came in carrying a man with blood all over his face. The light was too dim, and Sule couldn't see clearly because he was being held up. He asked, are you Chao Ziyong? It's him. Don't worry, I, Zhao Guizi, still have some credibility in this area. Zhao Guizi nodded to his two younger brothers. The two men lifted Chao Ziyong's head. Can you pay me now? Zhao Guizi said calmly. Su Lei opened the canvas bag and took out 50 bundles of paper, 10 bundles at a time. Originally they thought Su Lei only brought 500,000 yuan, but when they saw the money in the canvas bag, Zhao Guizi and Weizui and his younger brothers were all stunned. Zhao Guizi gave Weizui a look without any expression. Weizui nodded in understanding and reached his hand behind him. Compared to those people, Zhang Tao on the side felt a pang of pain in his heart. 500,000 was enough for them to earn for 2 years. Young man, what does your family do? Why do you carry so much money? Zhao Guizi asked to test Su Lei's background. I've told you, stop asking about things you shouldn't know. Su Lei closed the canvas bag and pushed the money to Zhao Guizi. Can you protect yourself from others now? It was possible, but... Zhao Guizi laughed. But what? Su Lei frowned. You know, when a casino lends money, of course there is interest. It was 500,000 in the afternoon, and it has increased now. Zhao Guizi pushed the woman aside, leaned closer to the table and said to Su Lei. Doesn't the interest rate go up every day? Su Lei said. Really? Sorry, we charge by the hour here, said Zhao Guizi. How much do you want now? Su Lei asked. 1 million. Zhao Guizi stared at the canvas bag in front of Su Lei and smiled. Su Lei was so angry that he laughed. I'll give you a chance, take 500,000 yuan, and we'll keep to ourselves. What if I say no? Zhao Guizi said and pressed a button under the table. A shrill ringing sounded. Following a commotion, 7 or 8 big men armed with sticks rushed in from outside. What do you want to do, Zhao Guizi? Do you want to rob your fellow thieves? Seeing this scene, Zhang Hao also drew the knife from his waist. Seeing that the two sides were on the verge of a fight, the yellow-haired man with earrings who was waiting outside also rushed in with weapons. Zhao Guizi ignored Zhang Hao and his group and stared at Su Lei and said, I'm giving you a chance now. Leave your things behind and take your people away immediately. Otherwise. What else? Su Lei leaned back on the sofa and asked with a smile. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave. Zhao Guizi said, smashing his wine glass. What are you doing? Don't move. Don't move. Put your things down, put them down quickly, or I'll chop you to death. Weizui and Zhang Hao and his group were confronting each other. Su Lei was naturally not afraid of these few people, but he didn't want to do it himself and it would be troublesome, so he took out his cell phone with a smile. This is my territory. It's useless for you to call for help. I'll give you 30 seconds to consider it. If you don't agree, don't blame my men for being ruthless. Zhao Guizi also leaned on the sofa and said confidently. Su Lei ignored it and dialed Zhang Qing'an's number. Hello? Director Zhang? Su Lei shouted. Mr. Su, why did you think of me? What's the matter? Zhang Qing'an's voice came from the phone. Do you know that there is a man named Zhao Guizi who runs a casino on Lindong Xinlu? Su Lei asked. I know, what's the matter? Zhang Qing'an said. Su Lei smiled. He knew that this kind of business would require a lot of arrangements. Otherwise, it would not last long and would fail sooner or later. He said, a friend of mine lost some money here. Now he won't let me go and wants to detain me here. What? Is this bastard so bold? You want me to talk to him? Zhang Qing'an said angrily. Su Lei handed the phone to Zhao Guizi with a smile. Although Zhao Guizi was stunned when he heard Su Lei call Director Zhang on the other end, he didn't know who was on the other end and picked up the phone. Hello? Who is it? It's me. Zhang Qing'an said. Zhao Guizi, who was originally leaning on the sofa, instantly recognized the voice on the other end of the phone and sat up straight. It's Director Zhang, what's wrong with you? He then glanced at Su Lei cautiously. You still know that I'm the director? Zhao Guizi, I'm telling you, do you want to die? You even dare to detain Master Su? Do you still want to stay in this area? Believe it or not, I will bring people to clean up all your places right away? Zhang Qing'an said harshly on the phone. No, Director Zhang, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Calm down, I didn't know that Su, young master, was your friend. Zhao Guizi said with an apologetic smile. Seeing Zhao Guizi's appearance, the people with crooked mouths who didn't know what had happened were completely confused. Zhang Hao and the others were also short-circuiting their brains. Why did Zhao Guizi, who was shouting for war and killing just a moment ago, change his expression so suddenly after just saying 2 sentences? Although he didn't know who was on the other side, judging from Zhao Guizi's respectful attitude, it was definitely someone he couldn't afford to offend. Being able to stay in the area for so many years and do this kind of business, Zhao Guizi's connections must be very complicated, and it can even be said that they are beyond Zhang Hao's reach. And Su Lei called the people that Zhao Guizi couldn't afford to offend with just one phone call. There is only one possibility: Su Lei is even more difficult to deal with. Zhang Hao's eyes moved back and forth between Su Lei, who was smiling faintly, and Zhao Guizi, who looked panicked. He was worried about the 2 times he had attacked Su Lei before. Fortunately, Su Lei did not use too much force, otherwise no one would care if his leg was really broken. Who doesn't want to have someone to back him up when they're out there? Thinking of this, Zhang Hao made a decision that he had to climb up the big tree of Su Lei no matter what. Chapter 34. In the face of power, even money has to stay away. After hearing Zhao Guizi's explanation, Zhang Qinggan snorted, "I'll just assume that you are innocent this time. I'm telling you, release him right now, or I'll put you in jail tomorrow." Yes, I understand, Director Zhang, let him go, I'll let him go now. Zhao Guizi nodded repeatedly. Remember to apologize to Mr. Su. If you make him unhappy, I will skin you alive, said Zhang Qingyan. Yes, I understand. Zhao Guizi nodded. Give the phone back to Mr. Su. Zhang Qingyan shouted. Zhao Guizi immediately handed the phone to Su Lei with both hands. Su Lei looked at Zhao Guizi and took it with a smile. Hello, Chief Zhang. Mr. Su, if that bastard makes you unhappy, just beat him hard. Don't be polite. He doesn't dare to cause trouble. Zhang Qingyan said. I understand, Director Zhang, thank you. Su Lei nodded. We are all friends, it's only natural. Zhang Qinggan said. Su Lei hung up the phone. He looked at Zhao Guizi, stood up and asked, Are you okay now? It's okay. Zhao Guizi smiled and nodded. What about him? Su Lei pointed to Chao Zhiyong, who was thrown into the corner. He's fine now. Zhao Guizi nodded. Su Lei smiled and signaled Zhang Hao and others to carry Chao Zhiyong back. Su Lei picked up the canvas bag and was about to leave, but Zhao Guizi raised his hand and said, Wait, Master Su. Su Lei looked back in confusion. Mr. Su, I was blind and offended you just now. To apologize? I can't accept this money. Zhao Guizi pushed the 500,000 yuan on the table in front of Su Lei and said. Don't worry, I'm here to redeem someone, I'm not a bandit. Su Lei said coldly. Mr. Su, you misunderstood. This is to apologize and to express my respect for you. I hope you can forgive my mistakes and plead for me in front of Director Zhang and say some good words. Zhao Guizi said with a licking face. So, I have no choice but to accept it? Su Lei asked with a smile. Please do me the honor. Zhao Guizi nodded with a smile. Su Lei smiled and said, This is power. Some people say that in front of money, truth must retreat, and in front of power, money must also retreat. That's the investment and the return. Su Lei understood a little bit and smiled. It seems that if I don't accept it, I won't give you face. Fine, I will give you this face with great reluctance. After saying that, he gave Zhang Hao a wink. Zhang Hao immediately stepped forward and took back all the 500,000 yuan on the table. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your kindness. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your kindness. It is said that once you take the money, you become friends. Zhao Guizi said happily. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Su Lei gestured. If Mr. Su is interested in playing cards, he can go down and play. Zhao Guizi said, pointing to the gambling table below. Forget it, I'm really not interested in this. Su Lei waved his hand. Okay then, I won't delay you, Mr. Su. Zhao Guizi nodded and escorted Su Lei and his group out of the yard. Seeing Su Lei coming out not long after entering, Tao Lauer, who was guarding the gate, was still full of confusion. However, when he saw Zhao Guizi with a crooked mouth and a group of people following behind him, who were very respectful to Su Lei, he was a little confused for a moment. However, there were too many people and he didn't dare to ask. Zhang Hao glared at Tao Lauer intentionally or unintentionally as a provocation. What are you standing there for? Open the door. Zhao Guizi said unhappily, looking at the short-sighted Tao Lauer. Oh, okay. Tao Lauer quickly opened the iron gate. Seeing Su Lei driving the A8, Zhao Guizi's heart skipped a beat. How could he drive a car worth millions at such a young age, except that his family was rich and powerful? He was a little afraid of his recklessness just now, and whether he could make a more difficult situation or not. Otherwise, it would really be true that one wrong move could lead to a complete loss, and his life's struggle might be over. Watching Su Lei get in the car, Zhao Guizi bent his waist even lower, raised his hand and said, "Mr. Su, take care. Come and play with me when you have time." Su Lei nodded and said, "Boss Zhao, go back. You don't have to see me off. It's my duty, it's my duty." Zhao Guizi nodded, but did not leave. Su Lei didn't care. Zhao Ziyang was covered in blood and was worried that he would dirty the car, so he asked Zhang Hao to take him on the electric car. Su Lei started the car and drove away. Zhang Hao also brought his younger brothers and followed behind in a mighty manner. Looking at Su Lei's car lights, Zhao Guizi kept waving and shouting, "Mr. Su, take care. Come and play when you have time." After Su Lei walked away, Tao Lauer finally couldn't help but step forward and asked curiously, "Brother, why did you let that Chao guy go?" "It's none of your business. You have no eyesight at all. Just guard the door." Zhao Guizi cursed angrily. He took 2 steps and then remembered, "Next time when Master Su comes, don't ask anything. Just open the door for me." After saying that, he took a group of people back to the inner room. "Okay, big brother." Tao Lauer nodded. Zhao Guizi brought a group of people back to the house. After being scolded for no apparent reason, Tao Lauer, who had no place to speak, grabbed the crooked mouth behind him and said, "What's going on? Who is that guy? Why did he ask the boss to deliver it in person?" Wei Zui told the story what had just happened. Hearing that even Director Zhang listens to Su Lei, Tao Lauer shuddered and shrank his neck. It is said that the county magistrate is not as good as the current manager. For the gray industries in small places like theirs, Zhang Qing'an can be said to be their king of hell. He can let them live if he wants, and he can trample them to death at any time if he wants. Tao Lauer smacked his lips twice, thought for a moment, and seemed to have not offended Su Lei just now, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Lei drove the car directly back to Chao Kuan's home. With so many people around, he was worried that Chao Kuan and Yang Hui would be scared, so he asked Zhang Hao to let the people go. Before leaving, Zhang Hao respectfully returned the last 500,000 yuan that he had packed aside to Su Lei. This is the oppressive feeling that power brings to people. When he saw the 5 million yuan, he wanted to take it for himself, but after knowing Su Lei's identity, he didn't dare to take the money even if he was given it. However, seeing that Zhang Hao was a big brother after all, and he even brought a group of younger brothers with him, riding electric scooters around, Su Lei signaled them to use the money to buy a few cars and then change into better clothes. Zhang Hao, who was originally worried about whether he could save his leg, was so moved that he almost cried when he heard this. After all, how many people in society are loyal? Among those big shots, among those who can become the boss, how many really care about the life and death of their younger brothers? Basically, the boss eats the meat and the younger brothers drink the soup. Only the kind-hearted bosses will give the younger brothers a sip of soup, while the bad ones can only pick up the bone scraps that the boss has gnawed away. After so many years, Zhang Hao has seen a lot. He has been powerful and has also been disciplined. It is rare for him to meet a powerful backer. Just now in the room, he decided to hold on to Su Lei, this big tree. Now Su Lei actually let bygones be bygones and gave him so much money. Zhang Hao's knees went weak and he knelt on the ground. "Brother, I, Zhang Hao, have been around for so many years and have met many people. They think of us when they have something to do and kick us aside when they don't. Today I finally met you. I am willing to follow you for the rest of my life. Please accept me." As Zhang Hao knelt down, the yellow-haired man and the man with earrings followed suit. "You just wanted to chop me with a knife, and now you want me to take you in?" Su Lei rolled his eyes. In his opinion, they were just partners. They helped him rescue Chao Ziyang today, so he was just paying them some service fee. "Brother, I was blind just now. From now on, I will do whatever you say. If you say go east, I will never go west. If I have any second thoughts, God will strike me." Zhang Hao raised his hand and swore. "Big brother." Su Lei's strength is obvious. He has money and power. Huang Mao and others also shouted. "I didn't agree to take you in." Su Lei rolled his eyes. "Brother, if you don't accept me today, I won't get up," Zhang Hao said firmly. Brother, we won't get up either. Huang Mao and his group also followed. Get out of here, stop being sentimental in front of me, it's disgusting. Su Lei waved his hand and helped Zhao Ziyang into the alley. Brother. Seeing that Su Lei didn't agree, Zhang Hao and the others were disappointed, but Su Lei's voice soon came out again. Save the number I gave you. If you dare to ask who I am next time, I will break your third leg. Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment, and after everyone looked at each other, there was a cheer. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 admiration point. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 admiration point. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 point of admiration. Su Lei opened the system panel and the admiration value had become 35. Chapter 35. Do you hide your money and spend it alone? Su Lei's plan was simple, to rescue Chao Kuan's prodigal son, Chao Ziyang. There is no need to worry that Chao Kuan will not give in at that time. Even if he is unwilling, he will have to compromise because Yang Hui has made him restless. When they returned to Chao Kuan's courtyard gate, the courtyard was silent, perhaps because they were tired of arguing where Yang Hui believed what Su Lei said. Su Lei knocked on the door. Who is it? Yang Hui's voice came from the yard. It's me, Su Lei. Su Lei replied. There was silence for a few seconds, then hurried footsteps were heard and the door creaked open. Yang Hui appeared at the door, saw Su Lei, and saw Chao Ziyang, whose face was covered in blood, and burst into tears. Oh, my son, what's wrong with you? This shout made Chao Kuan howl out as well. Su Lei, who was nearby, was completely frightened by Yang Hui's voice and quickly said, he's fine, he just may have been tied up by them and fainted. He just needs to rest for a while and go to the hospital to get some medicine. Are you still alive? Yang Hui stopped crying after hearing Su Lei's words. It's okay. Su Lei said as he helped Chao Ziyang into the house. Yang Hui hurried back to the room and made the bed. Su Lei put Chao Ziyang up. Yang Hui went to get a basin of water and helped Chao Ziyang wipe the blood off his face, then quickly made a bowl of brown sugar water. I don't know how long it has been since I last had food or water. With dry lips, Chao Ziyang took the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Chao Ziyang's appearance, Yang Hui's distressed tears fell again. Oh, my son, you have suffered so much outside, slow down, and, after you finish drinking, mother will pour you another one. Maybe it was the water or the brown sugar that took effect, but the semi-conscious Chao Ziyang finally opened his eyes and shouted, water, water. Wait, son, wait, mother will go and pour it for you. Hearing that Chao Ziyang's hand slipped, Yang Hui finally let go of her worries and went out to make another bowl of brown sugar water. Chao Ziyang drank 3 bowls of wine in a row, and finally recovered. He must have suffered a lot. When he saw Yang Hui, he couldn't help but shed tears. Mom! Yes, Mom is here. Yang Hui, whose mood had just improved a little, was infected again, and she hugged Chao Ziyang and started crying too. Do you know that they kept me hanging for 3 days, starving me for 3 days, and beating me for 3 days? I thought I would never see you again. Chao Ziyang said while crying. Mom knows you've suffered, it's all because of your useless dad. Yang Hui said. The mother and son just hugged each other and cried on the bed. Chao Kuan stood outside the door and watched all this, without saying a word, and his expression did not change at all. Su Lei also felt a little sorry for the old man. Seeing that Chao Ziyang was fine, Chao Kuan seemed to be relieved. No matter what, he was still his son after all. His eyes softened when he looked at Su Lei. He motioned to Su Lei, let's talk over here. After that, he turned and went back to the side room next door. Su Lei followed. The room was a mess, even messier than the yard outside. Apart from a table filled with experimental equipment, various test tubes and books everywhere, there was only a bed made of 2 stools and a few wooden boards, and a large computer that had already turned an old yellow next to it. There were also some genetic graphs and experimental data on the wall, as well as various trophies and certificates covered in dust on the shelves. Su Lei had heard that Chao Kuan had made significant contributions to the genetic sequencing of major infectious diseases in the country. Seeing these trophies, he believed it. Although the ground was a little damp, it seemed that experiments were being conducted here all year round. There was a smell of medicine in the room, which covered up the original musty smell. Chao Kuan brought the only stool in the room to Su Lei, sat on the bed, looked at Su Lei and said, I know why you did this. Su Lei didn't reply. I can let this matter go, but I won't do it again in the future, said Chao Kuan. Professor, don't get me wrong. I do this not only for you to lift the punishment on me, but also because I am your student. Su Lei replied. Chao Cohen glanced at Su Lei but did not comment. Facing the originally taciturn Chao Cohen, Su Lei didn't know what to say. Seeing the simple experimental equipment on the table and cabinet, he asked, "Do you usually do experiments in such an environment?" "The school has a laboratory, and I just do some data recording and theoretical research at home," said Chao Cohen. "But this is too simple. As your student, I also have the obligation to support your work," Su Lei said. "What do you mean?" Chao Cohen asked puzzledly. "Wait for a moment." Su Lei didn't explain, but stood up and walked out the door. Chao Cohen looked at Su Lei with a puzzled look on his face as he walked out the door. Su Lei returned to the car, took out the remaining 4.5 million in the canvas bag and put it in front of Chao Cohen. Seeing that it was full of money, Chao Cohen was shocked and looked at Su Lei with a puzzled look. "What are you doing?" "As a Chinese and your student, I also want to do my best to support your research," said Su Lei. Chao Cohen didn't quite believe this, but he had an even bigger question. "Where did you get so much money?" "Well, just think of my family as an investor. I told them about your research, they were very interested and asked me to support your research more," said Su Lei. "What does your family do?" Chao Cohen still asked puzzledly. "Drug research, that's why you let me study bioinformatics." Su Lei lied. In fact, bioinformatics is a bit unpopular. Originally, he heard that the assessment of this subject was not that strict. At the beginning, Su Lei chose this major because he wanted to skip classes and work part-time. Who knew he would meet such a strict professor like Chao Cohen? Chao Cohen believed Su Lei's lies, but as a person who has been self-disciplined all his life and would not cause trouble to the school or the country even if he ended up in this situation, Chao Cohen shook his head and said, "I appreciate your family's kindness, but I don't need it." "You can take the money back." "How can that be possible?" "If you don't accept it, my family will feel bad." As Su Lei was talking, Yang Hui came out of another room holding a bowl. She accidentally saw the money in the canvas bag. She stared at them for a long time before looking at them in shock and asked, "Money? This money? Where did so much money come from? These all belong to Su Lei's family, don't move." Chao Cohen, who knew Yang Hui, frowned. "It's from Su's family." Yang Hui smiled awkwardly and closed the bag reluctantly. "Why did you leave so much money in our house?" "This money is the research fund I want to give to Professor Chao," Su Lei said with a smile. "Research funding?" This sentence instantly ignited Yang Hui's anger. She hugged the bag tightly and said, "You old man, I told you, who would give their own money to someone else? Do you want to hide it and spend it by yourself, and ignore us mother and son?" Chapter 36. You'd better pray that our boss isn't too angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? This is what Su Lei wanted to donate to me for research, but I have food, drink and salary, so I don't need it," Chao Cohen said with his eyes wide open. "Who said it's not necessary? Look at the shabby place we live in. Haven't you seen what's happened to your son now? Doesn't he have to pay for medicine? Doesn't he have to pay for food? Doesn't he have to pay for rent?" Yang Hui asked 4 questions in a row, directly blocking Chao Cohen's mouth. Before he could react, she looked at Su Lei and said with a smile, "Su, thank you for your kindness. You are such a good person. Not only did you help us save our son, but you also gave us research funds. He has been teaching for so many years, and I think the only good thing he did was to take you as a student. We need this money so much." After saying that, he carried the bag and went back to the house. "Give the money back." Chao Cohen stepped forward and grabbed the cloth bag. "No, Mr. Chao, I tell you, if you want to get rid of us mother and son, it's impossible. We will rely on you for the rest of our lives." Yang Hui refused to let go. "You." Chao Cohen raised his hand and was about to hit someone. "Go ahead, hit me, try hitting me once." Yang Hui stiffened her neck, not afraid at all. Seeing that Chao Cohen finally endured it, she snorted and laughed, "Humph, if you dare to touch me, I will run to school tomorrow to cry, make a scene, and ask the principal to seek justice. You are simply unreasonable." Chao Cohen's face turned red with anger. Worried that Chao Cohen might get so angry that he would pass out, Su Lei quickly stepped forward and advised, "Professor Chao, don't be angry. Now, consider this money as our family's investment in your research. Although I don't know what Chao Cohen is researching, since someone is willing to spend 500,000 to buy it, it must be valuable. I can just treat it as a venture investment." Chao Cohen had no choice but to let go of Yang Hui. "When the research yields results, I will find a way to return the money to you." "No need. Su Lei waved his hand. You have to pay it back, or you can take the money back. Chao Cohen insisted. Okay, then you use it first and we'll talk about it later. Su Lei said helplessly. Only then did Chao Cohen agree that Yang Wei took the canvas bag away. Chao Zion, who was originally lifeless in the inner room, instantly became energetic after seeing the money, and cheers of joy could be heard from the room. Hearing the laughter, Chao Cohen's originally straight back bent a little further. Su Lei lamented that fate is so cruel. When God opens a window for you, he will definitely close a door. After saying goodbye to Chao Cohen, it was getting late, so Su Lei drove directly back to the hotel. At the same time, two people came into Zhao Guizi's box. One of them was wearing a white suit and looked uncouth. As soon as he entered the room, he stared at the woman in leather jacket and heavy smoky makeup on Zhao Guizi's body. The other one was wearing a black suit and had a serious face. Seeing the two of them, Zhao Guizi showed a flattering smile on his face. Brother Lu, Brother Wang, why are you here? Has that old guy come to redeem the person? Asked Brother Lu, who was wearing a white suit. That old thing? Zhao Guizi looked confused. We had someone bring him to your place a few days ago and asked you to set a trap for him, said Brother Wang in a black suit. Oh, it has been redeemed, said Zhao Guizi. What? Who will redeem it? Brother Lu asked in confusion. A young man came to redeem the person half an hour ago, said Zhao Guizi. You bastard, didn't I tell you that without my notice, you can't release him even if his family gives you money, the man in the white suit said angrily. I know, and I don't want to let him go either, but the man who came was even very friendly with Director Zhang, so what can I do? Zhao Guizi said innocently. Bullshit, Director Zhang, you idiot, you ruined our boss's business, do you know what will happen to you? As the man in the white suit spoke, the man in the black suit next to him suddenly stood up, stepped over the coffee table, stepped on Zhao Guizi's chest, and pushed him directly into the sofa. I don't know what you want to do, and you don't tell me clearly. Zhao Guizi hugged the feet of the man in the black suit and said with a painful look on his face. I told you not to let him go without my order. Isn't that clear enough? The man in the black suit said this and grabbed Zhao Guizi's other good hand and broke it with a snap. Ah! Zhao Guizi screamed in pain like a pig being slaughtered. Hearing the shout, Wei Zui and his younger brothers rushed in from outside the door. Brother, brother. A group of people picked up their weapons and were about to move forward, but they were stopped by Zhao Guizi. Don't do it, don't do it. Although the people with crooked mouth were confused, they just looked at each other and didn't dare to take action. The man in the white suit didn't appreciate Zhao Guizi's attitude at all. He stood up and spat, useless thing, you can't even handle a small matter. After saying that, he looked at the woman in leather jacket who was trembling with fear on the sofa and hooked his finger. The woman in leather jacket stood up tremblingly and walked over. The man in the white suit hugged the woman in the leather jacket and walked through the group of people with crooked mouths, laughing as if they were in an empty place. The man in the black suit retracted his foot and patted Zhao Guizi on the face. You'd better pray that our boss won't be too angry, otherwise you can just wait to die. Brother, brother. Wei Zui and his group ran in and pulled Zhao Guizi out from the sofa. Zhao Guizi looked at the woman in leather jacket unwillingly. At first, the woman in leather jacket looked back at Zhao Guizi reluctantly, but soon she put him out of her mind and hugged the arm of the man in white suit tightly. Su Lei has returned to the hotel. Xiazhu, Chunlan, Xiaoju and Dong Mei, the girls who greeted us at the door today, were waiting at the elevator door. Boss, welcome home. As Su Lei walked out of the elevator, several women bowed together. After a busy day, it's very tiring to run around with a bag of money. As soon as he entered the door, he saw three beautiful women who helped him get his shoes, wipe his hands, and change his clothes like they were his wives waiting for him to come home. The emotional value was instantly maxed out. Su Lei not only felt that the money was not wasted, but also that the fatigue of the day disappeared. Boss, do you have any unfinished work? Do you need my help? Boss, what kind of snacks would you like to eat and what kind of wine would you like to drink today? Boss, I'm tired after a day of work. Do you want to exercise and sweat? Chunlan, Xiazhu and Xiujiu asked. Su Lei thought for a moment and said, there's no work, so I'll just pour a glass of red wine and have some dessert. As for exercise, I'll talk about it after I'm full. Okay, boss. Please wait a moment. Chunlan immediately went to the wine rack and picked up a bottle of red wine. Boss, how about trying this Lepin today? It tastes just as good as Lafite. Su Lei took a look and nodded. Okay, open whatever wine you think is good. Okay, boss. Please wait a moment. Chunlan happily took the wine and went to open the bottle. Chapter 37. He is not the king of hell. Is he that difficult to deal with? For Chunlan and other girls, Sule is now their god of wealth. They will receive commission for all of Sule's spending on the 38th floor. For example, this bottle of Lepin sells for 68,000 yuan, so they can get a commission of 6,800 yuan. In addition, for every day Sule stays here, they can also get a commission of 10%, or 6,800 yuan. It can almost be said that for every extra day Sule stays here, they can get a commission of 3,000 yuan. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan is not a dream. Of course, salary is a small matter. The main thing is to be able to get along with a big shot like Sule. Even if I can't get promoted, it's worth it to be able to know him. Even if I become unemployed one day in the future, it will definitely be better to find Sule to help find a job than to ask ordinary people. Therefore, the girls treated Sule with all their heart and soul. After having a midnight snack, I took a bath and enjoyed Dongmei's soft fingers kneading my muscles. It felt like the willow branches on the roadside in spring brushing against my cheeks in the breeze, sweeping away the day's fatigue. I felt a little tired today, so Sule chose a Thai massage. Thai massage is the most intense of all massage techniques and no essential oils are used during the entire process. Dongmei changed into a tighter set of clothes that were easier to operate, and then lit the incense burner. Surrounded by smoke, a set of tapping, pressing, kneading, grabbing, pushing, splitting, knocking and stepping down, in just 5 words, pain and happiness. The next day, Sule, who was lying on the bed, was awakened by the vibration of his cell phone. I picked it up and took a look. It was Chen Feng sending a message in the group. Brother, how is Professor Chow? We haven't heard from you since you left yesterday. We are so worried. Sule then remembered that he went straight back to the hotel last night and forgot to reply to their messages. He opened a group voice message and said, I forgot to tell you, it's done. Is this true? So fast? Chen Feng asked puzzledly. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go ask Professor Chow yourself. Sule replied. Fuck, you're awesome, fourth brother. I believe you. Sun Qian quickly followed suit in the group. I also believe in your fourth brother, but what method did you use? Not only did you deal with Liao Yunghua, but you actually convinced Chao Kuan so quickly? Lu Zhilong also asked puzzledly. Want to know? Sule snorted and laughed. Tell me quickly. Lu Zhilong replied. That's easy, just spend money, said Sule. Damn, I thought you used some sophisticated method, but this is too low tech. Lu Zhilong said disappointedly. I don't have any technical skills, why do you want to try? Sule rolled his eyes. As he was talking, Chunlan came in wearing a red professional dress. Boss, breakfast is ready. Sule nodded. Fuck, it's a woman's voice, what is going on? Sun Qian exploded in the group. Fourth brother, where are you and what are you doing? Lu Zhilong asked. Brother, come on, let's start a group video chat. Chen Feng immediately started a group video chat. Get lost. How can I broadcast my private life live to you? Sule hung up. Brother, do you still remember the oath we made to share the good and the bad? Chen Feng asked sadly. That won't work either. Okay, let's talk about it when we get to school. Bye. After saying that, Sule hung up the call. Boss, are you chatting with your classmates? Chunlan asked while helping Sule put on his clothes. Yes, a few friends in the dormitory. Sule nodded. Then why are you afraid of letting them see me? Chunlan asked tentatively. A few beasts, I'm afraid they won't be able to sleep at night if they see them. Besides, what if they go out and spread rumors? It's better not to watch. Sule wanted to say. I'm not pretty, why can't I sleep? Chunlan said leisurely. If you're not beautiful, there won't be any beautiful women in the world. Sule shook his head as he looked at Chunlan, who was nearly 1.7 meters tall and wearing high heels. Thinking of his height, he felt that in order to earn more admiration points, he had to pull it up a little bit, at least 183 centimeters, to look decent. With Chunlan's help, she quickly put on her clothes. Toothpaste and hot water for washing face are also available in the bathroom. When Sule came out of the shower, milk, bread, jam and various pastries were all on the table. Had breakfast. After Xia Zhu adjusted his collar and trouser legs, they sent him into the elevator. Su Lei drove the AA to school. He couldn't always park the car outside, so he took out his cell phone and called Liao Yunghua. Hello, Su, what's the matter? The call was quickly connected. I'm driving a car. Can you help me get a pass? Su Lei asked directly. Pass? No problem, just come to me at noon to get it. If you are busy, I will have someone send it to you. Liao Yunghua said. Okay, I'll get it then. Su Lei nodded and was about to hang up when Liao Yunghua asked, by the way, how is Professor Chow doing? It's done, said Su Lei. You have also managed to get Professor Chow on board? Liao Yunghua was even more shocked than Chen Feng and the others. After all, he and Chao Kuan have worked together for more than 10 years and know each other better than most people. What's the matter? He is not the king of hell. Is he that difficult to deal with? Su Lei was speechless. How did you deal with him? How many boxes of mooncakes did he buy? Liao Yunghua asked, judging others by his own experience. What are you talking about? Professor Chow is not that kind of person, said Su Lei. As if Su Lei was saving face for Chao Kuan, Liao Yunghua said, okay, if you don't want to tell me, forget it. I'll go ask him myself. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Although Su Lei was speechless, he ignored him. Let him do whatever he wants. I parked the car, bought a can of Red Bull and a pack of Huazi, and walked towards the dormitory. When I passed by the playground on the way, I saw a group of girls from a gymnastics team rehearsing on the lawn in their gymnastics uniforms. Their figures were amazing. There was also a key beauty in the crowd, who was nearly 1.7 meters tall, with long legs, a thin waist and a swan neck. She stood out from the crowd and a group of girls surrounded her. Everyone is young and full of energy. You help me stretch my legs and I help you stretch. Seeing this, Su Lei almost wanted to join the gymnastics team. I finally returned to the dormitory reluctantly, and before I even entered the door, I heard Chen Feng and others bragging. Third brother, what's wrong with you? You don't want to play the game anymore? Hurry up and log in. We are all waiting for you. Sun Qian. I miss her. Lu Zhilong. Your beauty? Chen Feng. Well, I still can't let it go. Lu Zhilong. Come on, she's almost showing her pregnancy, are you still considering whether to let it go? Sun Qian. Oh, you don't understand, she has it so hard. Lu Zhilong. What's so difficult about it? Sun Qian. She has a gambling mother, a sick father, a younger brother who goes to school and a 2-year-old child, and a husband who commits domestic violence. She is a broken woman. If I don't help her, who will? Lu Zhilong. After all, they earn money from their families, but we take money from them. Who is helping whom? Chen Feng. You haven't experienced it before. When she stood in front of me with a small box. Stop it, this is what we do. Sun Qian. Chapter 38. How did you get released? What are you talking about? Su Lei walked into the dormitory carrying a bottle of Red Bull. Fourth brother. Chen Feng and Sun Qian both stood up from their airline seats. Brother is here, what did you buy? Fuck, it's Huazi again, brother, you're so nice. Give me a bottle of Red Bull. I've been up for half the night and I'm almost exhausted. Lu Zhilong also came over and said. Don't you miss your number 66 anymore? Sun Qian teased. I think about it, but I still have to eat. Lu Zhilong rolled his eyes. Fourth brother, please log in quickly. Third brother is not in good shape today. He lost 3 out of 4 games. Sun Qian took a pack of cigarettes and sat back, shouting. That's right. I just went to wash my feet a few days ago, and I don't know how I became possessed. Chen Feng nodded and said contemptuously. You don't understand. I confided to her the pressure of studying, and she told me about her life experiences. At that moment, 2 lonely souls became each other's harbor. Lu Zhilong said while chomping Red Bull. She is not your moon. She just gives you a moment of moonlight. Beauty will eventually wither one day. You should seek true love. Su Lei also patted Lu Zhilong on the back and advised. I don't care. A wise man doesn't fall in love. Adults must wash their feet and get a massage. Lu Zhilong said firmly. Come, pour a basin of water, I'll wash you and give you a massage, okay? Sun Qian asked. How can they be the same? I want good and expensive washes, not free ones, said Lu Zhilong. The holiday is almost here, and you're still making such a fuss. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. For you it's just washing your feet twice, but for her it's a ticket back home, said Lu Zhilong. Once the bell stops, all emotions return to zero. Do you understand? Su Lei asked. Oh, I just regret that I am a little poor and can't afford to pay for her lifelong work. Lu Zhilong sighed. No roses can grow in the deserts of the Northwest. You two are destined to be a tryst with no ending. I think you are becoming more and more unrighteous. Chen Feng said with a look of disappointment. Foot massage is also Taoism, and the technique is also a method. This is called Tao follows nature, said Lu Zhilong. You are possessed. What kind of place is this? Sun Qian was angry. You'll know once you go there, said Lu Zhilong. Hey, come on, come on. I don't believe it. I have to pull you out of the quagmire. Sun Qian stood up and said. I'm a little short of money lately. Lu Zhilong said aggrievedly. It's okay, I have it, said Sun Qian. Oh, that's fine. Lu Zhilong became excited. Then what are we doing? Sun Qian asked. What's that? They're 2 VIP guests, said Lu Zhilong. Okay, stop bragging and log in quickly. You have classes later. Chen Feng said dissatisfiedly. No. Sun Qian and Lu Zhilong said together. You're not going to Professor Chao's class? Are you really that bold? I didn't push you into the pit yesterday and let you get up. You're lucky, thanks to us brothers. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. When they heard that it was Chao Kuan's class, Sun Qian and Lu Zhilong were instantly paralyzed and could only sit back down. They thought, that's not right. Didn't we just have Professor Chao's class yesterday? Why is there another one today? I heard that there is something to be announced today, so stop complaining and just focus on playing your game. If you have any questions, check the class group. Chen Feng said impatiently. The 4 of them logged in and found a female teammate. Maybe it was because of the girl or because of their exceptional performance, but they finally won the game, and Chen Feng's resentment for losing consecutive games was also dispelled. Seeing that the time was almost up, he said, let's go, it's time for class. Su Lei followed Chen Feng and others and finally went to the classroom for the first time. I don't know if it was because he was famous for fighting with Liang Long, or because he was famous for equipping his roommate with a mobile phone and a computer yesterday, but many people he met on the road tried to signal Su Lei with their eyes, and many people greeted him, which made Su Lei feel uncomfortable. However, when I reached the 3rd floor and was about to enter the classroom, I saw an acquaintance coming towards me. Liang Long had a bandage on his head and a band-aid on his nose, and was accompanied by Shui Lanlan and a few people he had never seen before. Seeing Su Lei, Liang Long walked over with a gloomy face and said, I was looking for you. So you are here. Why did you come out? Su Lei frowned. Don't think that you are the only one with connections, but I admire you for being able to get those people from the police station to stand up for you. Who are you from? Liang Long asked as he approached. It's none of your business. Su Lei smiled. It's indeed none of my business, but let me tell you, this matter is not over yet. Liang Long sneered. If you want to be beaten, I won't stop you, but this crooked nose really suits you. Su Lei looked at Liang Long's broken nose and said with a smile. What the hell did you say? Liang Long instantly became furious and was about to rush forward, but was blocked by Chen Feng and Lu Zhilong. Well, what do you want? What do you want? Liang Long, what do you want to do? This is a school, don't mess around. The 2 gangs pushed and shoved each other, and many people gathered around to watch the fun. Fearing that the teacher would be attracted, Liang Long raised his hand to separate the crowd and said, Don't be afraid, I know this is a school, I just came to say hello. Now that the fight is over, why don't you get out of here? Su Lei laughed. Liang Long pointed at Su Lei, turned around and said, Let's go. TSK. Chen Feng and Lu Zhilong deliberately hissed from behind. Liang Long was so angry that his whole body was shaking. From childhood to adulthood, he had never suffered such humiliation, not only in school, but also outside of school. After turning the corner, Liang Long punched the wall a few times as if to vent his anger. Son of a bitch, find someone to kill him. I want to kill him. Brother Long, he's just a nobody who wants to use your fame to get ahead. Calm down, I'll help you find someone to deal with him. One of the men stepped forward and said. Liang Long looked back at the man and said, "Bring him here. I want to deal with him myself." "I understand, Brother Long," the man nodded. Although he knew Liang Long would not give up, Su Lei did not take him seriously at all. However, Liang Long had already become famous in school. Relying on his family's wealth, it was common for him to steal other people's girlfriends and bully his classmates. Many people were angry but dared not speak out. Return to the classroom. Everyone applauded and cheered for Su Lei's courage to confront Liang Long. "You're awesome, classmate. I used to think you were quiet and ignored people, but it turns out you're a ruthless person. Brother, you really showed us your face this time. I saw the Diplodocus video a few days ago and it looked like you, but I didn't expect it to be real." Several men and women who were sitting around Su Lei and who were usually close to Su Lei surrounded him. Faced with this feeling of being surrounded by people, Su Lei was still a little uncomfortable, and could only explain, "This has nothing to do with me. It's all because our police comrades insisted on justice and upheld justice for me." Ha, if I hadn't seen the previous cases, I would have almost believed it. "Yeah, no matter what, that's still awesome of you." As he was speaking, Chao Koan walked in carrying a yellow cloth bag from decades ago. Chapter 39. Prepare for the school anniversary performance. I thought Chao Koan was going to teach, but he walked up to the podium and said, "There are still 2 days before the school anniversary. The school has arranged for each class to prepare a program. Some classes started preparing half a month ago. I wanted to save you some energy. Studying is already tiring enough. It's unnecessary. But I can't avoid it. The principal found me yesterday and said that this task must be completed. For this class, you can discuss it with the class monitor. Whoever wants to take it can take it. There is no limit to the program, as long as it is healthy and positive." After saying that, he left the classroom, leaving behind a group of confused classmates. What's going on? Weren't we supposed to have classes? Why did we change it to a school celebration? Are you going to put on a show? Wasn't there any such activity last year? The classroom suddenly became lively. Feeling cheated, Su Lei looked at Chen Feng and asked, "Is this the class?" "How would I know?" It was Yuan Feng who notified in the group that Professor Chow would be giving a lecture in this class. Who knew that this was the topic? Chen Feng said helplessly. "That's okay. Professor Chow has already left, let's escape too." Lu Zhilong said. "Let's go and play a few more games." Sun Qian also nodded. Su Lei and Chen Feng looked at each other, then bent down and stood up. Okay, everyone, stop making noise." As soon as Chao Koan left, Yuan Feng stood up from her seat, walked to the podium, and saw Su Lei and his friends who had already slipped to the back door. She shouted, "Su Lei, Chen Feng, Lu Jiwen, where are you guys going?" "Report to the squad leader, my stomach feels uncomfortable and I want to go to the toilet." Su Lei replied. "Report to the squad leader, my stomach is also uncomfortable and I need to go to the toilet too." Chen Feng followed. "Report to the squad leader, Are you feeling uncomfortable in your stomach and want to go to the toilet too?" Yuan Feng interrupted. "No, squad leader. What I meant was that I'm very hungry and want to buy something to eat." Lu Zhilong shook his head. "What about you? Do you want to go to the toilet or buy something to eat?" Yuan Feng looked at Sun Qian at the back. "No, squad leader, the 3 of them lied to you. They actually wanted to go back to the dormitory to play games. I went there to supervise them." Sun Qian shook his head. Ha 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 ha, everyone in the classroom burst into laughter. "Fuck, what truth are you telling? Is your brain filled with mud? What nonsense are you talking about?" Chen Feng and Lu Zhilong turned around and beat Sun Qian. "Quiet, everyone, be quiet." Yuan Feng patted the podium twice, looked at the few people and said, "You guys go back to your seats too." "No way, class monitor. The professor can go to the toilet during class, but you can't let us poop in our pants, right?" Chen Feng said dissatisfiedly. "Stop talking so smoothly. I know what you want to do. Or do you want to put another X on it?" Yuan Feng took out the roll call list. Chen Feng looked at Su Lei. Su Lei smacked his lips twice and finally had to sit back. Chen Feng, Lu Zhilong, and Sun Qian had no choice but to sit back in their seats. "Okay, stop talking." After subduing Su Lei and the others, Yuan Feng patted the podium. The classroom soon became quiet. Everyone has heard what Professor Chow said about the school anniversary. Now, who is interested in participating in the school anniversary performance? Yuan Fong asked. As science students, everyone looked at each other, and no one said anything. No one is talking? Whoever volunteers and is interested in participating in the event, we can give some appropriate rewards, such as credits, letters of recommendation, and class hours. We can all apply for them. After waiting for a long time, Yuan Fong could only come up with the reward mechanism. The crowd below remained silent, and some people pretended to take out their cell phones and read books. Please recommend, everyone recommend each other. If all else fails, we can only hold an election. No one was willing, so Yuan Fong had to use her trump card. Seeing that this task might fall on them, some of the people below finally became interested. Yao Lily should go. Isn't she still studying dance? A male classmate shouted. Why don't you go? Aren't you joining the musical instrument club? Yao Lily in front turned around and rolled her eyes. I just joined the musical instrument club, but I'm just interested in it. Besides, I only know how to play the guitar and I can't perform alone, said the male classmate. Who says we can't perform? One can go on stage and play guitar alone, said Yao Lily. Okay, stop arguing. Yuan Fong raised her hand, looked at Yao Lily and said, I think Zheng Sheng is right. Yao Lily, it would be best if you organize a few people to perform a show. Why didn't you tell us this earlier? There are only 2 days left, which is not enough time to rehearse. If we don't practice well, won't it be embarrassing to go on stage? It's not that Yao Lily didn't want to perform, but there was simply not enough time. Then just perform the dance you are most familiar with by yourself, even a solo dance will do. Yuan Fong said. It's not that easy. I don't have any costumes yet, I haven't ordered makeup, and I have to choose music. There's simply not enough time. Anyway, I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go. Yao Lily said firmly. Yuan Fong had no choice but to cast her eyes on everyone. Then we can only draw lots? Whoever draws the lot goes. Is that okay with you? Why is it like this? What should I do if I have no special skills and I don't know anything? A classmate in the back row said speechlessly. If you're not practicing calligraphy, you can just go up and write some calligraphy. Yuan Fong said. I was just doing it to please the school, I am not presentable enough. Me too, I don't know how to do it anyway. Just as everyone was passing the buck to each other, a voice rang out, all right, stop arguing. It's just a small matter, you push me and I push you, you have no sense of responsibility at all. No need to take the blame, let me do it. This voice was like a heavenly sound, awakening everyone's ears. They all turned around to see whose subordinates were so brave. Then the person who stood up was Su Lei. Not to mention that the other students were frightened, even Chen Feng, Lu Jiwen, and Sun Qian who were standing by looked at him as if they didn't know what medicine Su Lei had taken wrong. Are you sure? Although this is a school performance, it also represents the honor of the class. Don't joke around. Yuan Fong said in a daze. Who is playing a joke on you? Just tell me whether you agree or not. Su Lei asked. Do you have any objections? Yuan Fong looked at the students in the audience. No. Everyone shook their heads. What class honor? As long as they don't embarrass themselves, it's fine. Have you really decided? Yuan Fong was still a little worried. Why are you being so fussy? Do you want to go up and perform? Su Lei asked. Yuan Fong immediately had an answer. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Thank you, squad leader. Su Lei smiled and stood up and said, Squad leader, we have to go back to rehearse now. Do you have any objection? Oh, no objection. Yuan Fong shook her head. Let's go. Su Lei signaled to Chen Feng and Lu Jiwen. Chen Feng and his companions were still confused as to why Su Lei took on this job. Do you still want to stay here to study? Su Lei asked in a low voice. Chen Feng and the others came to their senses and stood up. They're gone. Yuan Fong seemed to notice it and shouted, Su Lei, don't use this as an excuse. You must rehearse well. If we lose our honor. Don't worry, class leader. I promise that we will definitely get first place. Su Lei raised his hand and said, and walked to the door and thought, by the way, in the next 2 days, we have to concentrate on rehearsing. What about class? I'll give you the attendance records for the next 2 days, but remember, if you slack off and don't perform well, I will hold you accountable. Yuan Fong said as a warning. I understand, class monitor. Thank you. After Su Lei finished speaking, he took Chen Fong and others out of the classroom. Chapter 40 invites Cindy to perform in a commercial performance. They just left in such a broad day, and after Su Lei and his companions had been gone for a long time, the students in the classroom still hadn't reacted. Gone? Let us go. Is this free time? Fuck, is there anyone who asks for leave like this? If I had known this earlier, I would have taken this job. What the hell are you doing? Can you perform on stage even if you take it? With just a few of them, what can Su Lei do? Isn't he just taking advantage of the situation to seek benefits? Well, now that you mention it, it's really possible. Okay, stop making noise, let's study on our own during this class. Seeing that the classroom was about to get out of control, class monitor Yuan Fong shouted from the podium. As the classroom became quiet, Su Lei, Chen Fong and the other two walked out of the teaching building. Chen Fong and Lu Zhilong still felt like they were dreaming. Brother, what should we do now? What are you doing? Of course you're going back to the dormitory and continuing playing games. Su Lei rolled his eyes. No, fourth brother, what are you talking about? Lu Zhilong said in confusion. What's going on? Su Lei wondered. Are you not going to go on stage? Lu Zhilong asked doubtfully. Just play when I tell you to. Why are you asking so many questions? Su Lei rolled his eyes. I understand. Thank you, fourth brother. Let's go, I don't know if that girl is still here, let's take her along. Su Lei was not worried, and Lu Zhilong and the others were even less worried. Sun Qian immediately put the matter of the performance behind him. After returning to the dormitory, Su Lei took a few people to get a lot of potato chips, spicy strips, beef tendon and other snacks. A few good brothers hiding in the dormitory playing games and eating snacks, there is no more comfortable day than this. I continued to order takeout for lunch until it was almost dark in the afternoon. I don't know if she was worried or afraid that Su Lei was really being lazy, but after school Yuan Fong sent a message to ask Su Lei what performance he was going to perform and how the rehearsal was going. Su Lei asked her back, why are you asking this? Yuan Fong said she would report it. Su Lei thought about it and said let us perform singing and dancing. Yuan Fong was confused and said, you're a man, why are you performing singing and dancing? Su Lei replied, don't worry about it. Yuan Fong in the classroom was so angry that she almost drew a few excess on Su Lei's roll call, but she finally held back, thinking that she would see what kind of show Su Lei would perform at that time. If he dared to be passive and lazy and lose face for the class, she would settle all the old and new accounts with him and draw a few more excess on him to see how he could go on to higher education and graduate. After that, seeing that it was almost dark, Su Lei said he wanted to go out. Although Chen Fong and Lu Zhilong were wondering what Su Lei was doing outside and why he didn't come back every day, before they could ask, Sun Qian stood up and said that a rich woman was looking for him and he had to leave first. The 4-row team became a 2-row team, which made Chen Fong and Lu Zhilong angry and they scolded the two men for being disloyal. Su Lei ignored it. After going downstairs, he saw Liao Yungguo's message and then remembered to ask him for a pass. I made a phone call and found out he was still in the office, so I rushed over. Seeing Su Lei coming in, Liao Yungguo put his ID on the table and said speechlessly, I told someone to give you the pass, but you still didn't agree. You made me wait for so long. Ha, I was talking to some friends and forgot about it. Su Lei laughed and took the certificate. Thank you, director. We are just friends, no need to thank each other. Liao Yungguo waved his hand and asked curiously, by the way, I heard that you have taken care of Chao Kuan. How did you do it? Ha, it's a secret. It concerns Professor Chao's dignity. We can't talk about it casually. Su Lei said with a smile. Although he was curious, Liao Yungguo did not ask any more questions. He could only shake his head and picked up his bag. Okay, forget it. I'm in a hurry to get off work. Su Lei nodded and transferred 20,000 yuan as a reward to Liao Yungguo, which made Liao Yungguo very happy. He kept saying that Su Lei was too polite and couldn't stop smiling. After returning from Liao Yungguo and looking at the pass in his hand, Su Lei thought of Lian Long again and called Zhang Qinggan again. Hello? Captain Zhang, what happened to Liang Long? Why was he released? Su Lei asked. He remembered that he was supposed to be detained for a week, but he was released after only 3 days. Hey, Mr. Su, you don't know about this. Yesterday morning, first the municipal bureau called, then the municipal party committee leaders, and finally even the procuratorate called. It's as if all the public security, procuratorial and judicial organs have been mobilized. You know, a higher-ranking official can crush a person. There's nothing I can do, said Zhang Qingyan. It sounded like Zhang Qinggan was complaining, but Su Lei knew what he meant and smiled and said, "Don't worry, Director Zhang, I will definitely do what I promised you." Zhang Qinggan was indeed happy. "Hey, thank you, Mr. Su, but don't worry, although he was only detained for 2 days, I have secretly taken care of him and made him suffer a lot in there." "I understand. I'll figure out a way to deal with this myself." Su Lei nodded. "Okay, Mr. Su." Su Lei hung up the phone. Although what Zhang Qinggan said was true, it seemed that this old fox would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Now that he has not seen any benefits, he will just work without putting in any effort and try not to offend either side. Su Lei was not in a hurry either, as he had plenty of ways to deal with them. "I took the car out of the garage and drove straight back to the hotel. It seems there is still rotation. Today, it was Qiu Ju who picked up the car below the hotel. Chunlan, Xiazhu, Dongmei were waiting at the elevator entrance." After changing his clothes, Su Lei looked at Xiazhu and asked, "Do you know the contact information of the agent of that female star Xinling? Our hotel has cooperation with most of the celebrity companies. Does the boss want to talk to her about something?" After so many days, Su Lei finally had something she could help with. Xiazhu nodded happily. "Well, contact her agent and tell him that there is a commercial performance looking for her," Su Lei ordered. He had already planned the school anniversary event, but he didn't know what to perform, so he could just invite a guest that everyone liked. He would just have to cooperate with the performance. As long as the guest was good enough, who wouldn't like him? Thinking about the show that the teachers and students were waiting for to be performed at school that day, but then a familiar melody sounded on the stage and Cindy suddenly appeared. What would the scene be like? "Okay, boss. Please wait a moment. I'll contact them right away." Xiaoju nodded and went to the room to get the laptop. Xiaoju quickly found the agency's phone number and called it. "Hello?" A female voice soon came from the other side. "Hello, are you Xinling's agent, Ms. Miao?" Xiaoju asked, looking at the contact name on the computer. "Yes, I am. Your guy?" asked the agent. "Oh, hello, I'm from Huadu Royal Holiday Hotel. We have a boss here who wants to invite your Cindy to participate in a commercial performance." Xiaoju said. "It's a commercial performance. Is it a big company? Or some local tourism department? Or something else?" the agent asked again. Xiaoju looked at Su Lei. Su Lei gestured, "Just say you're attending a school celebration. It's the school's anniversary ceremony." Xiaoju said. I thought the other party would agree immediately, but the agent hesitated and said reluctantly, "It's the school anniversary. It's a very famous school." Xiaoju added. "I'm sorry, it's not that we don't want to participate, but our Cindy's schedule is very tight recently. She had a concert in Shanghai yesterday, and then she has to rush to the next one in Beijing. She's busy rehearsing, so I'm afraid she won't be able to spare the time," said the agent. Chapter 41, National disputes can be resolved with money, so why can't we hire a celebrity? "Can't you spare some time?" Xiaoju asked. "I'm so sorry. Sylvia has been giving concerts everywhere in the past few months and is already very tired. So the company also requires that her workload should not be increased unless there are particularly important events. She needs to rest more. As her fan and friend, I hope you can understand," the agent insisted. Xiaoju looked at Su Lei, who took the call and asked, "How much does Xinling usually get for a commercial performance?" 3 million, why are you asking this?" the agent asked puzzledly. "I'll offer 5 million, said Su Lei. The agent said, "Sir, it's not about the money, it's about 10 million, said Su Lei. "Sir, I have to check my schedule. I don't know if I can make it." The agent's voice became a little excited. 20 million. Su Lei said directly. "Okay, sir, please give me your schedule, approximate itinerary and repertoire for the day, and I will coordinate the arrangements," the agent said excitedly. Many people think that agents are just assistants to artists, but in fact, they are more like partners. Agents help artists handle their schedules, get work through interpersonal relationships, arrange announcements, and even deal with some troubles like scandals. They are more like partners. As for the profits, they are also shared by both parties, ranging from 19-37 to 50-50, depending on the strength of both parties. The more popular the artist is, the higher the percentage he generally gets. On the contrary, if the agent has stronger connections and better resources, he can negotiate a higher percentage. For example, between Cindy Wang and Miao Shuang, their profit-sharing ratio was 4-6 before. With Cindy Wang's renewed popularity, the ratio has risen to 3-7. 30% is already a lot, and with the 20 million appearance fee given by Su Lei, he can directly earn 6 million, which is much more than many agents earn in a year. Even now, he has to run 7 shows. However, what Miao Shuang didn't know was that if she hesitated for a second, Su Lei would have been ready to bid 40 million for him. After knowing this result, she wondered if she would be unable to sleep at night because of her own impatience. Hearing Miao Shuang's agreement, Su Lei smiled and said that there was nothing that money couldn't solve. If there was, it was because the money wasn't enough. If the dispute between two countries can be resolved with money, why can't we hire a celebrity? In response to Miao Shuang's question, Su Lei thought for a moment and said, just sing a song of Dada and let her do the rest. Okay sir, do you have any requirements for Typhoon? Miao Shuang asked again. I hope she can wear cute and sexy clothes. If you find it troublesome, I can provide them. I will also sponsor the jewelry on the stage. Su Lei said directly. Really, sir? That's a great help. Miao Shuang said happily. After all, it was a temporary extra performance, and if costumes and props had to be prepared, there would definitely be a lot more work to do. Su Lei nodded and said, I will transfer the deposit to your account later. Just show up at South China University on time at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Okay sir, no problem. If everything is okay, I'll arrange it right away? Miao Shuang asked. No more. Su Lei nodded and hung up the phone. Let Xiaoju open Xinling Company's payment account and directly transfer 30% of the 6 million into it. Although he didn't know who Su Lei was, a boss who was so generous and magnanimous must not be an ordinary person. After receiving the money, Miao Shuang sent a request to add him as a friend, and then sent an expression saying thank you, boss. Compared to Miao Shuang who received the money, Xiaoju and the other girls were equally shocked to see Su Lei spend 20 million without blinking an eye. In order to hire a celebrity for a commercial performance, they actually spent 20 million? 7 times the price? Although they know that Xinling is very popular now, this is too much of a waste of money. What else can they say except that she is rich? In my heart, I wish I could become a star and go on stage with Su Lei. I can only sigh that it is too easy to make money. Although the 4 girls' monthly basic salary is more than 20,000 yuan, which is higher than many ordinary people, it is still far behind that of celebrities. But this also made the 4 girls want to get closer to Su Lei. The following time, some things cannot be written, so skip them. 2 days later. It seems that the school also attaches great importance to this school anniversary. Slogans, ribbons and lanterns are posted everywhere in the school. Many students also made some festive art models and placed them on roads and in prominent places. Compared to the festive and busy outside, 703 is also very busy and bustling. WCNM, what do you think about the bottom lane? Are you an idiot? The bottom lane can't stand it, and others are trying to steal the crystal. Where's that jungler SB? Why does he disappear every time he goes out? That's right, he's nowhere to be seen in teamfights. Kick that idiot out next time. Su Lei, Shen Feng, and Lu Zhilong had cigarettes in their mouths, and they kept cursing with their hands and mouths. They kept cursing from the beginning to the end, for a total of 20 minutes. As the crystal was destroyed by the opponent, he stopped with a dissatisfied look on his face and said, I'll just find a sparring partner next time. What kind of crap are these people matched with? Not only do they not know how to cooperate, but they also run away from each other when fighting. Especially that Xiaoer. Are you blind? Every time you're fighting next to her, you don't help her. When you see a fight, you run away. What the hell are you running for? Are you rushing back to catch your boyfriend cheating on you? After losing 3 times in a row, Su Lei was so angry that he wanted to smash the computer. Lu Zhilong and Chen Feng were also drinking Red Bull and cursing in dissatisfaction. The 2 teammates soon couldn't stand the few people and left the room. Su Lei checked the time and asked, what is Lao Wu doing? Why hasn't he come back yet? Who knows, that guy might have died in that rich woman's bed. Lu Zhilong said casually. Send him a message. If he doesn't reply within 15 minutes, he will be expelled from 703. We will find a new roommate to replace him, Chen Feng said unhappily. Lu Zhilong immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to Sun Qian. Chen Feng took a few pieces of paper and flushed them to the toilet. Su Lei opened the website and prepared to find a great sparring partner. Otherwise, he would always find crappy teammates. It would be fine if he lost the game, but it would not be worth it if his blood pressure rose and his blood vessels burst due to anger. After all, I have the system protecting me in this life, and I haven't enjoyed it yet. Su Lei found a sparring partner website and clicked on it. Wow, there are photos and introductions of all kinds of girls with cute looks and sweet voices, and the prices range from 30, 50 to 100 per hour. Of course, these are just the prices for most ordinary and mid-range prices. The lowest prices range from $5, $10 to several $100s. Since we are looking for it, of course we should look for the best one. Su Lei searched for a while and finally found a 101 star named Canyon Little Naima. The avatar is also very beautiful, with big eyes, long bangs, and a purple wig of Kaiwenji, which looks very cool. 150 per hour, introducing the 18-year-old genius support of the former professional team RE. Su Lei directly took out his mobile phone, scanned the code and placed an order for 24 hours. Chapter 42 24-hour playtime. At the same time, in a room decorated in pink, with gauze curtains, pink dolls, and an all-pink monitor, keyboard, mouse and chair, Zhao Jingyi is sitting in front of the computer playing with her mobile phone. She has been in the accompanying gaming industry for more than half a year. As a former member of a professional team, her income is pretty good thanks to her good reputation and skills. At the beginning, I could take several orders every day and earn 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month, which was not only enough to support my life, but also to make a good living. However, as more and more people have joined the accompanying play industry in the past 2 months, competition has become increasingly fierce, and some people have even raised the price to 30 or 20 per hour. This also affected the number of orders Zhao Jingyi received. After all, her price was 2 or 3 times higher than that of ordinary playmates. However, as a former professional team member with excellent skills, she also has her own pride and will not easily lower the price. Although she has accumulated many old customers with her excellent skills and can now barely make a living, her income is visibly declining. If this continues, it will be difficult to make a living next month. If the guests don't come to find you, you have to go out and find them yourself. Zhao Jingyi opened the WeChat address book and found a man named Zhonggu. She asked, "Brother, do you want to play games?" After 2 or 3 minutes, the other party replied with a message, "Busy." "Oh, okay. Let's play together online when you are free. You are an old customer, so you can get a discount." Zhao Jingyi replied. "Well, okay." And then he didn't believe it. Zhao Jingyi opened the friend and status window in the game and found that Brother Zhong was actually online. He sighed, scrolled through it again, and sent a message to a brother named Chen, "Brother, are you free to play games?" "I'm busy." "I don't believe it." Zhao Jingyi checked the game friend window and found that all her friends had been deleted. She picked up her phone and sent a message, "Brother, why are our friends gone?" "Chen has enabled friend verification. You are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. You can chat only after the other party passes. Friends sends verification." Zhao Jingyi looked at the screen where she was chatting 3 seconds ago, feeling a little confused. "I had no choice but to scroll down and find Brother Pang. I sent a message, 'Brother Pang, are you there?' 'Yes, what's going on?' Brother Pang replied quickly. Zhao Jingyi was delighted and immediately asked, 'Do you want to play games?' 'Let's play. Xuanfu Hotel has opened an online room. Do you want to come?' Brother Pang asked. Zhao Jingyi hesitated for a moment and replied, 'I'm at home and don't have time to come out. Besides, I'm not used to using computers outside. Can I stay at home and play with you?' After waiting for a long time, there was no reply. Zhao Jingyi asked tentatively, 'Brother Pang? I'm busy here. If you want to come out, come out. If you don't want to come, forget it.' Brother Pang replied. Zhao Jingyi was so angry that she deleted Brother Pang as a friend, secretly cursing these stinky men for being of the same character. First they play games to tease each other, and once they get familiar with each other, they want to go out with each other. As for what they will do, you don't have to think about it to know. Although Zhao Jingyi was short of money, she would never sell herself out for money. But it was also for this reason that many of the big brothers who had initially had feelings for her were gradually poached by others. I hadn't taken a single order all morning and yet I encountered this kind of thing. I was getting angry when suddenly a ding-dong sound came from my computer. Zhao Jingyi was familiar with the sound of a customer placing an order and was shocked. She immediately opened the order-taking platform. When I checked the order details and saw the 360,000 docoins 1 yuan equals 100 docoins, I was stunned. 3,600 yuan for 24 hours? After all, Zhao Jingyi's unit price is not low, and it is even considered very high among the companions. Even if there are many big brothers who usually place orders for 2 hours, 3 hours, or at most 5 hours. This is the first time that Zhao Jingyi received an order within 24 hours. I was worried that the other party might have made a mistake or the system had made a mistake, so I confirmed it twice. Confirmed the other party's 24-hour order. An unstoppable joy surged into my heart, and the unhappiness just now was instantly washed away. I immediately put down my phone, put on headphones, followed the information in the order details, found the order owner's ID, and jumped to the room. Hello, be careful, super soldier brother. The light bulb is so bright, hello brother. I have spicy noodles, come with me, brother. Zhao Jingyi greeted from the room. Less than 2 minutes after the order was confirmed, little Naima from the canyon entered the room. As Zhao Jingyi's sweet voice sounded, it not only attracted the attention of Su Lei and Lu Zhilong, but even Chen Feng in the toilet heard it. Fuck, where did this girl come from? She's so sweet? The playmate I just invited, could you please come out before talking? The smell is coming over here. Su Lei said unhappily, and then motioned to Lu Zhilong to close the balcony door. Hello, is this the order placed by Xiaoxin's super soldier? Zhao Jingyi asked. Yes, it's me. Su Lei replied. Thank you for your care, brother. Can I ask you, is this a 24-hour task? Zhao Jingyi was still a little worried that Su Lei had placed the wrong order. After all, she had never encountered such a large number of orders. If he had placed the wrong order, she could still choose some remedial measures such as refunding the order. Yes. Su Lei replied. After getting the confirmation, Zhao Jingyi was very happy and said, Thank you, brother. But she was still puzzled and asked, Brother, you placed the order for such a long time, can you play for so long? It's okay, it doesn't matter whether you play or not. As long as we are offline, you can move freely. The main thing is that when you can't play, you don't have time to jump orders. Su Lei said. Zhao Jingyi was a little confused when she heard Su Lei's words. How could this be possible? Could money be wasted like this? Spend money to buy your time, and then play around? Zhao Jingyi has received orders from hundreds of big brothers in the past 6 months, but she has never met someone as generous as Su Lei. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Excuse me, what does your brother do? We are all students and are bored. Lu Zhilong returned to his chair and said. Student? Zhao Jingyi was even more shocked. Don't students ask their families for money? How can they spend money like this? The only possibility left was a rich second generation? What rich second generation? He's just an ordinary student. Su Lei rolled his eyes at Lu Zhilong. He originally wanted to make up an identity, but this guy revealed it all at once. Thinking that Su Lei didn't want to admit it, Zhao Jingyi didn't ask any more questions and asked, Brother, can you add me as a friend? It will be convenient for us to contact each other in the future. Let's talk about it after we're done playing. Su Lei replied. Although she had a nice voice and was pretty, he didn't know how good her skills were. Although Su Lei didn't mind spending money, he didn't want to spend money and end up with a vase. Okay brother, then do you have any requirements for star upgrade? Or level requirements? Zhao Jingyi asked again. No, let's just play together, said Su Lei. Okay, then what's your career, brother? Zhao Jingyi asked. Xiahou done. Su Lei said after thinking for a while. Okay brother, I will definitely protect you, said Zhao Jingyi. I don't need protection, just take care of yourself. Su Lei said. Okay brother. Chapter 43 Canyon Little Naima, your professional assistant. Everyone is here. Have you finished pooping? Su Lei shouted while looking towards the toilet. Old Five hasn't come back yet, why are you in such a hurry? Chen Feng said in the toilet. Who knows when he will come back? Let's not wait for him and just match him with someone randomly, said Lu Zhilong. Third brother, aren't you so mean to say bad things about me behind my back? Just then, Sun Qian's voice came from outside the door. Looking at Sun Qian, who pushed the door open, Lu Zhilong rolled his eyes without any guilt. Who said bad things about you behind your back? I said it to your face. We have a brotherly relationship, so it's just that I'm a little late. Is it worth it? Sun Qian said with an apologetic smile. You're a little late. Look when I called you. It's already 3 hours late. Lu Zhilong rolled his eyes. Ah, has it been so long? Ha, there was a traffic jam on the road. It was stuck for a while. Sun Qian looked at his watch and said in surprise. Bullshit, can that road be blocked for 3 hours? Lu Zhilong naturally didn't believe it. Forget it, stop arguing and get on the line. Su Lei rolled his eyes. Okay, fourth brother. Sun Qian ran to his seat as if he had been pardoned, put on his headset and asked, Where's big brother? Let's go eat. Su Lei said casually. Gone to eat? It happens that I haven't eaten yet, so ask him to bring me something too. Sun Qian said happily. Brother, Lao Wu asked you to bring some for him too. Su Lei shouted with a smile. Lu Zhilong also laughed. Come on, come here, I have packed it for you. Chen Feng said with a smile in the bathroom. Damn it, just eat by yourself and eat your fill. Sun Qian said speechlessly, knowing that he was being tricked. Brothers, everyone is here, can we start? As Sun Qian came online and saw 5 accounts in the room, Zhao Jingyi asked in the game. Damn, that girl came from there and has such a nice voice. Sun Qian was immediately attracted. Hello, brother, I am little Naima from the canyon. Zhao Jingyi introduced herself. Is it really Xianai? Sun Qian asked with a strange smile. Zhao Jingyi. Su Lei slapped the guy on the back of his head and said, Play with me, don't be so naughty. Playing along is just playing along, what's the big deal? Sun Qian said as if he didn't care after dodging it. Brother, please don't talk nonsense, I'm not a casual person. Zhao Jingyi said gently. Brother is not a casual person. When he becomes casual, he is no longer a human being. Sun Qian said with a strange laugh. Su Lei acted quickly this time, and Sun Qian was unable to dodge and was slapped on the head. Facing Sun Qian's aggrieved look, Su Lei ignored him and looked at the toilet and shouted, Are you full? When are you coming out? I'm coming, why are you in such a hurry? It's not even quiet enough to use the toilet. Chen Feng pushed the door and walked in while fastening his belt. Did you wipe your butt? Su Lei asked suspiciously. Chen Feng stopped his movements instantly. Facing the suspicious eyes of Lu Zhilong and Sun Qian, he said angrily, Fuck, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I don't know how to wipe my butt when I go to the toilet. If you don't believe me, do you want to come and see? After saying that, he started to unbutton his pants. Okay, that's enough. Close the door quickly. The smell is coming in. Lu Zhilong and Sun Qian were so scared that they shouted to stop them. Chen Feng rolled his eyes in triumph, sat down, opened a bottle of Red Bull and said, Wow, this girl is awesome, a 101 star, and a former professional team member. After hearing this, Sun Qian also opened Zhao Jingyi's profile. When he saw her cute profile picture, he instantly fell in love with her. Wow, not only does she have a nice voice, she's also a little beauty. Welcome brother to come and support us. I am little Naima of the canyon. I am your professional assistant. You can always look for me when you play games in the future. I can even give you discounts. Zhao Jingyi replied cutely. Okay, let's take a look at your skills first. If you have good skills, we will definitely support you. Chen Feng nodded. Sun Qian also nodded impatiently, drive quickly. Needless to say, professionals are different. The next few people's battles went much smoother and they won 3 games in a row. Zhao Jingyi intentionally or unintentionally gave Su Lei a lot of achievements, allowing him to complete a pentakill. Su Lei was very happy. He felt that the high price was justified and the several $1,000s were not wasted. I don't know if it's because of the beauties or because I've gotten better at playing, but the dormitory has become much more civilized, with no more Chinese curses like CNM and MB. After playing 2 more rounds, as the sky gradually darkened, Su Lei's cell phone rang. Hello? Su Lei answered the call. Su Lei, where are you? Yuan Feng's voice came from the phone. Dormitory, what's the matter? Su Lei replied. What's the matter? Did you forget that the school anniversary is today? Yuan Feng asked. Ah. Su Lei was operating the phone while answering the call and hadn't come back to his senses yet. "Where is your show?" Yuan Fong asked. "Oh, okay, we're ready to rehearse." Su Lei then remembered that he still had to perform a show today. "Come here as soon as you're done with rehearsal. The party starts in 2 hours." Hearing that Su Lei was already ready, Yuan Fong's anger subsided a lot. "Oh, okay, right away. I'll be there right away." Su Lei hung up the phone. "Who is it?" Su Fong asked. "Yuan Fong." Su Lei said. "What does she want from you?" Lu Zhilong asked puzzledly. "The party is about to start," said Su Lei. Fuck, then you're still playing games? Forget about it, let's go." Chen Feng, Lu Zhilong, and others jumped up. "Why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk about it after we're done with this." Su Lei rolled his eyes. "No, brothers, we have done nothing these past 2 days except playing games. Have you thought about what performance you want to perform?" Chen Feng said speechlessly. "Think about it," said Su Lei. "What performance?" Lu Zhilong asked curiously. "We'll know when the time comes," said Su Lei. Sun Qian rolled his eyes and said, "If you haven't thought it through, we can help you think about it. Otherwise, if you embarrass yourself on stage, don't blame us. Stop talking nonsense and play the game, the opponents are coming over here." Su Lei shouted. "No, fourth brother, it's already this time and you're still thinking about playing games. Didn't you listen to what Yuan Fong said? You've brought shame to our class and he won't let us go." Lu Zhilong said. "Why, you don't believe me? If you don't believe me, go first." Su Lei said. "Let's go. Let us go." Chen Feng and his companions shouted loudly, but no one moved. After playing another round, Su Lei's phone rang. Seeing that it was Niao Shuang, Su Lei answered the channel. "Hello. Is this Mr. Su?" Niao Shuang asked on the phone. "It's me." Su Lei replied. "We've arrived at the place you mentioned." "Where are you?" Niao Shuang asked. "Okay, wait for me for 10 minutes, I'll be there soon." Su Lei replied. "Okay, Mr. Su." Su Lei hung up the phone, stood up and said, "Let's go." "Brother, don't you want to play anymore?" Zhao Jingyi also asked in the game. "I have something to do right now, let's play tomorrow," said Su Lei. "What about the rest of our time?" Zhao Jingyi asked. "Didn't I tell you to move around as you please?" Su Lei said. "Then add a friend." Zhao Jingyi said and sent another friend request. I thought this girl was good at playing the game, so after Su Lei added her, he quit the game. "Where are you going?" Chen Feng asked. "Rehearsal," Su Lei said and hurried out the door. Chapter 44. Many 18-year-old girls are not as pretty as you. Chen Feng and his friends were all confused. They were going on stage in 2 hours and they had only just started rehearsing. What could they achieve? Su Lei didn't explain. He also wanted to meet the goddess who made countless bosses and executives fall in love with her. The venue was rented yesterday. It is at the Jinqin Hotel, which is closest to the school. I saw the nanny car in the parking lot in front of the hotel. Su Lei stepped forward. Niao Shuang got out of the car and asked, "Are you Mr. Su?" Su Lei nodded and asked impatiently, "Where's Xiling?" "Hello, Boss Su." As the words came out, Cindy, who had long burgundy hair and a pair of big eyes that seemed to be able to speak, got out of the car. Xiling looked Su Lei up and down, and exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't expect Boss Su to be so young." Listening to Xiling's unique Taiwanese accent, Su Lei's heart almost numbed. He held Xiling's hand and exclaimed, "You are so young, and you have taken good care of yourself. Many 18-year-old girls are not as pretty as you. No wonder so many people like you." This is not a compliment. I don't know if it's because she is naturally beautiful or because she takes good care of herself, but Cindy's arms and thighs are so white and tender that you can clearly see the blood vessels inside. And this is without makeup. Boss Su, you're too kind. I'm just a singing artist who happened to be famous. I'm far inferior to you," Xiling said with a happy smile. "Be humble. You are more than just an artist or a star now. You are also the dream lover of many middle-aged men, the ageless goddess envied by many women, and a role model in the eyes of women," Su Lei praised. Thank you Boss Su for the compliment." Cindy nodded and smiled. "Boss Su, it's about time. Cindy still needs to put on makeup and dress up. What costumes should we wear for this performance, and where is the venue? Miao Shuang came out and asked at the right time. The costumes are upstairs. Look at me, I've only seen me on TV before, but this time when I saw me in person I almost forgot about the business. Su Lei said as he took a few people to the suite on the 7th floor. Su Lei had already chosen the food, costumes, and jewelry yesterday. He gestured to the table and said, "They are all branded clothes and jewelry. Wear whatever you choose." Seeing more than a dozen of the latest brand name dresses and expensive-looking jewelry hanging on the rack, not only Miao Xuan was stunned. Even Xi Enling, who was standing by, was surprised and said, "Thank you, Boss Su, for your thoughtful arrangement." "Do you like it?" Su Lei asked with a smile. That woman didn't like beautiful clothes and expensive jewelry, and Xinling couldn't help but nod, "Yeah. After the performance, you can take all of these away." Su Lei gestured. "Ah." This time, not only Xinling and Miao Shuang, but also the makeup artist, stylist, and driver in the back were stunned. "Holy shit, 20 million for an appearance fee, and you also give me clothes and jewelry?" Forget about the clothes, after all, there are many brand stores willing to sponsor performance costumes for celebrities. But the jewelry, no matter which company it is from, has to be returned after the performance. Moreover, these jewels are obviously valuable, probably at least tens of millions. Jewelry worth tens of millions, just given away like that? Where did this big guy come from? Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 admiration point. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 admiration point. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 point of admiration. The system prompt sound rang 5 times in succession in Su Lei's mind. Xinling thought she had misheard. "Boss Su, are you saying that after the performance, all these jewels will be given to me?" "Yeah." Su Lei nodded. "I have been in the industry for more than 20 years and have appeared in countless commercial performances, but this is the first time a client has given me jewelry, and such a large amount at once." Xinling felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. A feeling of happiness surged in her heart and she said, "Thank you, Mr. Su, but with so many precious jewels, how can I?" With just a few words, Boss Su became Mr. Su. "It's okay, just consider it as a gift from me to thank you," said Su Lei. No, this is really too expensive." Xinling still shook her head. "Just accept it if it's given to you. Why are you pushing it back and forth? Do you look down on me?" Su Lei pretended to be angry. Although we don't know Su Lei's background, the 20 million appearance fee and tens of millions of jewelry are enough to show that his identity is definitely not ordinary. Seeing Su Lei angry, Xinling and Miao Xuan looked at each other and could only say gratefully, "Then I would like to thank Mr. Su here. I will do my best in tonight's performance. I have nothing to repay you. You can always find me if you need me for activities in the future." "That's right." Su Lei nodded and said, "Then get ready first. I'll wait for you in the room outside." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Su." Xinling nodded. Su Lei walked out into the hall. The only people left inside were the makeup artist and stylist busy at work, and Cindy Wang, who was sitting in front of the mirror, eating wontons to replenish her energy. Taking advantage of this time, Su Lei opened the system panel. Host, Su Lei. Constitution, 16. Strength, 16. Agility, 10. Spirit, 16. Intelligence, 9. Skills, 36 types of bone splitting and bone distorting hands basic. Admiration, 40. Balance, 4902-467-0000. Su Lei opened the opera category and exchanged 40 admiration points for a spectral pronunciation skill. As you click to learn, countless pronunciation knowledge will flood into your mind, and your pronunciation will change accordingly. There is also a new label, Sound Spectrum Basic, in the skill column. Su Lei continued to absorb the pronunciation techniques in his mind. Half an hour later, the phone vibrated. I took a look and saw it was a voice message from squad leader Yuan Fong. "The show will start soon, where are you?" "In the hotel outside." Su Lei replied. "What are you doing in the hotel at this time? Is the show ready?" Yuan Fong asked anxiously. "Of course I'm ready, don't worry." Su Lei replied. "What program have you prepared?" Yuan Fong asked. "You'll know when the time comes. It's already late, it's still not time. I have to announce the program statistics now, and others have already come to my door." Just talk about song performances. Su Lei replied casually. For songs, what kind of song is it? Others need to announce it, said Yuan Fong. Da. Su Lei said. Ah. Yuan Fong thought she had heard it wrong. Xinling's dad Ada, don't you understand? Su Lei rolled his eyes. You're a grown man, singing da? Yuan Fong almost jumped up. No? Su Lei asked back. Su Lei, you have to correct your attitude. I've told you, this is a school-wide performance. All the teachers and students are watching. Many local leaders will also be in attendance. If you embarrass yourself, it won't just be you who will be damaged, but the honor of our entire class. Yuan Fong reminded. Why don't you go up and perform? Su Lei asked directly. Yuan Fong was instantly silent. Okay, you said it yourself. If you want to embarrass yourself, go ahead. I won't stop you. But if you damage the honor of the class, don't blame me for not reminding you. After Yuan Fong finished speaking, she hung up the call. Su Lei also rolled his eyes and hung up the phone. After taking a look at Cindy Wang, who was wearing a big ponytail and long bangs like the neighbor girl, I said, You are worrying too much and it's embarrassing. You will be blinded by it. Chapter 45 Distant Cousin. Su Lei was playing with his phone. After more than 10 minutes, Cindy came over accompanied by Miao Shuang and her stylist. Mr. Su, what do you think of this set? Su Lei looked up and saw a girl with a ponytail, airy bangs, a puffy skirt like a Taiwanese school uniform, long stockings and black leather shoes, and a gray tie on her white shirt. 8 words: cute, mature, gentle, and sweet to the extreme. Yeah, not bad. Su Lei looked him up and down and nodded. It would be strange if he didn't fascinate those geeks with this outfit. However, he asked in confusion, why didn't you bring any of those jewels? I feel like that's a bit too much. I am your little sister from the Lin family. Xinling pulled her skirt, turned sideways and said with a cute expression. Seeing this scene, Su Lei felt his heart skip a beat. He thought that with this temperament, it would be best to wear nothing. Anything she wore would seem too much. Su Lei glanced at the time and saw that it would start in an hour. He nodded and said, Okay, let's go. Okay, Mr. Su. Xinling nodded and followed behind like a little girl. Smelling the faint fragrance on his body, Su Lei enjoyed it very much, but he smiled and said, Don't call me Mr. Su, it feels strange. Just call me Su Lei. Okay, brother Su Lei. Xinling said with a funny smile. Su Lei was speechless and helpless, yet he was actually a little excited in his heart. A group of people came to the underground parking lot and got into the nanny car for fear of attracting onlookers on the road. Drove to the South China campus. When I entered the door, I saw this black nanny car and realized it was not from the school, so the security guard at the door stopped it. Su Lei took out the pass he had just received 2 days ago, and the security guard opened the railing and let him through. In the morning, there were only colorful lights, lanterns, and celebratory banners. As the sky darkened, all kinds of lanterns and colored lights lit up, and many cute flashing puppets and animals were placed on the trees and lawns. Countless classmates were running and chatting happily nearby. The atmosphere was festive. Seeing these adolescent classmates, Xinling in the car also became excited and kept saying, Wow, is this a university in mainland China? It's so big. Wow, this school is so well built. And these students are so energetic. As Xinling sighed, the car quickly stopped in the parking lot at the back. When getting off the car, Xinling seemed to enjoy the atmosphere and asked Su Lei to take her around. Su Lei was speechless and said, There are so many students outside, it will cause a riot. It seemed like this was no longer a problem. Cindy took out a pair of big sunglasses from her bag and put on a mask. With this outfit, I really can't recognize her. I can only tell from her figure and dress that she is a cute and sweet girl. Is this okay? Xinling asked. Su Lei was speechless for a while, looked at the time and said, There is still an hour before the game. It's okay, just walk around, it won't take long, half an hour is enough. Xinling said pleadingly. It is said that the secret to staying young is to always keep a childlike heart. Su Lei now has a deep understanding of this. Just like an ignorant little girl who wanted snacks, but looking at those big watery eyes that seemed to be able to speak, I could only nod and say, Okay, but you can only walk around here. No problem. Xinling smiled happily. There's only half an hour, we can't delay the performance. Su Lei continued. I understand. It won't be a problem. Xinling nodded. Su Lei had no choice but to take Xinling around the campus. Worried that too many people would attract attention, Miao Shuang and the makeup artist were left in the nanny car by Xinling. Although she was wearing sunglasses and a mask, Cindy's beautiful figure and big, kiss-me eyes still attracted the attention of many classmates along the way. He looked at them with envy, as if he thought they were a couple. Su Lei ignored it, but the situation was fine in the front as more and more people were gathering in groups of 3 or 4 on the roadside. Xinling seemed to have returned to her student days, walking on the campus, and she held Su Lei's arm. Su Lei was a little uncomfortable at first, but he failed to break free twice and accidentally touched some places he shouldn't have touched. He had to stop struggling out of embarrassment. What is that place? It's so bright. Walking to the campus area in front, Xinling pointed at the nearest 3-story building and asked. Library. Su Lei said after taking a look. It's worthy of being a university town. There are still so many students studying so late at night. Xinling said enviously, and then pointed to the other side. Where is it? Gymnasium. Su Lei said. I heard the sound of playing basketball while killing monsters. Can you play basketball? Xinling asked with interest. Yes, a little bit. Su Lei said guiltily. Wow, that's amazing. Did you know that in our Taiwan province, boys who can play basketball are very popular among girls? Xinling said excitedly. It's the same here. After all, girls are blind. Su Lei originally wanted to say that only rich people are popular with girls here, but he didn't want to ruin the beauty in Xinling's heart, so he finally changed his words. As if she noticed the change in Su Lei's tone, Xinling changed the subject, pointed at the groups of people and asked, where are they going? The cafeteria, said Su Lei. I want to drink milk tea. I drank it once in Shanghai a few days ago. The milk tea in mainland China is so delicious. Is there any in school? Xinling asked excitedly. Yes, it's over there. Su Lei said, pointing to the canteen not far away. Can you buy me a drink? Xinling asked pleadingly. It's just a cup of milk tea, you can drink as much as you want. Su Lei was speechless. I took Xinling to the milk tea shop. Although the milk tea in school was a bit expensive, there were many classmates queuing up. Cindy ordered a cappuccino and Su Lei ordered a latte. After paying, the two sat on the chairs next to each other and waited for their number to be called. Chen Feng, Lu Zhilong, and Sun Qian actually walked over from not far away. Seeing the 3 people, Su Lei was worried about causing misunderstanding and originally wanted to turn around and hide, but he was seen by the sharp-eyed Sun Qian. 4th brother. Fuck, I told you this was 4th brother, but you didn't believe me. Who else could this be but 4th brother? Chen Feng and Lu Zhilong also came over. Seeing Xianling sitting at the same table with Su Lei, they were shocked and said with regret, brother, you really hurt my heart. We agreed to share happiness and hardship, but you left us in the dormitory and you are here alone to pick up girls? Seeing those people, Su Lei felt a headache. What nonsense! This is a friend. Let's chat here for a while. Su Lei didn't know how to introduce him. A friend, and the friend doesn't dare to tell us? Chen Feng said in disbelief. That's right, there's a problem. Lu Zhilong also looked at the 2 of them with suspicion. Unexpectedly, Xinling stood up as soon as she finished speaking, took the initiative to extend her hand and said, hello, I am Su Lei's distant cousin, please take care of me in the future. Chapter 46. Are you going to perform the toad-eating swan meat? Distant cousin? Chen Feng and the other 2 were stunned. Hello, cousin. Lu Zhilong was the first to react and greeted. Hello. Xinling nodded. Does my cousin have a boyfriend? Chen Feng also came back to his senses. Cousin, why haven't I heard Su Lei talk about you before? Sun Qian stretched out his hand and said. It's fine if he just took advantage of Sun Qian with words, but he even wanted to take action. Su Lei kicked Sun Qian away and said, get lost. 4th brother, you are ungrateful. Sun Qian pretended to cry. That's right. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. Brother, you really hurt our hearts. If you don't go over, there will be no food in the cafeteria. Su Lei gestured. Chen Feng and his friends were just joking and wanted to see Su Lei's reaction. Now they realized that the 2's reactions were not like those of relatives at all, but they didn't expose them. Hey, let's go, let's go. Some people value women over friends and think we are in the way. Chen Feng said sadly. Fourth brother, when we are away, you must take care of yourself and your health. Sun Xian also said with a strange smile. Hearing the jokes from several people, Xinling couldn't help but blush. Get lost. Su Lei crumpled up a piece of paper and threw it at him. Several people ran away laughing. Are these all your classmates? Xinling asked with a smile, looking at their backs. A brother from the same dormitory. Su Lei accepted. Xinling nodded and smiled, youth is good. As he was speaking, the service number inside shouted number 476. Su Lei glanced at it and said, here. A waiter brought out the packaged milk tea. Su Lei and Xinling walked and drank as they toured the entire campus. Seeing that it was almost time, we returned to the nanny car in the parking lot. Miao Shuang and his friends seemed to have taken advantage of this time to look around the area and found out about today's school anniversary. Seeing Xinling coming back, he came over and gestured, today's school celebration is quite large. There are thousands of seats outside the gymnasium. There are still many people in the back who don't have seats. Su Lei said as he handed the packaged milk tea to a few people. Thank you, boss. Miao Shuang took it with a smile and distributed it to the makeup artists and stylists. When does the party start? Xinling asked. Su Lei checked the time and said, there's still half an hour left. It will be soon. Which one of us will go on stage? Xinling asked nervously. It's not clear yet. We have to wait and see when they draw lots, said Su Lei. Oh. Cindy nodded. As he was speaking, Su Lei's video phone rang. I took a look and saw it was Yuan Feng. In the past, she would only send voice messages, but this time it seemed that she was really anxious and actually sent a voice message. Su Lei answered the call, hello, squad leader. Su Lei, where are you? Yuan Feng asked. School parking lot, what's going on? Su Lei said. What are you doing in the parking lot? We are the third one to go on stage, and the show will start soon, said Yuan Feng. Got it, I'll be right there. Su Lei hung up the video and looked at Xinling and said, let's go. Xinling nodded and followed behind with Miao Shuang and others. A group of people walked to the backstage set up behind the gymnasium. Yuan Feng seemed to be as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Seeing Su Lei coming, she finally let out a sigh of relief. You're finally here. I was wondering if you stood our class up. I was ready to call Professor Chow. Su Lei rolled his eyes. Who do you think I am? As long as I agree, I will definitely keep my promise. Yuan Feng nodded, have you prepared your performance? I'm ready. Didn't I tell you? Su Lei rolled his eyes. Are you really going to sing Dad Ada later? Yuan Feng looked at Lin Tao with a look of surprise, as if she was expecting Lin Tao to tell her that it was just a joke. I've already signed up for the program, how can it be fake? Su Lei was speechless. No, if you can't sing, we can still change it now. Yuan Feng said anxiously. It's okay, just sing this one, you can't go wrong. Just as Su Lei finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Why is this place so unlucky? It seems I didn't check the almanac before going out. I can meet you anywhere. Su Lei frowned and turned around, only to see that it was Liang Long and his lackeys. What are you doing here? Su Lei asked. I'm sending my girlfriend to the performance, so what are you doing here? Liang Long said, pulling Shui Lanlan out from behind him as if to show off. Looking at Shui Lanlan, who was wearing a tight navel-bearing short shirt and a short skirt with stockings, although she was very beautiful, Su Lei felt nauseous and said, I want to participate in the performance too. You're performing too? Liang Long was shocked for a second, then laughed exaggeratedly. What are you performing? Are you trying to be a toad and eat swan meat? Ha ha ha. This sentence made the people behind him burst into laughter. The scar healed and the pain was forgotten. Su Lei felt his fist itching again and wanted to go up and hit this guy a few times. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Xinling stood up and said, Hey classmate, why don't you take your girlfriend to prepare? Why are you making a fuss here? Aren't you afraid that you will not perform well later and lose face? What's your business about what happens between him and me? Besides, my girlfriend has been rehearsing for half a month. How could she not perform well? Don't worry, she will definitely perform better than him. Liang Long said while looking Xinling up and down. Soon I found that Xinling not only had fair skin, but also had a very good figure, especially her big eyes that curved when she smiled, as if they could speak. I deliberately asked, "Who are you? Why are you wearing this mask? Are you afraid of seeing people? Do you want to know who I am? You'll have a chance later," Xinling said with a smile. Seeing that his provocation did not work, Liang Long said, "Do you think you are a star? Who wants to see you? You're crazy." After saying that, he turned to look at Su Lei, trying to save face from him. Before he could finish his words, Yuan Fang on the side stepped forward and said, "Liang Long, why are you wandering around here instead of going to your class? Who are you? What does it have to do with you?" Liang Long asked unhappily as he was constantly provoked. "I'm the monitor of Class 5. I'm in charge of what happens on the scene. Do you think it's my business?" Yuan Fang said without any fear. Compared to the beautiful Xinling, Liang Long was more reserved, but when he saw Yuan Fang trying to offend him, he imitated her in a discontented whisper, "I'm the monitor of Class 5. The funny appearance made the crowd laugh again. Liang Long looked into the distance with disdain after saying this. "So what if you're squad leader? Go and stay where you want to be, or I'll be rude to you. Would you like to try being rude to me? Would you like to try being rude to me? Do you want me to call Director Liao right away and see what he says?" Yuan Fang asked, taking out her cell phone. Originally, he wanted to give Su Lei and Yuan Fang a good beating, but after hearing what Yuan Fang said, he had to hold back and pointed at the two of them. "Okay, you're lucky today, let's wait and see." After saying that, he left with Shui Lanlan, Zhao Gang, and a group of people. "Who is he?" Not knowing the whole story, Xinling asked as she watched the backs of the people leaving. "It's okay, he's just a rich second-generation kid in the school," Su Lei said. "Okay, let's stop talking about this. It's going to start in 15 minutes, so you should hurry up and get ready," Yuan Fang urged. "What are you preparing for?" Su Lei asked. "Of course it's the performance, costumes, makeup and so on," said Yuan Fang. "No need, everything is ready," Su Lei said, pointing to his casual suit. "You're going to wear this?" Yuan Fang asked in surprise. "No?" Su Lei asked back. "No, it's just... I think this outfit is pretty good and very suitable for my brother." Xinling took Su Lei's arm and stood beside him and said. Yuan Fang was anxious just now, and her mind was all on Su Lei. Only then did she notice Xianling beside Su Lei. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked at her. After a glance, the two people's clothes seemed to match well, and they looked a bit like Western boy-girl school uniforms. She asked in confusion, "Who are you? Are you going on stage too?" "Yes, let's sing together." Su Lei nodded. "What? Chorus? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Oh no. Yuan Fang said anxiously. "What's wrong?" Su Lei asked. Yuan Fang smoothed her messy hair and said, "Forget it, it's messy, whatever." During the conversation, the front desk MC had already started speaking on stage. "Okay, you guys go wait at the front desk, I'll go talk to the announcer." Yuan Fang pointed to the stage and ran away, leaving a few people behind. Chapter 47. Two school beauties on the same stage. Su Lei ignored it. Miao Shuang and his friends found an empty seat and moved a few stools. A group of people drank milk tea while listening to the speech on the stage in front. In addition to the principal, the mayor of Huadu and many other leaders also came on stage to deliver speeches. I have to say that Huanan still has some weight in Huadu. This report and results lasted for more than 10 minutes. As the leader stepped down, the announcer finally came on stage again. No matter how beautifully the leaders speak or how dazzling the achievements are, the students below still like to watch programs and performances. Who wants to listen to you chattering about things that have nothing to do with them? It is said that no matter whether it is a party or a show, the opening must attract attention and liven up the atmosphere. I don't know if it was carefully selected, but the first program was a solo dance with pipa accompaniment by two school beauties, Xia Xiaolin and Chui Mingjie. As the red curtain behind the stage slowly rose, Xia Xiaolin, wearing a blue-green dress that looked like a fairy from a Dunhuang painting, was already standing barefoot in the center of the stage. As the sound of a piano rang out, Xia Xiaolin seemed to come alive. She slowly lowered her long sleeves that were covering her face, revealing half of her slender eyes painted with red makeup. Her beautiful face was revealed to everyone in the audience. There are 4 goddesses, 4 school beauties and 4 golden flowers in South China. The so-called goddess must not only be beautiful but also have a good family background, be talented, well-educated, gentle, knowledgeable, and capable. As for the school belle, of course she has to be beautiful, capable, good at studying, and have good temperament, but her family background may be a little worse. The title of Golden Flower is mostly given to self-proclaimed girls who look like school beauties, are not very good at studying, and love to dress up and play. Shui Lanlan is one of them. So Xie Xiaolin on the stage is not only more beautiful than Shui Lanlan, but also has a temperament that she cannot compare to. As soon as Pu appeared, he blinded the eyes of many people in the audience. When we usually meet, she is just wearing casual clothes. Plus, school beauties are all naturally beautiful, so they look pretty even without much makeup. But today, as soon as she put on makeup, the entire stadium and playground were instantly filled with exclamations of surprise. Many students immediately took out their mobile phones to take photos or videos. Even many leaders in the front row gave a look to the secretaries behind them. The secretary immediately picked up his phone and started recording. Soon the second bass sounded, and Xie Xiaolin raised her hanging hands again to cover her pretty face. Following the third long note, Xie Xiaolin, like a puppet controlled by the sound, slowly turned half a circle on the spot, with her back to the audience. A heavy note came, Xie Xiaolin let go and quickly turned back. A glimpse. Wow! There was a burst of amazed exclamations from the audience. Before Xie Xiaolin could see clearly, as the music became faster and faster, Cui Mingjie, who was wearing a dudan tight cheongsam and playing the pipa, slowly rose from the stage. Seeing another school beauty coming on stage, all the male students below stretched their necks, trying to catch a glimpse of her true face. However, although Cui Mingjie did not cover her face, she was wearing a white scarf. Half hidden, it whetted the appetite of everyone below. However, there was not much time for the audience to think. As Cui Mingjie came on stage, the sound of the playing suddenly became light and melodious. Xie Xiaolin's dance steps also became more flexible and varied. It is rare to see a school beauty taking dance classes, and Xie Xiaolin seems to have very good dancing skills. She spins lightly like a whirlwind, flips nimbly, jumps sideways, and does a split in the air with her sleeves waving. It is a spectacular scene. I wonder how many people have been charmed by her. Moreover, Xie Xiaolin also demonstrated many skills, such as kicking the purple gold crown backwards, turning over with a single step, exploring the sea and so on. Every movement is very standard and graceful, like a lively phoenix or a fairy dancing in the sky. The leaders in the front row were so attracted that they stared intently and nodded repeatedly. Xie Xiaolin's dance steps are charming, and Cui Mingjie, who accompanies her on the pipa, is not at all inferior. The sound of the piano was sometimes clear, sometimes mesmerizing, and sometimes intense, as if controlling the overall situation and guiding every dance step of Xie Xiaolin. The two complemented each other and worked together seamlessly, bringing the performance to another level. As the dance continued, the audience seemed to be still unsatisfied and could not come back to their senses for a long time. It was not until Cui Mingjie put away her pipa, stood up and stood with Xie Xiaolin, and bowed to the audience in thanks that everyone came to their senses. What followed was prolonged applause, as well as calls and expectations for another song. However, this wish obviously cannot be fulfilled. As the red curtain slowly dropped and the announcer walked onto the stage, the crowd of talents reluctantly put away their phones and sat down. Seeing the mood of the crowd, the announcer took the microphone and asked with a smile, "Classmates, how was Xie Xiaolin and Cui Mingjie's performance?" "Good," everyone shouted. "Would you like to see it again?" asked the announcer. "Think. No way. Ha ha. The performances of the two beauties are indeed wonderful. Not only wonderful, but also very professional. However, our program schedule for today is all arranged, and each of our programs is very exciting. Are you looking forward to it? Expect. Okay, let's welcome our next performance, Shui Lanlan's solo dance." As the announcement was made, Shui Lanlan, wearing a short skirt and flesh-colored stockings, walked past Su Lei provocatively. Chapter 48, Arrange Some Dancers. Facing Shui Lanlan's provocative look, Su Lei rolled his eyes. Although Su Lei was not interested, many people in the audience were interested. After all, the people on stage were all students. It was rare to see artistic performances like Xie Xiaolin's, let alone Shui Lanlan, who was dressed sexy. When seeing Shui Lanlan, who was wearing smoky makeup, a short skirt, flesh-colored stockings, high heels, and a sexy belly-exposing top, many people in the audience whistled loudly. Faced with the whistle that was obviously teasing, Shui Lanlan not only did not feel angry at all, but she also laughed happily and blew a kiss to the audience. The crowd below was so excited that they almost jumped out of their seats. As the music started, Shui Lanlan sat on the chair in the center of the stage. A rhythmic partition sounded. The opening was a critical hit. Shui Lanlan followed the first drum beat in the music, instantly straightened her back and pushed her legs apart. Even though she was wearing safety pants under her skirt, this scene still made everyone below open their eyes wide in shock. The sound of "oh my god, fuck, this is awesome" is heard one after another. Although she is not a professional dancer, this extremely seductive and suggestive dance is a challenge to the most basic human desires. It can be said to be a disguised dimensionality reduction attack. It seemed that she took the performance very seriously and Shui Lanlan danced very hard. Open your legs, lift your legs, turn around and rotate your hips on the chair, swivel the chair, do floor exercises, straighten your waist, sit on your hips and other floor exercises. Her long legs rubbed against the chair and were pressed straight, matching her enchanting figure and charming expression. There was a chorus of cheers and applause from the audience. In addition to their cell phones and cameras, many people were drooling all over the floor. I finally understand why Liang Long wants to poach women. How many men can resist such a woman? If there were no opportunities, many people would probably want to be the one who licks the dog. The cheers from outside the venue continued to reach the backstage. Not only the performing students, but even many on-site staff crowded to the front desk. See? This is a performance. Liang Long walked up to Su Lei and said provocatively. Su Lei rolled his eyes and laughed. It's true that you danced well, but you used it in the wrong place. You should perform it in a nightclub. It doesn't matter where you perform, as long as someone likes it. Liang Long said proudly, deliberately raising his voice. I know you're just jealous, I took him away from you. She's just a slut. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't want her. Su Lei said indifferently. Ha, just keep talking tough and see how many men are fascinated by you. Liang Long gestured with a smile. Just as Su Lei's anger continued to rise, Yuan Fong ran back and said, Okay, I've already told the announcer that it will be changed to a chorus, but please don't cause any more trouble for me. Okay. Got it. Su Lei nodded. But just as he finished speaking, Cindy picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello? A female voice came from the other side. Is that Teacher Lin? Xinling asked. Yes, it's me. Are you the one? It's a bit noisy over here, so please speak louder and I can't hear you clearly, the person on the other end said. Teacher Lin, my name is Cindy. I have a performance here in South China, but the dance team went to Beijing first and was not brought here. Can you arrange a few students for me? Cindy asked. At South China University, right? Yes. Xinling nodded. Let me see. Okay, I happen to have a few students not far over there. I'll give them a call. Okay, thank you Teacher Lin. Xinling said gratefully. You're welcome. Just treat me well next time I come to Taiwan province. Okay, Teacher Lin, next time I will definitely take you out to have fun for a few days and try all the delicious food in Taiwan. Xinling said and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he saw Su Lei and Yuan Fong staring at him, and asked in confusion, Why are you looking at me? Before Su Lei could speak, Yuan Fong couldn't help but ask, Is the chorus going to be turned into a singing and dancing performance? It doesn't matter if you don't change it, no one will care. Xinling said with a smile. What dance? I can't dance. Su Lei also said. You don't have to jump, just follow me, said Xinling. What you said? Su Lei confirmed. If he hadn't agreed, he actually didn't want to go up to perform. He even thought about letting Xinling sing later and he would just follow along as a formality. That's what I said. Xinling nodded, but then turned to Yuan Fong and said, But I want to change the song. Yuan Fong, who had just put her mind at ease, suddenly felt a headache again. No, you guys changed the solo into a chorus, and the chorus into singing and dancing, and now you want to change the repertoire. Are you going to let me live or not? How can I tell the announcer? It's okay, just give this tape to him and let him play the accompaniment backstage. This is a collection of songs I recorded myself. It contains all kinds of songs. Xinling said as she took a tape from Miao Shuang's hand. Faced with Xinling's professional operation, Yuan Fong was a little confused. Then she looked at Xinling carefully with doubt. Who are you? The more she looked, the more similar she looked. She was shocked and said, You are not? Before she could finish, Xinling hurriedly said, Hurry up, her performance is over, the announcer is going to go on stage, the next show is about to start. It seemed that the answer had been found. Yuan Fong ran towards the announcement desk with shock in her heart and joy in her heart. Chapter 49, A Grown Man Sings I Love You? Shui Lanlan's performance on the stage was also coming to an end. Although not as wonderful and artistic as the works of Xie Xiaolin and Cui Mingjie, art can only satisfy some people, and more people are still more succumbing to primitive desires. Shui Lanlan's long legs, black stockings and high heels, and her seductive dance are all meant to satisfy and arouse the emotional desires in the hearts of this type of people. When the dance ended, Shui Lanlan was sweating profusely, and the enthusiasm of the people in the audience was also brought to a climax, and warm applause came from all directions. Even many people in the front row were whispering to each other, nodding and laughing about something. Although we still don't know the value of Shui Lanlan's dance, the reaction from the audience has already said it all. I guess many fans will secretly dream about it under their covers at night. Shui Lanlan covered her chest with her hands, bent down to express her gratitude, and walked off the stage in her high heels. The announcer came on stage and said, "Thank you to our classmate Shui Lanlan from class 3-4 for her wonderful dance. Did you like it? Shoo. I like it." Whistles and weird laughter mixed together. The announcer was holding cards and stirring up the emotions of the audience. Shui Lanlan stepped back, lifted her hair, and walked to Lian Long like a victorious queen. Listening to the shouts of Shui Lanlan outside, Lian Long said proudly, "How about it, did you hear it? Did you see it? This is performance. If you ask me, you should not go up there and compete as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will not only embarrass your own people, but also bring shame to the whole class." Su Lei had long been fed up with Lian Long, who was always showing off in front of him, so he stood up and asked, "Do you want to stay in the hospital for a few more days? What are you doing? You want to hit me? Come on, try to hit me." Lian Long pointed outside without any fear and said, "See? This is a school. There are security guards and police standing guard outside to maintain order. If you dare to touch me, I will make sure you pay for it this time." Su Lei looked in the direction where he was going. He had already noticed the security guards outside the venue and the police officers who were sent to perform the mission. Some of them he didn't recognize, but there were a few familiar faces. Although he didn't see Zhang Qing'an, he had met Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhao from the police station, as well as Wang Jikai who was on patrol, but they all pretended not to know each other. Su Lei originally had a bad temper, and Lian Long's words completely ignited him. He raised his hand and slapped Lian Long. "You think I don't dare to hit you, do you?" Su Lei's attack was swift and accurate, and the people around him were completely unprepared and had no idea of it. With a pop sound, there was a crisp slap sound. When Lian Long came to his senses, he felt a burning pain on his cheek and a salty and fishy taste rushed into his mouth. Lian Long spat out a mouthful of blood, and felt his teeth being knocked loose. He almost cried in pain, covering his face with his hands, and said in anger and shock, You dare to hit me? So what if I beat you?" Everyone heard it. "You were the one who asked me to beat you." Su Lei said, shaking his head and laughing, "Hey, I've never heard such an unreasonable request in my life." Hearing Su Lei's ridicule, Lian Long became completely furious and said, "I see." As he was about to pounce on him. However, Yuan Fong, who came back after the announcement, stopped him and said, "Lian Long, what are you doing? Do you want to beat someone up in school? Are you blind? He hit me first. Look." Lian Long said, letting go of his face which was covered with 5 bright red finger marks. Seeing Lian Long's half-face swollen like a piece of bread, Yuan Fong felt funny and looked at Su Lei helplessly. Although she thought he would cause trouble, she said helplessly, "We'll deal with it later. They're going to go on stage soon. If you make trouble now, no one will forgive you." After that, he made a gesture to the security guards who were looking over here, saying it's alright, and then he looked at Su Lei and said, "Okay, go get ready, it's your turn to go on stage." Su Lei gave Lian Long a stupid look and walked to the front desk. Don't go, stop right there." Lian Long shouted from behind, but was stopped by Yuan Fong, Miao Shuang, and other staff members. Completely ignoring Lian Long who had lost his mind, the announcer on the stage looked at Su Lei who was already in position and holding a card and said, "Okay, now we would like to invite Su Lei from class 33 and the mysterious guest to sing. From Su Lei's name we can tell that he is a male classmate. He sang Love You?" Moreover, the songs that were crossed out in front seemed to be by Dada. Although I don't know what Su Lei and the others are up to, the announcer can only say class 3, Su Lei is singing Love You, everyone welcome. Love You? Love You? Is that the love you that Xinling has? Who else besides her? I remember Sule seemed to be a man, right? Yes, it was Sule from class 3 who had a fight with Liang Long a few days ago and was almost expelled. Oh, a grown man singing love you? Ha ha. Laughter suddenly broke out from all around the audience. Chen Feng, Lu Zhilong, Sun Qian and others were also there. Sule played games with them for 2 days and had never heard of rehearsal. Now they have to go on stage and sing I love you? Although they were speechless and didn't know what Sule was doing, Chen Feng couldn't help but comfort Sule when his good brother was laughed at. There are so many others. Yashuan and Tenga have both sung Love You, okay? Do you know whose song he sang about? It's not just Xinling who has sung it. But before he could finish his words, with the familiar ding dong sound, the lovely words I love you rang out. Chen Feng shut up instantly, and everyone around him looked at him as if he was a fool, and laughed ha ha ha. Now not only Chen Feng, but also Lu Zhilong and Sun Qian felt ashamed and wanted to hide underground. Chapter 50, School Anniversary Celebration turned into a concert? All the teachers, students and leaders of the school were waiting for Sule to come on stage. Unexpectedly, as the curtain opened, several dancers wearing JK school uniforms, stockings, and small leather shoes appeared first. Let us not talk about how Sule will sing, but these long-legged beauties in white shirts and puffy miniskirts instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. That beauty, if not at the school belle level, is definitely at the class belle level. Coupled with this super cute and sweet style, and the playful and familiar music style behind the stage, it instantly attracted whistles and cheers from the audience, and many people waved small flags and glow sticks. Where did Sule find this dancer? She's so pretty. Is it from our school? No, I haven't seen one in our school's dance class. The discussion in the audience suddenly became noisy. Shui Lanlan, who was backstage, heard the discussion around her and felt that she was being upstaged. She curled her lips and said, "He's going to sing. What's the point of being a good dancer?" As soon as she finished speaking, a bright spotlight on the stage shone towards the entrance. Cindy, who was ready, took off her baseball cap and mask and picked up the microphone. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I miss you again. What does it mean to kneel down upon hearing your words? This is it. The familiar melody and voice instantly stunned everyone in the audience, including those backstage. What's going on? Is that Xinling's voice? It seems so. Is it true? Isn't it Sule's performance? Why is it Cindy's voice? Can he change his voice to male or female? I haven't heard of him. Is he from the music class? Just this one sentence not only confused everyone in the audience, but also Chen Feng, Lu Zhilong, and Sun Qian. What's going on? Isn't this fourth brother's voice? Did they invite a choir to our school? I don't know. I haven't heard of it. Amid the crowd's puzzled voices, Cindy pulled Sule onto the stage. If you're woken by your phone in the middle of the night, it's because I care. As the two walked to the center of the stage, the audience could finally see them clearly. Fuck, it's really Xinling. Xinling. Love you. Not only did the students in the audience go crazy instantly, but even the school and city leaders in the audience were shocked. Sitting between the principal and Liao Yunghua, a man in his 40s with glasses and slicked back hair, said in shock, "You guys even invited a celebrity to perform? How come I didn't know about this before?" This. Principal Wan Qingfeng looked at Liao Yunghua standing aside. Liao Yunghua quickly laughed and said, "I'm sorry, Mayor Pan, this is all students' behavior, we just found out about it." Oh. Pan Qiming was stunned for a moment and then nodded, smiling, not bad. These students are becoming more and more capable now. Hey, yes. Liao Yunghua nodded with a smile. Although they were chatting idly, their eyes never left the stage. Compared to the leaders in front who had to maintain their image, the students in the back were not so cautious. Not only were some of them screaming and singing along, some even immediately changed the LED lights and displayed the letters of Cindy Wang and I love you. Chen Feng, you guys are awesome. You even invited Xin Ling here without telling us. It's Chen Feng. You guys are so mean. You didn't even inform us in advance. If you had known, we would have lined up in the front row. Fuck, a school celebration turned into a concert? I'm going to ask her for an autograph later. I want to go too. Chapter 51. Where did this great god come from? Compared to the madness of the crowd below the stage, Shui Lanlan in the backstage had a look of disdain on her face. It's a woman's song, why did he go on stage? Can he sing? He's just embarrassing himself and wants to show off. As Cindy finished singing the 3 lines of the progressive rock song, she smiled sweetly and pulled Sule in front of her. Sule picked up the microphone. Yo 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 Cindy. What's wrong with me? The two of them did not rehearse at all, and only explained their respective responsibilities when they went on stage. In order to highlight Sule's part of the lyrics, and worried that he might not be able to get the pitch right when he came on stage, Cindy even specially replaced his prelude with her own. However, Sule's clean, enthusiastic and lively voice rang out. Shinling was also completely shocked. She originally thought that Sule just invited her to keep the show going, but she didn't expect that his voice was so beautiful. He could definitely go into the recording studio and release songs by himself. Naturally, Shinling would not know that it was Sule's 5-line vocalization that achieved such an effect. It can be said that although he has not yet reached the singing level of the great singers in the national team, he is better than many crossover singers, and even second and third-tier singers. After all, the pronunciation method derived from opera can beat many current star singers. Sule's singing was completely beyond Cindy's expectations. Her big eyes instantly curved into crescents, and she said in a sweet voice, "I love you." Facing Shinling's eyes full of surprise and joy at such a close distance, Sule couldn't bear it for a moment and picked up the microphone to hide his embarrassment. Yo yo Cindy baby. What's wrong with me? Cindy, give me your love. You make me sneeze all the time. Yeah. Now. I play the piano for you. After talking for so long, I still feel it's very romantic. I can still hear you singing while I play. It feels like you're here talking to me. All day long, I keep thinking about you. You're all that I think of you. Altnet I went. Many people in the audience were not sure about the first 2 lines of the English lyrics. As Sule's rap part came out, everyone in the audience was instantly shocked. Fuck, this is a great god. Who is this? From which class? Why is he singing so beautifully? Are you from the music department? I haven't heard of such a person in the music department. Even some music students and teachers in the front row were shocked. Xiao Pei from the music department looked back at the students behind her and asked in confusion, which class did this talented student come from? How come I don't know about this? I don't know him, but I heard he's from class 3, replied a pretty-looking girl. Class 3? I haven't heard that there is such a talented student in their class. Xiao Pei said softly. We didn't know about it before, it seems like it suddenly appeared today. A girl in a white dress and a high ponytail sitting next to Xiao Pei spoke. Xiao Pei glanced at the girl, nodded, and suddenly said, how about you bring him in and form a group to sing together? The girl frowned, and after weighing the pros and cons, she finally shook her head and said, I'm not used to working with others. Xiao Pei seemed to respect the girl's opinion. She nodded and did not force it. That's a pity. Otherwise, I will definitely give them a scare in the next match with the West China campus.